It's your boy Dayson, aka MG. Another name pair. Viva, Las Vegas. Right, but I mean the world, Craig. I mean the world. Hopefully you find this video in good spirit and good cheer, despite all of the external circumstances that are not adding up. Let's talk about it today. Give YouTube a few minutes to notify the gang. We'll be right into it, man. Shout out to you guys. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe if you want to support the support. We got PayPal, Cashapp, money signs, your future, mgthefuture@gmail.com. You know what we're about. Black and Milds and Breakfast of Champions. Shout out to Composure Slim. Whoa. Jonathan Lee with the peace. Then dollar sign. All right, man. We out here again. What is it? December 13th, Saturday? Sabbatean culture. No wonder why we love Saturday so much. Can you imagine? I don't know. This Saturday feel like a Monday to me, though. I think just Vegas is just losing people. Might just be a couple thousand, too. But it's enough to change the shade of the place. I can tell you that. This is the most international place I have lived. Don't nobody look the same in the car. It's weird. It's a strange place. This place called Earth. You didn't finish showing me what you were saying, though. Oh, you just said it as soon as I said it. That's crazy. It kept skipping the end of the topic where you're talking about there's different levels of life that could be here. Yeah, go figure. It's not loud. Yeah, yesterday's video when I was talking about the others that are here. And how I'm waiting to have a fair one with one of them. So I can get their spaceship. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, there's obviously other levels of existence here. Just even just in front of us. Everyone ain't got the same origin story. So then you have to figure out who the originators are. And then find out their story. Did they originate themselves? So, you know, it's almost a Russian egg until we get the truth. If anything loops like that, like a calculator or even ChatGPT, when it starts looping answers to you, that means that ain't the answer. Truth don't loop like that. If you end up finding a loop in a narrative, you're finding that the narrative is based on a lie. I just want to give that gem out to everybody. You notice that in your arguments. When a person doesn't want to be wrong or tell you the truth, they'll just loop. You think that that's not what I said. I said this. Can you respond to that? They won't respond to that. They'll respond to the loop. And I'm noticing that our narrative about life has a lot of loops in it. And I think it's more scarier to me that that's not scarier to more people. Like, we have no idea what we're doing here. Your default is to pay for something until you die. And that's all after humans were created, so it's not even real in the essence of what humans are. Or we would have came with bank accounts and credit cards, you know, day one in the caves and the forest, I imagine. We didn't, so humans added that to the mix. So you remove the mix that humans add, then what are you left with? A bunch of bipedal creatures that smell funny until they learn how to make soap. It's weird. And it's weirder because everyone's striving to live a long life. And then you'd be like, well, what you trying to do that for? Well, you know, living a long time is good and dying young is bad. Are you sure? Who told you that? Where did you get that idea from? In the Bible, they used to live hundreds of years. I seen it. I don't think they're making that up. If they know how to write like that, they know how to add. I think our society kills us. The way that we're forced to live is what's killing us. That and boredom. It's crazy that there's so much in your society and so much internet, so much TV and shows, and people are bored. They're bored with humanity. That's creepy. Where do they do that? I don't know. That's my biggest loop. Maybe I gotta get to buy shit, boy. Like, life is so boring under certain circumstances. And then the novel experiences, they're so short-lived that you're right back to grinding, trying to figure something out. It's like humans are always trying to get something else, like incessantly. That must be that Enlil code or something, boy. Just keep digging for gold. Keep running on the treadmill for gold carrots. I know that's right. But if they're only supposed to dig gold, and gold is finite, and we ran out of gold, what's next? When that's up, if the Sumerians were right, I don't know, fucking the Khazarian translation, S-I-C-H-I-N. He's the one that gave us that version of the story that they came here for gold and all that shit. I guess to justify the rich bankers. But even if, when that tells me that military occupation drop you off and keep going, especially if the gold's over, like, you know, the reason they did it, alleged. I'd be more worried about that. We live in a place where there's multiple worlds, and the thing that brought us here is like, yeah, we'll be back, maybe. We don't need any gold right now. We got plenty of it here in Europa. And a lot of it's missing, if you haven't noticed anything. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe these ships just come back. I've been asking where the fucking... Hey, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. That bird ain't like the other birds. That's crazy. I haven't seen that one yet. I don't know if y'all seen it on the phone. It was a white bird that looked like almost looked like a seagull, but it had the hook neck. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. What's the spiritual meaning of that guy? I don't know what that bird is. Ain't no ocean over here. He in the wrong desert. He was carrying something too. What? Same story. A species from somewhere else is carrying something here. Just somewhere I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I can't imagine if that's a microcosm of a macrocosm. I feel like it is, because he ain't from here. That bird is not from here, but he's here. I saw him. That's how the UFOs be too. They be like, that UFO ain't from here. You see it go by just as fast. They going somewhere. They in the desert. That's weird. They ain't seen Taj Mahal yet. They ain't seen all that shit in Russia and China. That's like, they came here. All the gamblers are and all the fucking people overdosing are. That's where they're just in and out of existence. It tells you a lot about them. So yeah, most people who are not people are not going to talk about that. The same way they don't talk about the real Jews. The same way they don't talk about giants. The same way they don't talk about the tall ones. They just get myopic about shit. About their little life that they created in their little sandcastle. And I suppose that's fine. That's looks like a dump. David McMahon. Mother's not here. Brady O'Leary, what's going on? Borrowing a spaceship, shouted GTA Europa. TBFB13, salute to you and the whole entire tribe. Salute to you. Hi, how's your day going so far? Meh. It's not going. It's boring. Thank God. I'd rather be bored than worried. But I am kind of worried. But not for the same reason. My worry meter, my 5 stars went to a blinking star. And then my boredom is still at 5, so that's how I'm doing today. But that's okay. I do live stream, so I'll be all right. Dima Brown. All I need is an MG live and a joint on a Saturday. I need a joint too. I need to find a joint maker or somebody with joints. My ex-husband cheated on me with my best friend. After that, I got involved with his twin brother. Now I'm pregnant. I'm unsure I should tell the truth or stay silent. It sounds like you need to stop being a hoe. Dante 5. You robbing the store? On Grand Theft Auto, maybe. I'm not robbing no stores. I ain't trying to get locked up with your daddy. Or your boys. I'm a boy, Raymond. Why they got bots acting like they hoes? That's crazy. That must be India or Nigeria right there, boy. That don't even make sense. I'm debating on telling my husband what type of hoe I was. You should have known that before y'all got married, actually. That's how you prevent shit from like that from happening. You gotta do your hoe facts, your car facts, all the facts, Fox facts, all of them. Cheater facts, all that shit. You want some advice? Stop being a hoe. You too old. Your avatar too old. Even if you prompted it, you prompted an old ass woman. Talking about she a hoe. What's wrong with you? Probably a boy too. That's the craziest thing about life. Then we'd be like, fathers are important, but these are gonna be the new fathers. So, are fathers really important if it's like them? They be saying that like it's general, like you need the thing. Nah, you need the quality of the thing. You play video games before. You know about exotic loot drops. Everything that drop ain't equipable. Uniquely human. Actually, it's not. That's the whole animal kingdom is like that, actually. We're primed for survival because we die. And then you're going to die anyway. So even the priming for survival is temporary. That's crazy. This is a wild fucking experience. This is such a strange place. You try your best and you're still going to die. Shit, you might die as soon as you finish trying your best. Like, as soon as all the money hits your account, you're going to wake up the next day. What? We've seen that story. So it must be another point of the madness. Can't have nothing to do with the age of your body or your sadness. This is some GTA. These some NPCs driving. I know it. Driving right now. We'll chop these Bison 30. You ain't gotta worry about it. They ain't saying nothing else. 12-9. Oh shit, that's my birthday. Shout out to you. Shout out to the 3 people with myocarditis in their thumbs. So I appreciate you still. For even viewing. Jay say he on the road today. I can't wait. What is that called? One false positive manifestation at a time. I got all the signs for it. Now I just gotta serene. I fold my hands and wait. With no care for the wind, nor tide, nor sea, no longer shall I rave against time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me. Jim Burroughs. I almost understand what you mean. Because that's what these last 7 months have been like. Serene. Fold your hands and wait, because you can't do shit about it. I hate that. I hate that humans do that to humans. Like, they create circumstances you can't do shit about, but it's about you. How the fuck that work? I'd rather take back the fight to the death gladiator scenes. At least they had a chance. Shit, David won. That's how David became a king. He was neglected by his father. I don't know if they know the story like that. But he learned how to fight. And his victory to become a king is that he was fighting something that wasn't human. It's all in the same book, man. Goliath is not man. Shit, Goliath might even be a woman. Whatever it is. Not the same thing. That might be our fault. Hell. Who else are here? Dima, Jonathan. Mr. Now, the only one that ain't here. He'll be here in a second. Watch. I'm about to walk back in a second. This shit out, this cold air make your boy tired, man. Man, this shit colder than the South. I don't know what they were talking about. Shout out to I am J Pearl. How you doing, man? Walmart electric vans. That's interesting. Retired drug dealers, even more interesting. They still wear matching sweatsuits and drive Mercedes-Benz and stuff. What's the word? Sabbath? I don't know, man. I kind of feel like we're at a weird place in human history. And everyone's just kind of, living their life, doing their thing. Not too worried about the world. Or don't know how to be. That's another thing too. People probably don't know how to be concerned. We're so trained to be myopic that if the thing is too far away from us, it doesn't matter. Not our issues. Every dollar you spend is part of the problem. But Jerome Powell going to print the inflation. Going to take all the value out the show dollar. So you have to work just as hard to afford nothing. And they think that's a long-term strategy. They think like the people who remember are going to forget, like, including the boomers who have to now be off of healthcare and assisted elderly living, which is already a shitty existence to begin with. But now they can't even afford a shitty existence. And mind you, there's millions of those. So I'm just waiting to see if we're in a bubble for real. If they're going to save a few billion here and there, that cannot fix the problem that they have. You can't pay back that debt with the same thing that's causing it. I thought everyone would know that by now. I think that's why our Constitution will define legal tender. When we start getting willy-nilly and stealing shit and taking over governments and Illuminati shit, you lose track of the play real fast, man. Especially if you're emulating the system and it's not yours, but you're corrupting your emulation, which is what we live through right now. We live through a corrupted emulation of a capitalist society. There's none of that. There's no capital. The only capital is the work, the labor force. And they want to replace the labor force with AI, automation. AI don't even think yet. AI only knows what it knows. We learn something new every day. AI ran out of data to train on. Now it's training on itself. Y'all know that? Meaning anything that we could have contributed digitally as a human species of white people gave them everything they can give them, which isn't much. And now it has to train itself using those cues that are already hypothecated. So I predict that AI is going to be fucking useless. If it's already out of data and it's useless now. So what's supposed to make a neuron or a network better is more info, more context, more connections. They ain't got it. They could barely do an Excel spreadsheet. It just does it fast. Whatever it can do fast. But it can't do much more than what it can do. And they're telling kids now that these things from us, brother. It's not real. Y'all get too used to white people. Like, I'm talking about the famous rich ones. They lie for money. Their existence in the United States is a lie for money. So, unfortunately, that's normal. The AI don't learn nothing. It's Python, dog. There's a bunch of DLLs. If you're in C++, you know what I'm talking about. It's calling to a lot of data that they stole from the internet, which is troll cess, which is fucking bots. So it's always, you know what I'm saying? It's from an angle of manipulation. So the AI has manipulatable data, and it doesn't know the difference. It doesn't have a code of morality, and the people coding it don't have it either. It's very gray, and thus it's not a threat. And it's not going to do nothing better for us. For humans. It's impossible. We don't have artificial intelligence yet. We have a system of code we call artificial intelligence, but they do that all the time. That's where the hype is coming from. And everyone's reference to artificial intelligence is a movie, which is utterly made up. It does not consider the science of how things really happen with information or people. So you understand, they're taking people's reference point, using that language model and applying it to a hyperlinked database. And basically what we're saying is it's a fancy website. It's like Wikipedia with predictive word programming. Like, I know what you're going to type next because a million other people typed it. That's not intelligence. That's common fucking sense. But the problem is the data set or the context is fake. So what happens when people don't do that no more? AI ain't gonna adjust. AI can't make $1 million by itself. It'll behoove a person to use AI to learn how to start a business that a human has to do if you could talk to the thing that has all the answers about business. Yeah, here we are. Because it doesn't work. The only thing it works really well at is gaining access to information and connections between that information. And that's only with. If you start talking to AI about angels and downloads and dreams, even astrology, it can't do it. There ain't nothing but fucking astrology on the goddamn YouTube. It's still not good at that. And that is very fixed. Symbol-wise, meaning-wise, it can't do it. What are they training it on? Human data, right? Are most humans good at what they do? Are most humans smart? Do most humans know how to start $1 million business? Then what is it training? It's training on how to be mediocre slave. It thinks like a slave. It gives slave answers. Your AI not even free enough to be artificial intelligence. They're telling you now it's a problem. The training, because most of it is AI training AI or slop. Shit that AI made up. And then it trains on the shit that it made up. That's gonna be a problem, dog. They ran out of data. Like now. Like today. Look. They're just trying to sell the houses. 3.99 on 309. Free for qualification. And then in the same breath, most of those will be bought up by the federal government for illegal immigrants. And then they'll kick them out, foreclose the house, and sell it again for $400,000. What the fuck? Where does that shit go? Things are getting way more expensive, but no one's getting paid way more. If they're telling you that the first house buyers who haven't bought houses yet, their average age is gonna be in their 50s. Some people ain't gonna make it to 50. By and large, I don't think. Not if that's the conditions. Doesn't remember. I do. AI ain't got no real memory. So it can't make a connection between now and a group of people at a different time because it doesn't know those people, nor was it there with them at that time. It can only do surface. The narrative, what someone else said that's programming it. And that's all Jewish people. What the fuck do they know? They don't know that they're not Jews. So how's the AI, you know what I'm saying? Like, here, you start with the people. If the people are corrupt, retarded, stupid, pedophiles, and they're in charge of artificial intelligence, the only thing they can artificially make intelligent is a pedophile. That's what they are. All these people are pedophiles. Hope you don't think they think like normal people. So you got a problem. That's the problem with your law and your White House too. It's not their policies. They're dumb because they're pedophiles. The problem is pedophilia. That whatever that is. That's the root. And then everything you build on that is wrong. Or crooked. Or a lie. Ask their wives. Right? Bill Gates' wife left him, or husband, wife, because you know they like trannies. They leave each other because they spend too much time with kids. All of them. Erica, Kurt, you saw it. They know. And the only reason why this is important is because it's those kind of people behind AI. The thing that's supposed to game change the West. They can't. Because they can't. It's easy. They're the coders. They're all Jewish Khazarians. They ain't got no niggas coding that shit for real. They got niggas coming up with ideas and they still and fire them. Like Spotify Wrapped. They'll hire us for flavor. As soon as they get some of that seasoning, they on a spice trade. Rare earth minerals and shit. Ain't no much more of a rare earth mineral than a nigga. We're the most rare earth mineral there is. So you understand everything, math and science. So they're selling a future that cannot exist because AI doesn't exist yet. Not theirs. That's why China's going to beat them. So once China beats them at that, there's no catching up. Because then all China has to do is, anytime someone else comes up, is train their thing on them. That's what China does. Very efficient. They learn from white people better than white people did. It's sad, but here we are. Here we are going hoping to an AI technological future invested in with fake money from pedophiles. What could possibly go wrong, Disney? The fact that motherfuckers are still talking about elections and voting after knowing everyone on they voting for is okay with pedophilia. Like, that's what makes shit corny. When people come up with another talking point that sidesteps from the fact of, no, we're in this position because of pedophiles and Jewish people. Why we keep talking about everything else? Men and women, fathers, no. They're all programmed in school by Jewish pedophiles. You can't get the thing programmed, AI, by Jewish pedophiles to then realize there's Jewish pedophiles when you see it every day. And then go, what are we going to do? The Jewish pedophile crew. Nothing. Y'all bitch asses ain't going to do shit. That's why no one has done anything. Because they're docile because they're just like a Jewish pedophile. That's what that is. That's not our people. We were never like that. Until now. Women love the pedophiles. Or they be dead already. You see how the good guys are doing. They can't get a woman. But these pedophiles and these fucking narcissists, they stay with a bitch. So, it's a game. It's a social game. Because the gay Jewish pedophile and all the people that sign their contracts are the only ones with money in the Federal Reserve owned by Jewish pedophiles. Why do you think every Hollywood ritual starts with some gay shit? Because that's who they are. It's not for demons. They're the demon. If anything, they're not smart enough to be demons. They're pedophiles. It's easy. You're not a demon. They want to use you for anything. God uses demons. So I don't think God would use them for anything. I don't know why we are. We haven't found our voice, our choice, our factories or whatever the fuck they stole and burned down and killed us for. I think we're kind of tired. We don't want to do that twice in 100 years. So maybe a future generation. Maybe they'll get tired of Jewish pedophiles. Can you imagine? That's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for people to go, you know what? Pedophilia is wrong. Jewish people are not Jews. And none of that shit rhymes with the Constitution of the United States of America. When are we going to do something? With us, just in general. When is it our ideas? When is it our investment strategies? When do we get to dictate what's in our future for us and our kids? Never. Got bad news for the never crowd. You will fucking die first before we do another 100 years of this shit. I know how niggas is. It ain't gonna happen. So, we're in the midst of waiting to see how does it happen. What is the, it's not Pizzagate. It's not Mossad. It's not fake 9/11. It's not fake JFK. It's not the trannies. It's not Hollywood. It's not human trafficking. It's not child trafficking. It's not adrenochrome. None of those things seem to, set the powder kegger off. But 3% tariff on a tea does. How big is our tariffs now? So not even the tariff conversation starts a war. Or not even a war, because no one gotta get shot and die when you know who's fucking doing it. But not even like a protest. Like, we're waiting for white women to gather again for Soros checks. Like, so y'all better stop fucking waiting for white women. They don't know what the fuck going on. They're raising these monsters. And they don't talk about it. They act like they're raising decent people. Y'all raising some fucking monsters out here. Yeah. Black people are violent and poor, because your ass here. But you're none of those things, and you still raising pedophiles. That starts with the mother, right? Carl Jung and all of them. Oedipus Rex complex. They're like that because they're moms. I could have sworn that's the science on it. Who are their moms? White women. Not all white women. Not all white women have kids. But the white women that raise these niggas, who raised Elon, who raised Sam Altman, who molested his sister, like those type of white women with all the money. They'll wait for the same white women to show up to say enough is enough. And it's tough, man. Because they only got 50 years left of existence. They're not having kids either. They're not marrying the men. But when they talk about society stats, I've already learned how to do this as a black guy. They're talking about white people. Default settings. They're talking about white people. Those stats affect white people. Poverty line, white people. 140,000 household. They're talking about white people. They've never been talking about us. And that makes sense numerically. If we're only 13% of the population, they can't be talking about us. So we're waiting for white women to realize that they're raising evil, given their conditions, right? Favor, money. They don't care. White women are the linchpin of this whole thing. 48% of the slave masters were white women. 48%, my niggas. That's a bigger percent than there's niggas who can vote. So it's a big deal. If needing niggas to vote's a big deal. 48% is a huge deal. If you think the war started because they don't want to give up slaves, well, who did a lazy white bitch don't want to give up slaves? What the fuck? 48, that's 1 out of 2 people. There's a white woman behind it. Right? That's the math, dog. Ain't all white women. All white women weren't slave masters. I got some news for them too. You'll find out those weren't white women. But white women inherited that attitude and that energy, and they vote accordingly. They spend all the money and all the credit cards accordingly. It's like all the debt is theirs. Not enough black women. Although, all the black women too. That's our problem. It's men trying to marry them. But society-wise, no. All these mixed abandoned kids. White mothers. Fuck the father. She keep fucking these niggas. Divorces and everything. White women. DEI. White women. Everything has been white women. So white women's democracy. White women came up with democracy. That's why they wanted to vote. How would a foreigner be able to vote in a national convention anyway? There's no white locals. So why are white women fighting to vote in the land that ain't theirs instead of fighting to vote to get on the boat and take their ass back home? So you see where it starts. White women didn't want to go back home. They wanted to stay around niggas. Or white people would have left already. This is not where they're from. We forget that for some reason when we talk about politics and news and money. It's like, these are all foreigners. As of 1911, the majority. There was no majority of white people in the Indian land. Do the science on this shit. There's nowhere for them to be a majority if they're not on the land. They have to kill the people or move them. And that means they weren't there to be born naturally and grow and have, industry and everything you need. White people sent their sons to kill us. White women did. That was their sons hanging us. That was their sons locking us up. The KKK is their kids. These are white women. White women is the root of all the issues in the United States of America as a political force. And they know it. They're starting to talk like me. The ones who are not, favored, or the ones who are not rich. See, there's Kardashian females, but there's no Kardashian males, right? They love a white girl out here, man. It's crazy. And white girls love faggots and pedophiles. So if you're trying to figure out what's going on here, I'm just going to keep drawing the loops for you so you can see, where do you fit into fixing that problem? You can't. The only people that can fix the social issues of the United States are white people. And it starts with their women, just like it starts with our women. So the only people that can change the tide of social anything, AI or college, are white women, led by their Jewish women,
friends because they both are white people. I ain't fucking stupid. So yeah, we're waiting for white women to have a turnaround moment because I know our sisters ain't gonna do it. They still trying to get benefits, right? It's programming. The benefit of supporting pedophiles and invaders. Very Babylonian. Very Babylonian. I noticed something. So these harlots, these fake Babylonians, are running out of time. And we have to keep playing nice until they realize that alarm clock's been going off for 100 years. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. ICE ain't grabbing white women. So who's behind ICE? If they're grabbing everybody else. Black, Mexican, Asian. They're grabbing everyone else. They ain't grabbing no white women though. It's almost like white women are invisible in this damn country. They don't go to prison per their crimes. And I could have sworn that most of the people killed under 6 are killed by white women. So they killed the most children in our country too. Y'all know that, right? I'm talking about math and science. I ain't talking about feelings. I'm just saying like that's a glaringly obvious issue since our issues is like abandonment, fathers, white supremacy, staying with our families. We know what our problems are. They're the same problems we've had for 30 years. I get it. But when do white people want to talk about their problems? Because it's their kids shooting up these schools. All them kids had a white mother, man. Talking about they a boy, girl, or a tranny, or some dumb shit. That's a white woman problem. Because how the fuck they don't know what a gender is? With feminism right in the midst. Doesn't make sense. They broke their neck to vote and work and get their own money, and now they raising a bunch of faggots. Like white men, y'all gotta pay attention to that shit. Y'all women are grooming faggots more than any other population on the planet in real time. Meaning they're ending your bloodlines. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it sounds fucked up, but the result is more fucked up than the sound. The result is your ex stops to exist because faggots ain't having 3 straight kids. That's not how that works, and they don't have to either. By the way, their mother raised them like that, just like the sisters are raising baby boys, Pookies, and Ray Rays, and they can't fight because their mama can't fight. Now they shooting people. Makes sense to me. I tell you who these bitch niggas are as soon as they walk outside. I grew up with them. All of us wasn't like them though. I don't know any white women trying to stop the bullshit their sons are doing though. Not one group, not one conversation, not one podcast. Like white sisters, why are we raising these men this way? I want to see that shit. More than I want to see Tyler Perry and Oprah reunite. I want to see white women have a come to Jesus moment on the fact that this society they created. Literally. It's their kids. It's theirs. It's their responsibility. They're the mothers. They're the matriarchs of white supremacy. Mm-hmm. It's in the Bible somewhere. I know it. Anyway, let me mind my own business. What white people worry about losing the country. Bushcraft, greetings from Germany. Germany in the building. So you like men in edible thongs. Honey glazed balls. Your name is Honey Glazed Balls. I don't think you can play the gay jokes. You woke up and chose a screen name of a faggot on purpose. Mr. Now says they even go in island tours to kill kids. They do. And that's the royal family, or the so-called royal family over there is known for that. The BDMS Monster Mom Edition. Harut 3. Gerline Collier. Hi. My life for Collier. Mayan. Shout to the Mayans. You don't have to believe it. TBFB13 says they need us for the urban ads. That's it. They don't need us. They need our sister. They need our women. That's why they always make it a big deal for black women to vote with white women. They don't care about the black man's political invoice because they know what kind of monsters they're raised to counter that. They can't predict a black woman. Neither can the men. So I get it. Very interesting strategy. And there's always the women in charge of that. White women polling, white women political, CNN, Fox News, Kamala Harris, it's all white women. She ain't a black woman. It's all white women doing it then. keeping this pedophile-led system going. Their brothers and their sons. I'm telling you. We need white women to wake up. They're like the last group, I think, because they're the first group to get here. So, yeah, ain't nothing niggas can do about that for real. I have a feeling that their psychopathy as a group think is so bad that unfortunately the majority of them will have to die by their own vices before this becomes a problem. And unfortunately, I know how big of a problem this is. They don't have that much time either way. Whether they do the wrong thing or the right thing or the best thing, like they ain't got a lot of time to choose. With all their younger people talking about leaving the country, leaving the country, living in the country. That's the first thing they do. There's only white people that can really afford that per capita. That's them numbers, and they say hundreds of thousands of people left. Trust me, ain't niggas. I still see them outside. Now, that's white women leaving, boy. White women are leaving the country. So what are the men gonna do, right? Partner up with Jews and Asians? I doubt it. It's gonna create a certain type of chaos. Because you're gonna have all the brothers that are left on their side. You know, most of MAGA and them are homosexuals or tranny lovers. This is supported by stats. This is not even like rude talk. Their grinder crashes every time they have a convention, so they're really into butthole. And I thought the white girls were too. That's the weirdest thing about life. But whatever the case is, as of right now, they're not creating times 3 of themselves. So they don't have that much time. It's not a money. Money can't fix this. Money ain't real. This problem is real. So, you know, different gender, different quality of issue. And it's sad. It's the saddest thing to grow this old and be like, oh, at the end of the day, who's the most protected class in the United States? Fuck the niggas corporation. White women. On them it too. It's always white women. Even if they're passing white. It's white women. We're waiting for white women to become decent on a humanity level. Because these are their kids. They're raising these evil men. That starts in the womb, my friends. They putting all the poison chemicals and bullshit out that kill everybody else. And that means they ain't got an excuse to be that fucked up. They're born like that because they mama. It ain't because of asbestos, ain't because of lead, ain't because of vaccines. It's because they mama a white woman who don't give a fuck about life. Margaret Sanger, white woman. Planned Parenthood, white woman. They're the ones killing all these babies. And it don't bother them. Because in their stupid ass head, they go, well, it's not ours. I know. That's a white woman thing. A lot of dudes think like white women. Even black ones. Bunch of bitch ass niggas. And like white girls. You see it. You see it. You see it. That's why those type of Pookie and Ray Rays partner up with white girls so easily. They both lost. Ain't got nothing to do with their skin color. They the same type of idiot. They're the same kind of idiot. Not all of them. Some people love each other, but that's not the flavor of the United States lately. So we can't use that exceptionalism. I see the kids they made since I was a kid. Actually, those kids are evil. They have mommy and daddy issues, identity issues, all kind of shit. And that's the white woman's fault. It is. I'm telling you, dog. On LeVar Ball's kids, they act like that because they mama a white woman. You've had a black father before if you're a black guy. You know a black father won't let us go through all that bullshit. Nope. And it's probably because she's a white woman they got to the NBA. I know that's right. So yeah, once you figure that out, you go, oh shit. These white girls is the United States politic body. They're the majority of their race. In fact, white women outnumber white men. So if white people are the majority, then the absolute majority is white women. There we go. Thus, the United States is breaking because of white women refusing or not wanting to or unaware of, whatever the excuse is. to bring their ass here to ruin our fucking country, make it gay, and then want to run away. Because that's accountability. They're leaving because they're only leaving because they know it's them. It's not the same reason I would leave. I didn't have a chance in the 80s. They're the only ones with a chance here. They can get a job, they can walk freely, they have the cops respond to them, and there's a white guy with money who will court them. That'll escape every last single problem I've ever had in human history. A white woman just has to be cute enough and wash her legs. Whereas everybody else gotta play the game, dog. I know, there's poor white women, rich white women, there's all kind of white women. None of them belong here. I only say that because if they know they don't belong and they don't act like they belong, then they will abandon it like they abandon their kids. Orphan trains, all the white people that came into America in the 1900s, orphan trains, right? Well, why they ain't got a mother? Where's their white mother at? Why did that white mother have so many fucking kids to throw in another country? That's a uniquely white woman problem. They sold their kids into slavery in the 1900s, gave them foreign citizenships to be workers. And in the same parallel, all the shit that niggas went through is because of those kids. Because of those white kids, and not all white kids. I mean, if white kids been here for 400 years, we didn't run into those problems until we had pictures. And I'm telling you, the white people that came here with the pictures, those white women, that's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the white women that got here 120 years ago or less. That's an evil group of people, dog. They came over here and said, fuck niggas, fuck Indians, fuck everybody. Look at your laws. It's all women. Education is all women. Yeah, there's some faggot white guy that's signing the things because that's how business was. But they always ran by a woman. They're all faggots. Every last single one of them. And if you know anything about faggots, they model their personality after a woman. So what woman is that? Black people do it after famous people. People with money and stuff do it after their own damn mother and aunt. Reference points. What they think is powerful, who they think gets away with accountability. It couldn't be no one else. So, we got to deal with that. We need a DSM update for that shit. Because they study everybody else, but they do not study white women, boy. They're the ones on all the damn drugs. Why? Like, if a nigga on drugs because life sucks, because they in the hood, because of white people, right? It's not a different story now. It is a racial thing, because the United States is racial. The laws are racial, the punishments are racial, the money's racial. So you can't divorce race from it. I know white people would love to do that, because then they end up in another fake universe they created, which none of that is real. And they live like that. And they're cool with that. We can't. We're dying. We ain't buying no damn houses either. And our sisters are miserable. Why? Why are the sisters miserable? Why are the strong, independent sisters who did a good job? We already know they're smart. Mothers of civilization and shit. But they do the Olympics again and they win. And now they're trapped in these houses and they're trapped in these lifestyles. And they can't find no good men because they're still trying to fuck the same guys that the rich white girl fucks. Pookie and Ray Ray. Black women modeled the desirable man that most white women desire. The nigga that can't tell her shit. The nigga that you can call the cops and is quick. The nigga that can't have no leverage over her. And sisters saw that pattern of that type of guy that goes after white girls or vice versa, and they started going with those guys. Because they're competing. Like some fucking idiots. Idiots competing with fucking idiots, with idiots, about idiots. And then here we are in 2025 looking at Instagrams of people talking about no one ever tells you what life is like when you're a fucking idiot groomed since fucking middle school. I know. Ain't nothing but fucking idiots here. Who's gonna have that conversation? I want to know the answer. Who else is going to have that conversation? Of course, they don't have no about you being high competency, high performing in your society, and men don't give a fuck. Nah, your men don't give a fuck. You're not a white woman. Thus, we're not like white men. So you're not going to get the same effect a white woman gets when she does the thing that you tried to do for 20 years. We watched you, man. That's why we don't like our sisters that are like that. It's a very specific subgroup, which is the majority, by the way. because they act like white women. White women makeup, white women hair, white women eyelashes, and that's not an accident. They're mirroring white girls. They're marrying them. They're competing with them. I'm telling you something. That's the only reason why they would look like a fucking stupid blonde bitch. They're enamored by the shit. They goofy ass. They blame it on corporate America. Fuck that shit, bitch. You learned how to do that shit in middle school. You're trying to be white since then. We went to class with your goofy ass. You feel me? And people don't have those memories, it seems. I do. I know exactly what type of person that is. And I can see them in all shapes and sizes outside in the wild. It's a prototype. It's the same language model. So, yeah, like, a lot of our black relationships and goals and political dreams is thwarted by white women. Monkey see, monkey do. Our sisters act like white women, and that's why we don't like them. The lack of accountability, the egregious behaviors, the unchecked narcissism, you can only get away with that if you're a white woman. Whereas, in this country, that is. But black women can't get away with that in their neighborhood. They can't get away with that in their household. They can't get away with that with locals. So what do? They move. And have the same fucking problem. They forgot they're not a white woman. Now they do. Since the 300,000 sisters were fired, what was that, March, April, May? BI? Yep. Now they had their nigga wake-up call. It's always good to have one of those so you remember where you are. And then now they're crashing out on social media about where all the real men are. And that's the ones without kids, by the way. We're talking about the ones who could afford abortions and Plan Bs. We ain't talking about the hood ones or the benefits. No. We talking about the ones who went to college. The ones you would want in your society to create a society that's fucking competent. Your competent bodies are fucking retarded. Because they pattern life off of what a white woman told them. Or a Jewish white woman. They're both white to me. So you can split it up however you want to do it. Same story though. They ain't copying their mama. They sure as hell ain't copying their grandmother that had that granddad they talk about. Their grandmother would never. She remember that colored girl's only bathroom she went to. Y'all some fucking sellouts. Just on your family, I think. That's why your ancestor ain't letting you have kids, goofy. Because you sell them back into slavery. Just to be unaccountable like a white woman. Yeah, slaves are owned by women, guys. Women own land, not men. So if there were local slave owners, they'd be black women or Indian women. If they're foreign slave owners, stealing land and policies, they'll be white women. The game has not changed. It's literally in the name. Native. Nativity, mother. Inheritance, her, mother. It's a woman's game. And that's why they gaslight us thinking that we're in a patriarchy. A loop. They loop the patriarchy. And you have never seen signs of a patriarchy. You see faggots on TV. A child grooming homosexual is not a patriarch. And a child grooming homosexual couldn't do it unless those kids' parents, mothers, allow them in their presence. So you need a woman for that to work. Men don't have kids. So, yeah. It's the mothers that should have brought these niggas to justice. The same mothers that get Emmett Till hung for not whistling at her goofy ass should be the same ones that be like, Epstein, you out of here. Weinstein, you out of here. You hurt my kids, you're out of here. You out of here. You out of here. No, what did the white women do? I'll take an NDA and a paycheck. I can't wait to go to Florida. When we talking about Christians and Catholic, no, shut the fuck up. They'll take the bag after their fucking child's booty hole is obliterated. They'll get a payday and then shut the fuck up. Tell me I'm lying. Y'all want to release the Epstein list. How about we release the kids' parents? They ain't noticed their kid is missing? They ain't fucking noticed that their daughter has a problem? Like, they didn't notice this shit? The mothers, the white mothers of these victims. They're all kids, so they have mothers, right? Where are their fucking white mothers at on fucking CNN? Where's their fucking white mothers at on TikTok? They don't fucking exist. That's my problem. But you see how they do Diddy and R. Kelly. You see how they do Diddy and R. Kelly. Don't let it be a black man on some freaky frog shit with a bunch of consenting adults. But let it be a white kid You'll never hear about it. Thus, we have a problem, dog. It's a scary problem, too. It's a very scary problem. Something wrong genetically, like on the root operating system. This country cannot stand that. It's not fair to any future generation, even, that we keep fucking code switching what's acceptable and moral just to protect the fragile egos of white women and their cucks. Most of the men married in the United States are cucked. Do you know that? That's another weird stat. It's like 50%. Do you know what that means? That white women are cucking more men than any other group on the planet. We just talk about character building. Per capita. They love per capita. I love per capita. Per capita, they create the most cucks. What patriarchy? How the fuck can you have a patriarchy and then a majority of cucks? You can't do that. That's not how that stat works. You have a majority of polygamy if men were in charge. You have a majority of several women and several kids and all kinds of shit. Men would always get paid more no matter what. We don't have a patriarchy. We've never had a patriarchy. United States of America, the land itself was a matriarchy. So the only patriarchy that could have came here in the late 1700s were the faggot armies. Alawite dynasty, Mamelukes and eunuchs. Quite literally faggot armies. Like, I'm not being facetious. I mean, literally, they're faggot armies. That's the only patriarchy they could have been born out of, because that's the only one that came here to go to war. So a faggot army and their daughters is what the United States consists of, if, it didn't immigrate new white people every 10 years. So yeah, we have to live through that as indigenous people, because they're doing it in front of us. You know what I'm saying? They're assuming we're involved, and I know we're not. We participate, but we're not involved. We're not important enough to change the direction of this story. Without murdering everybody, that is. We have to kill them. And for whatever reason, that's not in our heart. We'd rather kill the nigga down the street who got us fucked up since high school. White people had us fucked up according to 400 years, and we still haven't pulled that trigger yet. And that's a blessing from God, I think. That says a lot about us. Because a white woman don't like her kid for 3 months, she'll end up drowning his ass in a tub. We gotta live through this shit we don't like our entire life. TikTok. Yep. I've never had a white girlfriend in human history. I don't even know how to talk to a white woman. Real life. I've never talked to a white woman. Never. Like in 40 years of human history. I know the least about white women. I learn about white girls through proxy, through people who have white girlfriends and stuff like that, but not me. I don't know how they think. They're incompatible. Socially. I know they're demons. Just by how many niggas are locked up because of them. For nothing. Only a demon would do that, because they have to have the consciousness to live the rest of their life as if they're not a fucked up individual. And they do that with flying colors. I couldn't kill a fucking butterfly on accident without that shit vexing my spirit. I'm talking about insects. A whole different fucking species will require me to go through the emotional adjustment. But these motherfuckers could kill, abort, destroy, send to war, bankrupt, impoverish, and gentrify niggas without even breathing. Like, what's going to happen to them and their families and their support? Because we're always complaining about it politically, but we're not adding any help to it because we're fucking it up worse, right? Sadly, that's the effect. I don't give a fuck about the narrative. I lived in all the cities they did it to. DC, Raleigh, Houston, Seattle. I'm all over this bitch. Vegas right now, all over this bitch. Like, it'd be the white girls. And you know what's happening next? You know the craziest shit about it? What I'm starting to notice now, at least with social media, thank God. Asian women are calling out Asian men for doing the same thing. They had this H-Mart thing, this Asian market diatribe the past week about TikTok and white people coming into Asian safe market spaces and all that stuff with the recipes and acting like it's cool to be there. And the white Asian or the white Asian men, that's funny, yeah, because there's Afro Asiatics, but the white Asiatics, they're like cool with it. The girls are like, "Fuck wrong with you?" This Asians, these are Asians who can see it, and they just got here. They haven't been here the whole 400 years in this social dynamic. So they come from communist China and similar places affected by that shit. They come to America and see the shit for themselves, and their young people are going, "Fuck wrong with you niggas?" This is what niggas have been saying the whole 1900s. So it's the same. So what I'm saying is we notice the same pattern emerge. And it's only adjacent to whiteness. It's not, what I'm saying? They're not tripping out about, the Asians that act like black guys. There's plenty of those. And then we say we can't gatekeep our culture and we need to stop being so sensitive. But you let them start embracing whiteness, all of a sudden, you don't have a fucking Rosa Parks. You don't have a fucking nigga. Because they women already know. Asians feel like, every species actually, but Asian women feel like, the men are theirs. So how dare they betray us because we're across the pond? That's all it is. In real time. And I ain't listen. And then you got some white girls. They're like, we're tired of it too. I heard a white woman tell me all this shit I'm talking about. I heard a white girl talking about it. I was like, oh, y'all see it too? That's crazy. So they'll betray Trump. They'll overthrow the Jewish Khazarian influence of funding because they stopped in funding who? White women. That sounds like a civil war to me. If the Jewish people are not funding the white women. One more time, let's run this back. I know we kind of slow in the United States. Everything that's being affected is majority white women. They're the dominant of the dominant race in this make-believe society we have called United States. Them taking away the professional titles of certain careers, those are dominated by white women. Teaching, education, data entry, everything that AI is replacing, that's dominated by white women. Thus, and I'm talking about their paychecks too, like the highest payroll, the highest salaries. When you hear someone's like living paycheck to paycheck at $300,000 a year, they're talking about white women. So all of that's being slashed for the average white woman, right? Not the 1% white woman. They're still out there somewhere. You got to find them. But as a society, as the tone of our society, if white women are happy, then society is good. Happy white woman, happy United States. You do not have happy white women out here. They're not. They're making more videos about the men than the black women are. Like they live off the damn government, right? That's crazy, dog. For that to flip since the 60s. And for you to see it in 60 years in your own lifetime. That the narrative, if you watched any of those documentaries back then, you saw what it was. It's the white girls out there. That's the only reason why niggas got a head start. That's the double-edged sword of the bullshit, because niggas don't know enough of the history because they weren't in the North when the North happened and they weren't in the South when the South happened, because there's 50 other countries here, right? So not everybody knows. They hear about it. They read a newspaper about it. They saw a movie, and all that shit's made up. It's narrative. Like, nah, you gotta see it. What happens before and after. You gotta see it. And I saw it plenty of times. We are stuck because of white women. They don't take accountability for the monsters they created. They enabled it. All that evil, all that racism, all those policies. We got a white woman making their food. And they know. It's not hidden. It's not like, oh man, how does the white man keep fooling the white woman? She's such an angel, and he's always doing something evil and corrupt. They ain't how none of that shit work, Chief. It's a fucking white woman worrying about niggas on the fucking APAC. I saw it for myself. One white man that said that evil shit. It's always a white woman that they're echoing, that they're repeating. Look at Tim Dillon. Look at Nick Fuentes. Look at all these bitch ass niggas. They all raised by their mother. Tell me I'm lying. When they talk about men, they never mention a damn father. My father's a horrible fucking person, and I can't help but talk about him because of what he did right. They don't have no frame of reference, amigo. So yeah, anyone who's died in the last 250 years has been because of white women. Socially, politically, war, everything. It's to make white women comfortable. It's because white women said so. It's because white women voted for that guy and they know their policies more than niggas do. They read the newspapers, they watch the stories, they watch the news. You can look at the historical stats of this consumption. It's gonna be white women. Every stat. They're gonna lead. Because they are the majority of their race. Nature always has more women than boys. For survival's sake. So if we're talking about white supremacy as a concept, as a non-white person, you're talking about white women. You can skip the men. They are the cannon fodder to white society. It's the white woman that brought them in, and white women weren't here 6,000 years ago. You would see them in the paintings with all the emperors, all the black ones, all the Berbers. That's on the species level. And then on the Moors, you would see them, and then, especially on the Jews, you would see them. You see how we are these days. They weren't there. That's all. The only reason why they're not in that painting is because they weren't there. Not because niggas don't like white people. Niggas would love white people if they acted like niggas. And they try to kill us and betray us and backstab us and steal our land, steal our country, steal our name, steal our religion, steal our Bible, steal our math, steal our ideas. If they weren't thieves, this would be the best country in the fucking world. Because black people don't have that type of xenophobia gene in them. Like if we could procreate with it, we ain't got a problem. It boils down to sucking and fucking. That's how you replenish the earth, by the way. That's how you multiply. So if you can suck and fuck on it, you're probably not gonna have a big problem with it. You'll only have a big problem with it when it's trying to tell you what to do. And it just got here. That's the white girl. So the question is, who died and made that bitch queen? Not my grandmother. That's what's wrong with the West. A bunch of bitch ass niggas listening to women that just happen to be pale. That's why it doesn't make sense. That's why there's no accountability. That's why there's gaslighting. That's why there's deflection. This is narcissism. If all the rulers of your world, Marie Antoinettes and all these are white women and white queens, who's the biggest narcissist on this planet? The white woman. She gets away with it. The man doesn't. He eventually gets caught up or exposed. He might not go to jail like niggas go to jail, but he's gonna have that scarlet letter on his head. And women are still gonna go to his party. Exception. Ask Hugh Hefner. Ask Harvey Weinstein. How many bitches had to keep going on that couch before one bitch spoke up and said, this nigga a freaky frog with an inverted penis? These are people who talk about dick on social media. So they kept that shit secret for the benefits. That's narcissism. If y'all trying to figure out why evil persists, is because the people who participate are narcissists. They know it's fucked up, and to a narcissist's brain, that's a good thing. It's like exclusivity. It's like Fight Club. It's like, oh, everyone understands, but don't say anything, so I'm safe as long as I stay on their side. Because they're getting away with it, apparently. Until they don't, and then they lock your ass up. And then you try to say it was them, and then you need lawyers and proof, and you gotta go through, man. You can tell their mama and their sister, and they'll tell you, stop it. Get off my premises before I call the cops. You're not gonna tell me that my husband was trying to meet with a Roblox character at 13 years old. Yeah, he's on camera. He's on camera. And then they follow him back home to the woman, and the woman is like making the better logical excuses than the man who's caught. They enable that shit, man. That shit evil, dog. I don't know if that's the version from Poland. I don't know if that's the version from Germany. But those girls right there, boy. They stood by, and Frank, the white women let that happen. World War I, the white women let that happen. World War II, the white women let that happen. I know it. They bombed all those Japanese people. White women were fine with that. It's almost like we forgot that happened, right? That we nuclear launched, allegedly. It was firebombing, but we firebombed two benign cities that had nothing to do with nothing going on in World War II. Nothing to do with Nazis, nothing to do with Jewish people, nothing to do with camps, none of that. Just Japan. Come on now. Japan? Like, how the fuck we get over there, bitch? Y'all just got here. How the fuck y'all in Japan's business? Y'all literally just got to the United States. How the fuck you in Japan's business? Like, you can't even keep your own fucking country, you faggot. Why are you here? And then why are you bothering Japanese people? That's white people, dog. And it's their women that do that. Tell me I'm lying. Ain't no other way it happened. Yeah. You ain't gotta hate nobody. But you do have to identify the root issues of anybody. So I'm trying to fix something. And I can't. As long as there's white women going the other way. Until they die off. And that's another 50 years from now. So either we're gonna be stuck bitching and complaining about it until we old grumpy men, if we make it that far, or white women are gonna wake up and have a come to Jesus moment and determine that they want a nation through their nativity that's functional, that's honest, that has integrity. So they make that decision. When that decision weighs more than the fake money they're earning, then you'll see a change for them. But the rest of the world is gonna die until they do. We don't make policies. We don't pass laws. We don't make up the economy. They do. It's their game. White women make this up. White men aren't that smart. Not even historically. It's their women. They're illiterates. Everyone that came on that boat that wasn't a minister with the Bible, they brought workers. Workers were not in school, since that's why they're servants going to a foreign land for profit. So yeah, they're not educated bunch that came here. That's why they don't know anything. They don't have to. They just make some shit up and you run with it to get a fucking carrot from them. They're the ones holding the carrots. They're the ones printing the carrots. And it's based on nothing. There's no reserve of gold or nothing. The Federal Reserve is a paper corporation. It's not a real bank. They get their names from their mothers. Don't play with me. Those royal families, they got the last name of a woman. All right. So who's the royal in their family? So that's a white woman. That's what they're telling you. Queen Elizabeth, you seen it. She died and the whole game was over. The king is right there. The king is right there. You don't hear nothing about that in the Bible. So why they have Bibles if they come on, dog, cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. They are not from a patriarchy. There is no such animal in this story. And then I got the paintings from 400, 500 years ago. It's like, oh, an African woman helped them. Damn. Oh, that was an African woman that worked with the wild men. Damn, no wonder the Moors left. I would have left too. Shit, I want to leave now. You got these faggots working with the wild men, dog. They eating kids and stealing people and raping people. Ain't nothing changed since. That painting's from the 1400s. So all the way up until the 1700s, 300 years, ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed. 50% cucks, 50% allergic to the sun, 50% SSRIs, which are the heavy opiates that change your mind. Mainly ones adopting vaccinations, mainly the ones who determine which your kids are taught in education, mainly the ones who determine all the rules and the laws and the lawsuits and all the litigations and what's good and what's not, algorithms, DEI, all that. White women, white women, white women, white women, white women, white women. They don't exist without them. It'll stop existing without them. Target, Starbucks, you seen the stories. They're the ones boycotting. Niggas ain't boycotting shit. I can tell you something. They just can't afford it. That's a different story. But as soon as a nigga can afford some fly shit like the white girls, she back on it. If white girls are like, I'm going, and I created a cool venti today, there's gonna be a black girl on TikTok doing it again. That's why hip hop doesn't work no more. You can't hip hop with white girls. What the fuck is wrong with y'all people? White girls determined everything on social media and streaming. The real numbers, like the real people, are white women. They listen to Drake like that. They turned the whole popular culture into white. Then blame it on the Kardashian. Nah, that ain't what happened. I saw all the photos of all the Hollywood parties and all that stuff. There's white girls in those clubs. There ain't black girls in there. It'd be like 2 black girls. There'd be 80 women, and they're all white women. And it's important. Like, we have to, put some respect on their name, man. Your favorite thing about the United States is the white girl. If you're honest. That's the only thing here that's free. That's crazy, dog. You heard the fuck I said? The white woman, the only person that's ever been free since white people have been there. They're not Indian, they're not Africans, they're white. So those guys. The non-Indian, non-Africans. The freest one of them all is the woman. She didn't have to work, remember? Our sisters worked. It's in the Bible, Proverbs 31 right there. That's 2,000 years ago. Our women worked. White women wasn't working unless they were slaves or, casket girls and shit like that. But their work was always sex work. Their work wasn't the field. Their work wasn't labor. Their work was getting fucked and having a bunch of bastard kids to colonize the goddamn territories. Hence, orphan train, same story. So they use white women's reproductive vehicle in order to do the tyranny, which is how I know the root issue is white women, because they raised these kids who became tyrannical. And they did it for money. Monica Lewinsky, you seen it? Don't do it. Hillary Clinton, you see it? Don't do it now. They looking for Bill, but I could have sworn Hillary got all those motherfuckers killed. It was Hillary Clinton that got all those motherfuckers killed, and she got away with it. Bill just getting his dick sucked by everybody, it seems. But Hillary. Can you imagine if she was a good wife? But yeah, so then you got Epstein, or Maxine, there she go, another white woman. She know everyone in that black book. She know where all the photos are. She got a fucking submarine. She could have cracked this case as soon as they pinched her ass. But nah, she going to the grave with it, with the fake death of Epstein and wherever her fucking father went. You waiting for a white woman to open her mouth. Why we gotta do something? Why we gotta go to DC? Why we gotta demand Trump? Maxine is right fucking there. She's the linchpin of the whole fucking operation, and they don't talk about her. They act like her role was light, like she's just guilty, like she's just guilty because of the association with the guy. She didn't know his true side. What kind of white woman narrative is that? Y'all know everything. Y'all nosy as fuck. You know, tell me Maxine's a mathematician with a submarine, but she don't know that her boyfriend or cuck is fucking kids? Get the fuck out of my face. Then we want to make Trump tell us, or, they're making it a White House issue. That shit didn't start in the White House. That started with a white woman with an island. Her dad funded him. So that means she picked him. Her dad funded Epstein. That means she picked him. And her sister. Her sister married to the other faggot. They don't marry straight men. They're lesbians. Hence why they don't have kids. Wake your goofy ass up. So, you call a spade in this bitch is a hate crime. What a hate crime is when you get a bunch of white people come to an Indian territory and kill all the Indians and then tell them they got to be called Africans. That's a hate crime. Because the hate means you can actually change something. Identifying the shit is just what it is. I couldn't identify those variables if they weren't there, bitch. And we got the numbers. They love blackmail and extortion. They love all the evil shit. That's sinister. It's psychopathic. It's a psychopathic playthrough. You don't have to be a psychopath to adopt it, though. It works. I get it. Give them a little mercy and grace in this story. Oh, it was so hard to kill all the niggas, subdue all the Indians, and have the white men work for you unlimited for free. Life is so hard. You got to get it yourself. Yeah. You don't see them in none of the damn war drawings. Yet all these white men are here. Where were the white women during all those wars? They're just sitting at home knitting stuff? Or are they itemizing everything they stole? Django Unchained. They showed you the same thing. It was a white woman that made those uniforms, which AKA helped a bunch of white men get away with murder and crime. It's a white woman sewing that shit together up all night. He told you. Come on now. Amistad. You that never happened, but imagine if it did. White women just on the plantation, just standing by, watching niggas get fucked by white men, watching niggas get beat halfway to death, and then they go to church on a Sunday. Fuck out my face. Fuck you and your fucking understanding of the Bible, actually. 'Cause I know your ass can't read Judean. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's goofy. We're all held up looking for the fucking elephant in the room. And all you need to find is a white woman. That's it. See, I'm good at these mysteries, man. It ain't that deep after a while. Like, the United States is suffering because white women are suffering. And I get it. White women aren't happy. The United States ain't happy. I get it now. Happy wife, happy. I get it now. Happy white, happy life. I get it now. White girls ain't happy, guys. You're going into a time period you've never seen before, because they never existed for another time period to be the majority. So, in a white woman majority country or continent or whatever the fuck this is, to them, we have their mass. They're not happy. They're not getting the men they want. They're not getting the outcomes they want. Everything's becoming more expensive. They're feeling like they're abandoned. And if they've been on a narcissistic program, y'all are not going to like the results. You're not going to like what they do. Socially, like the rebound. The politics and everything, the way they're going to vote and everything, it's going to be very drastic because they're unaccountable. They're going to overcompensate for what the problem is. They're not going to go in the mirror. They're not going to hold a rally. They're not going to do a boycott of whatever. They're just going to blame everything else. That's what flying monkeys do. And then they're going to realize that no one else is there. And that's going to be the scariest thing for them, for real. So they realize like no one can afford the calories or the money to continue to support the dead ends that only benefit white girls. Go through it on it. The top paying jobs, those are white families. That's hard working white people, for sure. Why are they working hard in my country? That don't make sense. Because their mother said something about the revolution they weren't in? Your mother's a casket girl, my nigga. Y'all didn't win none of those wars. Y'all weren't in them. Unless y'all Barbary pirates suddenly, then you gotta explain to me how a bunch of Barbers turned into white people in 50 years. Are y'all the Moors and the Indian Associates? So y'all weren't on the West Coast either, as of 1868. Definitely no white women over there. We saw the pictures. Libra's a black woman. I saw it. And that's in the late 1800s they show you that. So ain't no white woman, queen, president, nothing over there. The only place y'all got is like Virginia, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, North Carolina for real. Y'all didn't go out west until the early 1900s. Because, Trail of Tears is Indians. Don't forget the continent is fully populated with Indians the whole time. So wherever you went in this country, you ran around niggas. So you're new. You're so new. And they make it seem like it's been 400 years. It hasn't been 400 years, guys. They're not Moors. Moors came to America, not white people. That's why they name everything after countries and nations, because they're playing fucking stupid. Because they make you think like England is white. No, it's not. It's biblical. The biblical is not made by white people, so why would there be a bunch of white people naming something biblical? Kent, Essex, all that. That's all Jesus. Isa, prophet, David, all of it. The whole country, I mean, not just the name England. Like every little thing in it is biblical. White people are not biblical. They're not. They're simply not. It's impossible. Like, I'm just talking about, like, period. It's just impossible. Because white people wouldn't be using a Hebrew language. They're not Hebrews either. So for a white person to have a Hebrew language and then turn it into English or German, then English, and then create a country named after all these things that are Hebrew, that's a lot of intellectual skips you got to make. Besides, I'm a white girl and I'm in the library and I said so. They're the librarians. They're the museum people. They're the ones telling the history. It ain't a white man. It might be an old little gay white man. There's one out of 10, but there's white women that told us all this shit. White teachers taught me all these lies. Now, I have to think of that as a species, as a nation, as a country, as a person. Like, the only reason why my people are fucked up is because we let white women tell us a bunch of bullshit about who we are. And they never fact checked it. They never did the etymon on none of the words, but they tell you how important your education is. Well, what education they get? That you get to be here and kill and hang and eat all the niggers and then all of a sudden be a career professional on their grandmother's grave. Like, they get to tell you how the shit is, where you are, where you've always stayed, where you've always been for hundreds of years. They come here and you got to do it their way. White people, that's why we think you're evil. Not how hard you work, not what you spend your money on, not how you mind your business, but that everybody else got to play the game that you defined and you don't even know what the fuck it is. That's evil. You don't know who King James is. You don't know who Mansa Musa is. So you weren't here. You could not forget them. Everything is named after them. So we know you didn't name anything. Why would you name it after some niggas you never met? And they're niggas. So I know they full of shit. These towns are named after niggas that not in their story. Charles ain't in their story. Charles is a black name. Char. It's right there. Charlemagne. Those are niggas. So if you have a bunch of Charlestowns around this bitch, you ought to have a lot of Moors. You want to have a lot of white girls. Doesn't make sense. They don't know a Charles. They do now because they love using nigga names and Christian names, but the Christian names come from a Jewish Bible. Like, what the fuck going on? How are Christian names from a Jew Bible? And that confusion right there with religions and church is because of white people. White people made Jews Christians in their story. Jews and Christians are not the same race of people. The people they converted to Christians could not be Jews. Jews wrote the Bible, not Christians. So you got Jew first, Christian second, and then everyone that converted. Cool fucking story, white girls. Y'all don't uphold none of those commandments, so miss me with your bullshit about your God and your Jesus. But if you did, where's the copper-colored kings at, Bruce? Jesus, the King of Kings. So the king of all kings is copper-colored, right? Let's start there. So what we're describing is a pharaoh, an emperor, or a Caesar that's copper-colored. I got bad news for you. All of them are. During that time period, there ain't no white people there. Being an albino or pale or any of that don't change your pedigree. You'll be a black, white person, but you will not be a Caucasian or, the other genetics. Your skin got inverted. You do that from incest. But if both of your parents are African and you come out light-skinned, you're a light-skinned African. White people are not that, dog. And they know it. I know they know it because I study their science. Go to Amazon, look up Melanin Conference. Find the books, find the materials. They're like $400, $800. They don't even want you reading this shit. Why? You studying my melanin, faggot. How you gatekeeping the science you're doing on me? When are y'all going to do science on yourselves? And this psychopathy and narcissism y'all got on a civilization level, because you're slowing down 8 billion people's world progress. We should have free energy in the Jetsons already. We're tired of your leaders. They're not leaders, they're faggots. We're tired of your wars. You can't win, you can't fight. You play dirty, you turn people against each other. You're lazy. You will never be a child of God. Children of God punch the giant in their fucking mouth. They don't go to another country and get somebody else to fight somebody else, and then when the giant's dead, go, hey, we killed the giant. No, you didn't. Y'all didn't kill no giants, actually. You don't believe in them. That's crazy that you have to believe in a place and you move to a continent full of giants. You see how many mounds are in America that bury giants? You think a motherfucking Indian had to believe in giants? Are you stupid? There's nothing to fucking believe. We buried them. Those are our burial mounds. We bury giants. What the fuck do I gotta wait for a white person to believe that? You see what I'm saying? Like the frustration comes from the fact that if a white person doesn't say it, then it's not on the table for reality yet. That's the evil part. That's why no one like your ass, because you don't take reality serious. Y'all don't stand on business on nothing real, dog. That's a flaw as a group. That's not all Americans. We're not all American. You're not American, actually. American is a copper color indigenous aboriginal found here, later applied to the Europeans, who are also Moors. That's why it's also copper. That's how sentence structure is. White people taught me that. So the whole definition is about copper colored people. 1828, Webster's Dictionary. You can look it up online. So as of 1828, everyone with a dictionary knew that American was copper colored. Because they are. But I'm saying they knew that officially in their dictionary as of before the Civil War. So you say like all these black people were slaves. Not if they're Indians or Americans. You said the slaves were Berber Africans. So the continent is a majority of copper-colored Indians, which means the continent's a majority of black people. So the majority of the continent cannot be African if the majority of the Indians are copper. So y'all even say we were slaves, and we're fucking Indians. White women did the paper genocide. They're the ones who do all the fucking accounting and writing and making up the terms for these niggas. Ain't no white man doing that work. Correct me if I'm wrong. NSA, white girls. CIA, the building itself, not the agents you see on the movies, but the people doing all the clerical stuff. The people I called all year, white woman, white woman, white woman. Scientology, white woman. Air Force, airspace, white woman, white woman, white woman. It's white women gatekeeping all this shit, dog. I just went through it. I called all the white women, and they had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. I know, it ain't your fucking history. The problem we have is we don't know yours. Because you're saying our history is yours, and you're not in our history. You're not. You're not. You don't have your own language. You don't have your own history. So you don't know how your future is going to end, because you don't know how it began. So this is your first time in human existence being in charge and being in power, and you've bred the worst timeline of any human that's ever existed, just because you get to say I'm white. I feel like that's evil. No one fucking asked you for anything. We didn't need your help. You didn't help. So we definitely didn't need it. Y'all have ruined our lives. Y'all have ruined our families. Y'all have ruined our health. You have ruined our land. You have ruined our joy. You have ruined our happiness. Just by the proximity chat. That we have to filter everything through your bullshit and your evil and your self-hatred and the bullshit that you fucked up in Europe after niggas and Moors just left. And you still had to follow them fucking here. Why? You don't believe in God. You believe in big bangs and science and faggots pontificating over fucking StarCraft and shit. Y'all don't believe in nothing real. Y'all love dogs and animals. Y'all don't love people. The Bible's about people. So we know it's a choice. You'll take care of a dog. You'll take care of a wild kangaroo, a raccoon. You'll take care of everything that's native to our land, and none of that shit's yours. But you won't take care of the people of the land itself, and you speak their fucking language. That is so evil. That's so fucking evil, dog. Like, they came over here and said, fuck the Indians, and then reclassified us as if that would make it better. Bitch, my grandmother knew who the fuck she was without your funky ass federal fucking census form, bitch. You only gave niggas 3 options. We got niggas here from Hawaii. We got niggas here from Philippines. We got niggas here from Mexico. We got niggas here from South America. We got niggas from all over the goddamn world that are in this damn country that are niggas. And then you get 1 box. Black. Shut the man. Meanwhile, where do you come from again? Somewhere in Europe, somewhere over there, somewhere in North Africa, somewhere in East Asia. Where are you from? Where your grandma say? You from the Caucasus Mountains? You sure? And where are these Jewish people? They come from the Caucasus Mountains before or after you? So the the Khazarians got out into freedom in the banking and politics, and your ass just got out the mountain after them. So God created two different types of white people after all the niggas he created. Y'all science don't make sense. God ain't make a tree twice. God ain't make a tree twice in two different locations. How the fuck he create two different white people with the same fucking backstory that's based on niggas? Khazarian says they're Jews. You're not Hebrew or Israelite. Shut the fuck up. White people say they're Caucasians. Well, that means you're part Asian. I'm part Asian. I'm Afro-Asiatic. So that Asia part of your genome should match with my Asian part of my genome. Does it? No. You wouldn't need Rogan if it did. Rogan would not fucking exist. All right then. So how do you come to a continent in which you can't actually have kids with the people on the continent naturally? How does that turn into a nation of people if they're incompatible sexually? God did that? Y'all are goofy. Why would God make two incompatible pieces? If his idea is to multiply the quilt, the stitchery of all the genetics, your genetics is the only one that causes a fucking problem. So you cannot come from the thing, is what I'm saying. It'll cause a problem to us because we're not from your planet. I can't wait for y'all to figure that shit out. I really want Elon to make that spaceship and point it to your planet. Because you don't come from Mars either. You don't come from Europa. Europa's a black woman. So the de facto queen of a black planet cannot be a white woman, yet here we are. Listening to Jewish and white women figure out civilization with artificial intelligence that's not intelligent. Using everybody else's sons for your war. Faggots. Fight your own fucking fight. Make your own fucking money. Raise your own fucking capital. Create your own fucking system. Create your own fucking language. Create your own God even. Create something. They can't. So God is the creative force of the universe, and the first thing he created is white people who are not creative. Fuck out my face. Everything they've created, they've stolen from a nigga. The only thing they create is bullshit on why they don't follow laws and rules, and you have to. That's the only time they're creative. When it's lying. When it's actually creating something new. Their reference point is always a Jew. Hi, I'm a Jew. Their language comes from my family. Their idea of a map comes from my family. Their idea of a boat comes from my family. Their idea of flight comes from the family. Their idea of a bank comes from my family. My mother's banks. Everything they have in this country, especially, I haven't been nowhere else yet. I don't know how bad it is over there. But over here, it's pretty fucking bad. Because I can look at every name in my family and see clearly we're niggas. And then see a whole bunch of white people who just got here the other day for dinner with the same name. And none of the history. Like, y'all still are fucking names, dog. Like, y'all really came over here and just picked whatever nigga name was on a house and said, that's you. And then gaslit us to say we got your names because we were slaves, but we're fucking Indians. So why are you lying about enslaving Indians then? So you came to an Indian continent and you enslaved the Indians, and then you told the rest of the world something different? Like, y'all gotta go to hell. Whoever those people writers, whoever those people in charge of deep state, whatever it is, they gotta go to hell for that one. Because that's from 1920. They ain't from slavery, and that ain't from that time period. Nah, this dumbass lie that Indians became African Americans is brand new. First of all, African American term is from the 80s. Second of all, when everyone's calling each other black during the 60s, James Brown never said he was black out loud and proud. And then you go back further than that, you're like, all these celebrities that you call black, where the racism was happening, they all said on camera that they're Indians. So white people who just got into this country is calling Indians niggas in living in their nigga territory, using their nigga language, using their nigga everything. Like, that is recent fucking history. Sam Cooke, all of them, Indian. Little Richard, the father of everything rock and roll, from your Beatles to fucking Jimi Hendrix. Self-identified Indian. An Indian Jew boy. Indian. Y'all did that shit to the people of the land, dog. Y'all do that to no former slaves. Fuck that story. Why are Indians former slaves, you faggot? You ain't got a story for that. Exactly. You're not creative enough. Because it wouldn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is how evil your ass is. Even your fucking intelligence rationalizes evil. Because you believe in God, Jesus, and karma. Well, what does that look like for people who killed all of God's children? If Jews are the chosen ones, and y'all believe that shit, because y'all are AIPAC, Israel, we going to war now because you faggots think they're Jews. We're the Jews. And you enslaved us to fund their war, because they look like white people, right? That's what I thought. What's the other reason? Tell me. Besides joining together to bring out COVID and mRNA that killed a whole bunch of niggas. And Chinese, apparently. Asiatic. I wonder if there's a common denominator there in the genome. But yeah, like, so you targeted the Afro-Asiatics and the Asiatics per capita. Now your system's falling apart. Now your healthcare is falling apart. Now your dollar's falling apart. That's spiritual, dog. The more you try to take, the more you lose. That means you already hit your threshold of taking. You've expired on your subscription to robbing niggas and Indians. Now you actually have to build stuff, create stuff, and fix it, because your Titanic is sinking. I'm telling you. Donald Trump was talking about closing the government again. They ain't got no money. They're insolvent. They can't make enough money to fix their problem or steer their ship. And somebody just lost $15 trillion. Was it BlackRock? BlackRock invested $500 billion in the war for Ukraine because of the resources, right? Yeah, Putin got those. So once again, white people, you invested $500 billion into an endless war where all these poor Ukrainian dudes got killed for no fucking reason, just for you not to actually get the benefit of doing so. Y'all losing every war you start. These are white women, Hillary Clinton, all these are white women that start those wars, Benghazi. Cut it out, I read the emails. These are white women corresponding with these men. Look at the emails, damn it. Look at how many of them are women. Most. White people are trying to turn on Israel and Mossad. Y'all weird, dog. How the fuck, let's say, how long they've had 9/11. So in 24 years, y'all notice that another group of white people that are not you, apparently, are behind all the most heinous things that have set your so-called country back for 24 years in a row. And you're ready to, like, politically or socially talk about it out loud and do things about it. And, like, no one can hide that fact. Y'all actually see it for what it is. Y'all don't see colors, but y'all see Jewish people. All right, so you see the Jewish people. You see they're behind everything. Kirk and everybody in between us is Jewish, this AIPAC funding, Jewish funding, Jewish. Now you talk to everybody else who see you. If I look at you and a Jewish person, I can't tell the difference. Because not every Jewish person has a hook nose or curly hair. There's a lot of conversos. There's a lot of people who are Zionists. And this all rhymes with white people. So y'all are seeing that there's white people behind white people, making white people seem like they're the problem, but it's really Jewish white people, not the white people. And then I come along and tell you, I'm the Jew, bitch. Y'all talking all this shit about Israel. They ain't Israel, faggot. You're in Israel, stupid. That's why you don't know the name of this fucking country. The United States is not the name of the country. It's the name of the organization in D.C., and they only have D.C. So what are the rest of the 50 part of? Before you get that, after Reconstruction. Exactly. You're in Israel already. You're in Israel with the Israelites of the Bible. And you're turning against Israel. That's crazy. You came here to eat, kill, and destroy Israel. So now Israel's a problem? Fuck wrong with y'all memory? King James an Israelite. You speak King James English. You speak a version of English that was pioneered by Israelites. King James is an Israelite. He's an Iberian. Those are Moors. But the kings of Iberia were Israelites. That's the story in real life. Hence all the lions, Judah, same story. Every place ain't got lions, dog. America does. You been to a zoo? We have lions here. We have camels here. Everything you need to make up the fake ass white environment that you think is in the Levant is in the Americas. Look up camels in Civil War. They're here. Look up lions in Virginia. Spell it Lyons, Virginia. They're all here. Y'all lied. And that lie is going to cost you your whole fucking civilization. 38 trillion plus 100 more. That's the only reason why y'all are in debt, 140 trillion worldwide. The worldwide debt is only 340. You're almost half of it. Because fuck niggas. Y'all went to worldwide debt fucking with us. And all of you don't know it. I know. Y'all just beneficiaries. Y'all came here for the benefits. Y'all thought it was perfectly fine to massacre Indians. So you can have a nice log cabin. You love the beach. You love the coast. You love our land. You love our country. You love the fruits. Then you made them all gay. You love all the animals and you hunted them all. You love everything you love, you fucking kill. You love this country. No wonder it's fucking dead. What kind of fucking universal math I gotta figure out what that equation means? If they love it, it's gonna die. Hi, hip hop. High working hard, high education, high degrees, high getting a good job and retiring, high investing, high healthcare. They love that shit. It's dying. Tell me a different story. Tell me somehow black people did this. The ones being targeted. Tell me how the targeted crew did it. Tell me how my family did it. Tell me how my people did it, please. Tell me where we voted wrong. Tell me how many dollars we printed. Tell me how many red lines we created. Tell me how many people we gentrified. Tell me how many people we evicted out of a country that they're not from. The motherfuckers evicting people ain't from here. So the only reason why they're doing ICE to get rid of others is to make white people feel safe. White people, y'all don't belong here. Y'all didn't fight in those wars to win it. You're not Moors, and you're not Berbers, and you're not Suave, and you're not French, and you're not Indian. So where the fuck do we get off as the United States of American citizens following you? That don't rhyme with nobody that was at that constitutional fucking thing. I thought these motherfuckers betrayed Britain. Y'all British? How close is the Caucasus Mountains to Britain? In King James English? So y'all British from the Caucasus Mountains speaking Israelite languages. Do it. Do the science real quick, please. Call Graham Hancock. He'll tell you. Look up the Jordan Maxwell videos. He'll tell you too. He just won't tell you what color these niggas are. Pussy. They scared to say the boogeyman a nigga, boy. If God's a nigga, the devil's a nigga too. Y'all keep fucking playing with us. Y'all going to hell with niggas. The fuck? Y'all believe in that shit. Y'all had to believe in that shit because that's the only reason why I'm not Indian. I'm not Indian no more because you believing ass faggots came over here and said that we had to believe some more. And then y'all dropped that shit in the 90s. I noticed something. But y'all came over here with these churches and these Christians and conversos and Lutherans and all this extra shit. That's white people that did that. And y'all don't uphold that shit. So why the fuck did you oppress us for it if you don't believe in the shit? Miss me all this loving, good, graceful guy that you discovered in 2001 with Charles Stanley. I'm talking about when you were hanging niggas after church service. Moors and Indians. I noticed something. Your God don't know who he created first, do we? I'm waiting for them to admit that we have a different God. But then they'll realize they're on the wrong planet. Because this planet ain't their gods if they have to colonize it. Hello? Every artifact on this bitch is black. The whole planet, I mean. Like the pyramids in China tells you Egyptians were in China. I don't know what's older, Egypt or China, but if I had to guess, I'd say that the pharaohs of Egypt are older. Well, if the pharaohs of Egypt have a fucking pyramids complex in China, it seemed like motherfuckers all over this bitch. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm Afro-Asiatic, of course we were. But yeah, so same story. And we have all the mixes and blends of races in between us. So we're just kind of going along with white people too, man. Y'all let them do that to you. I know. That's some cool benefits. Lack of accountability, responsibility. When everything goes to hell, you can blame somebody else and move somewhere else and do it again. They didn't want to say that's what the fucking Israeli Zionist Mossad Jewish people are doing. They must have learned that from white people. Because there were no Jewish Khazarian people before 1880. They weren't Jewish the whole time. They're not Jews. So what did I self-identify with during the 1500s? I'd like to know that fucking story. What did King James call them? What did Genghis Khan call them? What did any king call them? Would a king call them anything if they wasn't fucking here? Thank you. Nor did they have their own nations, or they want to be using ours. You feel me? Like, if you go this hard for the United States because you think it's yours, then why didn't you go that hard for where your grandmother came from? You're Irish, or you're the Tartan clans of Picts and Dubs, or you're the people that moved in after they built it. Oh, you're the Europeans, you're the British? Are you sure, or did you move in after they built it? Oh, you're the Americans now, and we know nobody on this planet believes you built this shit. So what did you build? Where are your artifacts? Where's your culture? Where's your language? Where's your art? Where is it? It don't fucking exist. Unless you're painting over another nigga. Now tell me I'm lying about that. You can look it up. Iconoclasm. What year? Look it up. Whitewashing. World Fair. What year? So y'all didn't even change these niggas to white until recently. Y'all evil, dog. Your white ancestors ain't that fucking evil. They stood on business. They ain't niggas. They don't want to be nothing to do with niggas. They ain't about to act like they niggas. Y'all act like y'all niggas. Both of you. White people acting like they the American Indian, and Jewish people acting like they're the Judeans and Israelites. Y'all sure y'all not related? Because y'all the only motherfuckers on the planet that do that. And get away with it. I'm only speaking for billions of dead people at your hands. They can't speak, they're dead. My ancestors want me to let you know that we know. Call me Mikasa. Call me Levi. Shit, I'll be Kenny. Remember the Alamo, bro. Y'all are not Arabic. So y'all ain't bring us that shit either. We remember the Alamo, bro. Y'all not Hebrews. Somehow we remember that shit. We know how to speak Spanish, bro. Go to South America. You ain't Spanish. So how can I be a slave to a white person, but my default tongue is Spanish? How the fuck is that even possible? So white women came here and created Spanish-speaking schools for the Spanish descendants of slaves? English right there, dog. White people Spanish, y'all? Y'all tell me the white people were the Spanish and Portuguese that started all this? Or were those Moors from Andalusia, Moorish Spain? Because someone was Moorish Spain in 1492. Well, if Christopher Columbus sold the ocean blue in 1493, that's 1 year later. And I got bad news for you. That's actually the 1500s, 100 years later. So the date gets closer to the American Revolution, where all the factions and wars and doing dumb shit over here ain't white people. But when all those wars are ever, you don't know any Portuguese that stayed in America that are Moors. You don't know any fucking Spanish that stayed here in America that are Moors. You don't know any Jews, no Israelites, No black Europeans even. You don't even call them that. You call them African Americans. What were all the wars for if we all the same fucking people? Are you dumb? Just 150 years ago. What's the Civil War over if everyone's African American slave? Fighting in it. North and South. They come from the same Ghana Trail of Tears passage, don't they? That means they all from Ghana, bitch. Have you noticed something? They don't speak fucking French, Spanish, and Portuguese in fucking Ghana. Let's break this down with my white people out there. Y'all so smart and high IQ. This is your stats. Your smarts, your IQs, your universities, your books, your English, blah, blah. Then explain these things to me, please. I want to close my eyes really tight and pretend with you. How did that happen? And not one nigga over here speak African? Well, if none of them speak African, and there's no African towns, and there is no African borrowed words, and there's no African superstitions, then you did this to Indians. You genocided an entire fucking continent, just like your Jewish cousin. What God? What God? Your God told you to do that? That was Magna Carta Holy Grail? That was Dumb Diverses? That was Unum Sanctum? Y'all did that for God. Cool. Your God wanted you to kill billions of the people that he created before you existed and used you just for you to be extinct in 50 years. You ain't questioning your God yet. That's a weird equation. He wanted you to come here and set the tone for all the niggas that are still going to be here when you're extinct. How does that make sense? The only people that are going to survive the future are the people who mixed. You know how it works. Y'all taught us how it worked, I thought. Darwinism. Hypergamy. Survival of the fittest. You throw a whole bunch of people together, and the best of them are supposed to pair up and, go into the future. But the best of them genetically. Because they can't be better than white people, so it's got to be based on something else. So it is. I noticed something. If you can have a healthy heterosexual child, you will have a future. Guess who that's not? Jewish people. They don't have healthy kids, let alone heterosexual ones anymore. And DEI and all that, that's their agenda too. So they did it to their own kids. So imagine how much they hate you, that they'll fucking let their own next generation suffer through the madness. And then you got the white girls that co-signed it and put it into academia. And now academia is deauthorized, or, is now the Department of Labor. So right back to slavery, where most of the slave owners were white women. Jesus Christ. See? It loops. That's the problem. It's ending the way it started. It was always the Department of Labor. It was always for slavery. It was always for white women. They're the majority of the disasters of the Indian. That's why we react so hard to sellouts. We have 400 years of this. That's why we're so fond of no snitching, because all you're doing is snitching to a white person. That's why we have our secret societies. That's why we have our privacy. That's why we talk in code. Because every time white people take a hold of it, they use it against us as Indians. We're Indians first. We're first. So we're the Indians. There's no one here before us. I promise you. I saw both of my grandparents on that chart. There's no one here before us. If there was, they weren't a nation of people. They're probably nomads. Cool story. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But that means they came from another land before. We put the lights in those cities, Bruce. We didn't have no dark ages in the United States. Our dark ages was 1800s. And that was Jewish people and their white cousins coming over here acting like they're English. And they never tell you what the Indians thought either, by the way. When they tell these stories in their books, they don't ever say what niggas and Indians were saying about it. Like, who the fuck these people think they are? They always write from their perspective. They don't write from the perspective of the people they did it to. I noticed that. Very scientific. There's no way in Hades we didn't know who the fuck we were. We want to be the subject of an inquisition if we weren't. How the fuck can you meet me for the first time and expect me to be some shit you made up where you came from? Right? If you made up Christianity and there's no Christians here, that's why your bitch ass is coming here. Then how the fuck do you penalize the people from the land you're visiting for not being the thing that you made up before you got here? Are you fucking retarded? Don't answer that. Because we know the answer is yes. They're socially retarded. They don't know how to get along with people without manipulating, without fooling, without makeup, without playing the game, without saying the things. They can't do it without narcissism. You seen it in school. They'll talk all that shit and say nigga, and then they get punched in the fucking face, and then all of a sudden, they're a victim. Now imagine that happens to kids. Subtract 200 years from this bitch. Exactly, same story. Then nothing changed, because they haven't been here that long. And in the short time they've been here, they've ruined the whole fucking continent. I hate it, because we have to die because of that. We don't have no wins in this story. We never wanted this story. So we don't, I can't predict a good outcome for my people that doesn't end in some terrible upheaval, poverty, war, destitute, Gaza, Palestinian level reset, and then have to deal with our fucking side effects of being mixed in with all their fucking evil ass ingredients and vaccines, and then breed that shit out, and then do everything new. Like we have to redo healthcare, we have to redo education, we have to redo math, we have to redo computing. We ain't got the head start on that. Like, no matter what happened to these motherfuckers, boy, we are 100 years behind. Because we won't have to do it by ourselves. I already know the end of the story. They're not going to help us. They've never helped us. You can't help someone that you stole shit from. You can't help me find my gold. You can't help me find my trees. You can't help me find my health. You took it. And they're the search party looking for the person they murdered. Like, you're helping me find my ancestors? When? You murdered them. You took their names. And you're not related to me. That's impossible. Who married who? Like, the fuck you got going on up here? Y'all said fuck all of us. It's just, you just did it in a nice way by not saying it out loud. But all your policies and all your history and all your movies and all your TV shows, all your Jewish producers told us what it was. The worst thing you could have done is taught a bunch of Africans from Ghana how to read English. Can you imagine? Nigga, if English was theirs, they would never taught it to us. They don't teach us how the money works. They don't teach us how getting hired works. They don't teach us how to get advantage and all the fucking, how they get fucking $10,000 in food stamps. But they're going to teach us their language so we can read their history. Fuck out my face. That geographical map of what they claim to be is straight schizophrenic. Is it frozen currently? The world godless people. Schools back in the 90s are almost white women being teachers. That's how it was in the United States, too. Am I frozen? Gym class heroes, Viva la white girl. And Viva la white girl is talking about fucking cocaine. Can you imagine? That cocaine is named after white women. The biggest drug in America. We got blow up Venezuelans. Who's buying it? Who can afford to buy the cocaine out here? What the fuck? The people who always bought it from us. White people. Why do you think niggas became rich off of selling drugs? Ain't because the hood had it. Jonathan Lee, making rounds, the wife of the Canadian Prime Minister's wife, was long best friends with Epstein's woman and her sister. Yeah, they're all the same people. They're the same group. They're the ones asking their husband for the tip what they just did after getting back home, and they never find those tips, right? Seven Sound says, you can't correct no parents about their kids today. No accountability and Simpson enabling if they're enchanted by them. Yeah, the thing with the children is strange because that does not map to, it's not a linear outcome. My dad beat the shit out of me. So if I had a kid, I would not beat the shit out of them. But I'll be very fucking mean and stern to not allow them to fuck up the things that I was beat for. Education, grades, paying attention. I'm not talking back, the basics. Because they need those skills in school the same way they need those skills in a household, the same way they need those skills in a professional environment. And that's the way it was marketed to us. So for everyone to remove those principles as points to make to their children is weird to me. Because they talk about they don't have time, but our parents didn't have time either, nor did they have cell phones. So you can tune in with your kid, you can ring camera your kid, you can text your kid, you can always be tapped in, but they're not. And that's because everybody is on a distraction dummy mission. They're on their phone. They're trying to create the experiences they see through the phone. And then they don't understand bots, they don't understand propaganda, they don't understand algorithms. And they think that that's what everyone is doing, that's what's acceptable, that's what we do. And none of the content's about how to, what world to prepare a kid for. And you assume, well, if they just go to school, that the other contemporary horizontally is going to teach them how to be a better human than you. That's why school is fucking stupid. Unless you're training someone to work somewhere in which they need this specialized learning, which is why the Department of Labor is taking over again. It's like, oh, they are going to need workers to build the automated machines, and then once you have enough automated machines, then you don't need the workers. So it's very short term, and that's K through 12. Like, they don't teach them nothing. Everything they're teaching in school is a fucking lie. Everything they taught in my school is a fucking lie, and they changed it since then. So I know it's a worse lie, a lazy lie, a low-hanging fruit lie, because they have to account for a better narrative to suit all the Latino and Hispanic kids. There wasn't a bunch of Latino and Hispanic kids in my school. I wasn't in California. There is now, though. In fact, it almost feel like the way I be looking at shit, it almost seems like they're the majority. It almost seems like, especially here, there's way more Latinos and Hispanics here, like going to school and walking to the school than white kids. It's almost all I see is the admixtures of Hispanics and Latinos. I don't know which one to call them because I don't know exactly whether it's Honduras, Mexico, whatever it is. It's not by blood, it's just by proximity, I guess. And then you find out they have Asian ancestors. I'm like, you should be my cousin then. Just on the Asian side. Fuck all the Moors you killed to be there. Kill all the Moors in Mexico and then come back to North America where the Moors are and be like, hey, we don't know who you are. You speak Spanish. The Moors speak Spanish. You speak Spanish. One more time. You speak Spanish. The Moors speak Spanish. One more time. One more time. It's confusing. The origins of Moorish Latin, Latino, Moorish Latino, kind of. So the origin of Moorish Latin is Moors. Spanish is a Moorish language. Annexation of Texas tells you that this land belongs to Moors and Indian associates. We have a whole new group of people crossing into the United States citizenry, which use the language of Moors, who are now becoming the majority in Moor lands, who don't know the history of Moors either. The fuck is going on? This place evil, dog. I don't know why God let us manifest this time into this fucking world. It's so evil. Because those shouldn't even be a big deal. Like, nothing should be hung on who did it. Like, the problem is someone else is stealing that shit and jocking that shit, and it ain't them. That is the problem. That is the corruption. You cannot take care better of something that you inherited or took from someone else better than the people who came up with it. Which is why no one keeps nothing in this country, I've noticed. As soon as you die, a bank and somebody's pulling up to steal that shit back and sell it to somebody else. Hey, you do better this time. Nobody want to play this game. The fuck you gonna buy a house for $500,000 for in 50 years? You ain't gonna be able to sell it to nobody. That's what the problem is now. They can't sell their houses. Correct. Most of the people who own houses are boomers. Correct. Boomers can't make no money off their houses. Correct. And this is a boomer government. Correct. So we're waiting for old white women. You thought I forgot. You're waiting for old white women to wake up. It won't happen until next year, though. Those benefits haven't expired yet again. They just refunded them. They're just keeping white people alive. All this borrowing from the Federal Reserve, the putting money back into circulation to make sure the banks have liquid. Well, if the highest per capita of people with bank accounts where that matters are white women, then they're trying to keep white people alive. They ain't doing it for us. They ain't clearing our debts. They're resetting theirs. They own those corporations that get the bailouts, not us. That's uniquely white people bailing out white people, causing inflation for everybody else playing the game. White people don't know how to make money. I see white people talking about the old people who own businesses. For instance, one woman said her dad is like 70 something, almost 80, and he had a business his whole life, it seems. And because he's old and out of touch with things, his business ain't doing so good. The problem is they could fix it for him, but he refuses to let anyone in his family take over. Like, he wants to do it until he dies. The problem is his business is about to die first. So it's his daughter talking about it. Like, these boomers. And they talk about it like that. They subcategorize it as a boomer issue. I was like, all right, so be it. Boomers are going out of business because they can't keep up with the time. All dimensions. So that's already starting because the narrative already started. People are going no contact with their family. Not going to be there to help them survive. Although most states make you liable for your parents' health care, and you don't know that. Because Medicaid was covering it. Well, now Medicaid's about to peel back. So a lot of these rich, well-to-do, federalized citizens, known as white people, as soon as their narcissistic parents, and I believe they have them, I've noticed something with our history, as soon as they realize that things are expensive and their health fails and they can't afford the Medicare or the health insurance, their kids become financially responsible through the state. The state enforces it. A lot of people don't know that. I just found that out. I was like, that's evil. It makes sense if you're a family-based, nuclear family-based setup, 1955 to 65 apparently. But in 2025, that doesn't make sense. Since most people are walking away from toxic families and dynamics. And then they get old, drop the ball, don't leave you nothing, and now you have the credit card bill or the debt. That's real life. Y'all should look that up. I think it's 26 states. It's 26 states that it's like that. Just like there's so many states that still like allow child marriage and bestiality. Very white people. So was it December 13th? So March. The New Year, the real New Year. The real New Year, you'll see it. It's sad to me because I don't think they deserve that. I don't think people deserve that. But the Indian in me is like, I should be more broken up about the fact that a colonizer is dying off. Not dying off like death, but like dying off like influence, power, control, narrative. And that's the only one I care about. I don't give a fuck about how much money and things they can get. That's corny as fuck. It's just the fact that in the positions they were in, they get to dictate what my kin can and can't do. And I don't feel like that's fair if we're pretending like the United States is about freedom and liberty. That ain't freedom and liberty. If the only reason why you can do that to us is because we're black. So that race thing is one-sided with them. Oh, you're black. This means this, that in every billboard sign and law there is. But if a black person says, but the issue is that's fucked up with the white country is the white people. They're like, nah, no, that's racist. It's always making it about race. Your laws are about race. Your banking's about race. If you're Jewish, you can go to a bank and get a zero interest loan just because you claim to be Jewish. Black people are the Jews. Race, like fuck out my face. And we have to like not lose our mind in this type of rhetoric too, so we don't become embittered and evil and just as fucked up, fighting fire with fire. So like we have to take accountability for their racism. We have to go outside, turn the other cheek, and do what we got to do to survive. They never have to fix their racism. They never have to fix their fucked up laws and their fucked up statutes. They never have to do anything. Ever. I've never seen it happen. I've never heard white people. I've never seen white people face justice in this country. Ever. Like ever. I've never seen it. I've never seen them actually get out what they put into something, whether it's systematic or finances. There's always some weird multiplier buff that causes everyone else to be a loser. Our money's like water. So the more that people have on one side, the less the people on the other side have. And they get to write all the rules that allows them to have it, whether they're competent, smart, good, creative or not. It doesn't. You've seen that shit. You've seen these niggas, like the ones who have all the money. They're fucking idiots. They're cucks. They're yuppies. They're fucking closeted pedophiles. Like that's all anti-black. Because of that, because they made everything anti-Indian, they were able to even exist in that polarity. They're not getting it from no other country. They ain't getting it from their grandmother's house. They only get it from our labor. So it's kind of hard. It's difficult. It's difficult to figure out where I'm supposed to land as a grown-ass Indian man. Like, all these things are true that I'm saying. And that's the evilest thing about it. It's that fucking fucked up and evil. And I have to not allow it to corrupt me so that I can be a decent, reliable, accountable person for others who don't give a fuck whether or not I exist. That's crazy. We gotta go back to Africa or something. I'm not from Africa. That's weird. I go back to South Carolina. Or is it Virginia? King James Colonies? I go back to New Jersey, maybe. But yeah, Hispanics and Latinos, y'all up next. It's a lot of y'all, because y'all mix. Y'all not all the same monolith either. I've noticed something. I can tell the difference in them. I don't know what they're called, but I can see the difference. You got different eyes, different hair textures, different big backs, all kind of different groups. They don't all have big backs. But the ones that do, you know what I'm saying? Like you can see it. It's the pattern of their eating, their culture, their habit. At least they don't give us no problems. Socially, at least. That language barrier. They're using our old language, so. Negro is Spanish. Could have sworn. So they're saying the Negroes are Spanish. They're Moors. They don't know that. That's scary. That is scarier than anything else. Because they have history in Mexico City that's in Spanish. And if they gave a fuck, they would look at it and realize that they're talking about Moors in Mexico. And then they go out to Mexico City and don't see no Moors. And your president is not a Moor no more. It's a Jewish woman. The first president's a Moor. The last one's a Jewish woman. The first United States are Moors. It's currently the United States of Israel. You're starting to see this pattern emerge. This is starting to, the game board itself is resetting. And that's how I know the time of the calendar. Well, if everything's going back to its original deceptive appearance, then it's, I think Mr. Now says it's like the tube is being sealed on both sides. Like what we're dealing with as a nation of all people is the first sin of the nation itself. And now you as the next generation gets to evaluate like, all right, are we going to ignore this and allow it to continue and get fixed by the problem itself, or are we going to call foul and call things out? Because you know they can't hide. Narcissists don't like the truth. They don't have no answer for it. They don't expect no one to know. Very unprepared, besides deflection. Money, guns, jail, threats. But if you just hold it as like a social truth, hey, Jewish people, which one of you are descendants of Hebrews or Israelites? I am. So how you end up with my bank? How you end up with my land? How you end up with my kingdom? How you end up with my language, right? I just got all I can say that. And you'll notice, like even hypothetically, there's no answer to that. They're not going to answer it. So if I had to approach it like a king getting his own kingdom back, you would have to declare a war on them or something crazy, right? The way they play the game. Although they never played the game like that. They can't win. But if we wanted to win, you would expect like when we wake up, it's going to be this terrible thing because we're going to fight for our land back. That's not how we lost it. We didn't lose it through a war. We lost it playing with white people. So to undo it, we would have to stop playing with white people and be serious. Like, no, we don't want to do that. That is not our manifest destiny. We do not have your Papa Bulls or your charters. We don't want to die like you. We don't want to create the fucking dystopian 1984 Jewish faggot universe that you've invested trillions into either. And we're the labor force, so imagine everything that we should have got paid, you gave to them for this ending of your war. It's weird. They didn't even use the labor for themselves. They use it for their foreign cousins. No relation though. They just met each other, obviously, for the first time in human history in the 1800s. They don't even come from the same story. That's crazy. There ain't nothing but Jews in Europe. The black ones. They're gonna find out next year. Because the lies and narratives ain't working no more. Unironically, because of the fake death of Charlie Kirk. His surrogate Beard is doing the most, and she accepted money from Zionists before he died, because he wouldn't. That's why Candace owns the shit. She knows Erica's behind it, right? That's common sense. He didn't take the bag, he did. She took the bag, she gets a fucking media tour like she's a grieving wife. And JD Vance's fucking face. Fuck out my face. I just don't understand, like, that's what's gonna cause them to change. Charlie fucking Kirk, the racist. He a piece of shit. He debates little girls. He a faggot. Tell him I said it. I know he ain't dead. Fucking AI ass video. Probably went back to Israel. These are people who fake their deaths. They still names, they still land, trust me, they'll fake a death. So I'm gonna randomly go into this book real quick because I never get to the last chapter. But this is the book about America, named America. That's the Indian, that's America. It's an old book. So I'm not just some random black guy talking shit. I'm one of the very few black people that actually enjoy reading. So that's the picture. And if you see a white guy there, maybe that's this wild man in the middle. Well, he's got a fully connected beard and stuff, but there goes the chiefs, and they're all black guys. So we know the Indians are black. We know there's some pale people there, but none of those pale people have clothes on. So we know they're not from Europe or England. It's too hot over here. You see the sun behind the clouds. That's a bright fucking sun right there, boy. So that's America. This is the first book about it. So I know it's a black woman in charge. And that's what our black sister's problem is. You supposed to be like your grandma, but you trying to be like his sister. And you wondering why the shit ain't working for you. I understand everything, math and science. That's the name of the book. So America is a vast empire. It's an empire. It's not wild lands. It's not wild nomadic Indians. It's not random people. It's an empire of Mexico, which is where we are, North America, and Peru, Jerusalem. That's South America. And the plantations of people, aka they're putting new people here. Cities, fortresses, towns, and temples. So some random non-believing pagans built temples and fortresses? That's weird. Their habits, their customs, their manners, and their religion. Their plants, their beasts, their birds, and their serpents. With an appendix. So this is a compilation similar to the Bible. It was compiled by John O'Gilby, Kingdom of Ireland. Not the state of Ireland, the Kingdom of Ireland. So there's a Kingdom of Ireland when this is being put together. And empires have kingdoms too. That's how that works. So they know America's an empire already without white people. So we're not using their mode of empires, kingdoms, and castles, yet we have them. How did that happen if they just met us? How do we have their same setup if it's their setup? No other group they found does, but ours does. Cool fucking story, bitch. London, printed by the author. And that's the date. House. At his house in Whitefriars, right? Friars, like Franciscans. Same story, French friars. Area land. Haru. So these are all the words. Several chapters and sections. That's the first book. Let me just see if there's a Jew in this book. Jews are in this book. So Jews exist in the Americas book during the kingdoms of Ireland and the Americas. So those people over there know what Jews are, and they came over here to talk about Jews. So if they came here to a land full of Indians and they're trying to identify them as Jews, what do the Jews look like in fucking Ireland? We got silken skirts, golden armlets on their left arm, so they're not in the Bronze Age. Athwart his shoulders hung a horse's tail, their badge of royal dignity. So horsehair is a badge of royal dignity, not something you put in your hair, sis. Kuno humbly laid the presents down at the king's feet, amongst which a gilded flag, so they had flags, a pennon with a cross, which Pope Innocent the Eighth, oh, it's not the first Pope Innocent, so Pope Innocent Eighth had consecrated with great ceremony. After this, many of the nations became Christians, and the king himself received baptism. So this is all during their time period. But in short time, by the instigations of their diabolical priests and others, Christianity, losing around, grew out of countenance. So that's as of here, Christianity already fell out of favor with their kingdoms, right? Meanwhile, King John, he's the second, vigorously prosecuted the business of discovery. So the business of discovery is the doctrine of discovery, which came from Pope Innocent, which is why that's relevant. They mention both of them. So he vigorously prosecuted the business of discovery, aka taking other people and stealing their land if they don't convert to Christianity. Sending Jews and Christians by land from Alexandria and other parts of Egypt to India. Interesting, and they call us Indians. So who went to India? Jews and Christians, can you imagine? and from thence explore the coast of the eastern side of Africa and the Great Cape. So a way might be found fit for navigators, having doubled that point, to traffic with the oriental parts of the world. America is the Orient. After the prince's death, the work lay still for a while, but in a short time, King Emmanuel, so that's Jesus' name, right? So he must be a Jew, successor, firstly undertook the business once more, sending Vasco Gama with 4 ships, passing through many dangers with great difficulties, anchored in the land of Calicut. And that was the first of the Europeans that found their way to the East Indies. So these Europeans are black because he's a Jew. And I know King John's a Jew too, because I'm a Jew. And I know that Hakata Khan and Pope Innocent are brothers. So that means even Pope Innocent's a Jew. Or in this time period, the Jews would be Afro-Asiatics. So Afro-Asiatics discovered the America. So the Afro-Asiatics are the Europes, if you will, is what he's saying. He's talking to third party. That's not what they said. He's not a king, so he doesn't know what the king said. But he's making a reference that is attributed to kings getting here first. The King Emmanuel and King John, all biblical names, can be nothing more than Jews, their damn selves. Especially if they're going against the business of discovery, which is on the pretense that no matter what color you are, if you don't believe in the Pope in the Vatican, you become a slave. Don't miss it now. But Christopher Colon, 5 years before Gama's expedition to the east, had been employed in western discoveries rather than east, which proved to be very successful, that he found no less than another world, which soon after, the Americus Vespucius was called America. Americus Vespucius. So based on that, they called it America. So that the division of the world by the ancients, so he's talking about a long time ago, concerning which they had so long erred, were utterly mistaken. So that they're finding out that their description of this was incorrect. Was now made manifest by experience, so they seen it for themselves. They heard about it, but they never been there. And what they heard was lies about it. And I'm telling you, the Phoenicians did that on purpose. They didn't want their bitch ass over here. And undisputable demonstrations for formerly the whole world was known by no other name than Asia, Africa, and Europe. So the whole world as of before this book is only known by 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Europe. But now those 3 are found to make but one part of what encircles the universal globe. Because in the south lies a second, known no further than by its coastings and superficial margins, the third part being the New World, or America. So there's a whole nother part here that's not America, and they're talking about Antarctica, which encircles the whole globe that they haven't been to. Here it will not seem amiss, having proved that Africa was more than coasted by the ancients. So that means we're going back and forth to Africa long before they could, to engage in search for some scrutiny concerning this America. First, whether at any time 'twas known by the ancients, meaning their ancients, and next, what people when first inhabited. So who were the first people in the Americas is what he's trying to figure out. And about the former, the learned of those later times jangle amongst themselves, for some of them will need to ascribe so much honor to antiquity, declining the worthy praise of those that made such a wonderful discovery, if that they of the old and many ages before them has done the same. Meaning it's not a big deal that you discovered America if we have records of America before your dumb ass got over here. So what he's trying to say is, well, I want to know the real story. Or at least that this new world to them was not unknown. Maintaining that their bold assertion from the authority of what they find, both in ancient Greek, in Latin authors, first especially to learn Plato, who was, at large, describes a new Atlantis. So after Atlantis fell, they rebuilt. Welcome to Peru. Lying behind the Straits of Gibraltar, which in their story is off the coast of Europe, and our story is right over here, whose coasts are surrounded by 2 vast seas, are now thick with scattered islands. By these seas, they understand the Atlantic and the Southern Sea by many isles, Cuba, Hispania, Jamaica, California, and others, which lie sprinkled along the coast of America. but it cannot be made out that Plato describes aught but a fancy, his own idea, and not a country that ever was. So they're saying maybe Plato imagined these things. Or shall be thought that he lets it forth so accurately and with judgment is as if he had taken a survey of the place himself and found such a land indeed. Well, Alexandria's in Virginia, so I imagine he could have been here. Since it's a kingdom and not a bunch of discovering people who ain't got shit looking for resources. In the like manner, Diodorus Siculus undertakes to prove that America was known by the ancients, telling a story of how the Phoenicians were driven by a storm from the coast of Africa westward, falling at last upon a great, altogether unknown island to them, which our late explorers take for America. Must it therefore be so? He's saying, well, if they assume it's America, it could have been somewhere else. But we haven't discovered nowhere else yet. Surely not, for is one barely a story without any proof or at least testimony. So they're saying it's not real until they can prove it. They endeavor to make Aristotle, who I know is a black guy, bolster up their opinion that he had a knowledge of this new world, because he'd been to Philadelphia, bitch. And they're not his kids, so I understand why they wouldn't know. Which no small pains to pump from these words, beyond the Herculean pillars. So Herculean is Mercury, Mercury hybrid with Jupiter, same story. Certain Carthaginians, so there goes the Carthaginians, merchants penetrated the Atlantic Ocean so far that they last found a vast yet uninhabited island, producing nothing but herbage, plants, wild beasts, yet interlaced with many meandering rivers, abounding with several forts of fish. Lying some days sail from the continent, they landing found a soil so fertile, that's South America, and air so temperate that when they settled, they were the first planters of that life. So he's assuming that the Carthaginians are the first Americans. That's very interesting. We're getting very close to Egypt all over again. But the Carthaginians, having intelligence thereof, prohibited all persons whatsoever upon the pain of death. So a death oath not to tell no one about it. To go thither, fearing the place being so much commended that all the people would be ready to flock there, just like the white people did in the 1800s, in defect of their own, just like the Jewish people are doing, and so utterly unfurnished and debilitate their then growing commonwealth. So they're saying at the time of this writing, they're assuming that if they'd known about this, they would have thrown away everything. And right after this book, that's exactly what they did, didn't they? I know that's right. It's a crazy story, man. And it's an old story. This is from 300, 400 years ago. But certainly, Obadiah meant no other than the restaturation of the Jews from the captivity of Babylon. So we're already in captivity by Babylon, and now we're in captivity by New Babylon. Can you imagine? Who are their rerun should grow more powerful than ever, and they, led by Mebius, obtain the height of all felicity, who would send his evangelics and apostles to declare salvation to the utmost borders of the earth. It is true that the radius or the rabius expound shepherds to be Spain, and therefore he concluded that Obadiah prophesied of the Spaniard and their conquest in America, so they would prove that America was long known before Christ. So in the book of Obadiah. But it's concerning King Solomon's findings. So you notice this whole book's talking about Jews, but we're in America. Like the writer who's visiting America is calling back to everything that's a Jew. Don't miss it now. But as concerning King Solomon's finding out the use of the magnet, it is soon said, and but not easily proved, for thought that the prince exceeded all mankind in wisdom and learning, and was perfect in the operations, and knew the occult secrets of nature. So, of course, he's a metaphysician. Understanding whatever belonged to the plants. So he was good at herbs. So we got the witchcraft. All right, Goetia. From the cedars of the Libius to the hylock to the meanest shrub that grows upon the wall. Yet it nothing makes out that he knew the mystery of the navigation use of the lodestone. But suppose he did know. There is nowhere any mention of it, and there will not be. And this excellent thing, the Campanile, the compass, the navigation compass for magnets, I get it, had been found in Solomon's time, how came it afterwards to utterly be so lost? So like, well, if they were here since then, how come it's not so dense? Because we live on the West Coast, bitch. If Africans are coming back and forth or ops are coming back and forth and we're not there, then we ain't got no problems. Albertus Magnus mistakes that he ascribes the knowledge of the compass to Aristotle, back to a black guy again, of which he himself makes no least mention. Neither Gabu, Alexander, Aphrodisias, Pelé, Lucretius, nor any of the Roman, Greek, Arabians, black, at any other country writers, whatsoever. Because Hebrew is Greek and Arabic. Same story. Some give the honor thereof to Judean, or others to a shepherd of Mount Ida, who clouded shooters began full of hobnails, the iron sticking fast to the stones on which he stood to stop his motion. So a Judean. So they're giving navigation credit to Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and Jews. Bad news for them. Same thing. When you subtract the book or the religion, they're the same bloodline. Ain't nothing but Jews in America. So who are these Jewish people trying to run the United States of America for their homeland? Are they fucking retarded? Some would derive the Americans from Jews. It's right there. Some would say that the Americans come from Jews. Question, guys. Are the little Mexican, Taino, Arawak people look like the Jewish Israeli Mossad people? Or do the American Indians look like Jews? From the 10 tribes of Israel, carried into captivity. So that's in the Bible, right? So the reference of the 10 lost tribes, and they're trying to say, yo, y'all look like the Americans, y'all look like them. And we know Americans are copper colored. So what color are Jews if they're comparing them? There is no political argument. There is no black versus white. It's either they're fucking retarded or they're evil. Because no one who came here was confused about what a Jew or an American was, if they're comparing them as the same thing. Black. So y'all have betrayed Indians from America and the Jews in America. Talking about your Christians bringing a King James Bible to his kids. So far, so good. I think so. The ground of which opinion is that the Jews and Israelites, very black, were scattered amongst all nations, and we were. Therefore, they conclude that America was also peopled by them, then rather because of the ancient Jews, our ancestors, and Americans were of one complexion. So the ancient Jews and the Americans are both copper colored. One more time. The ancient Jews, our ancestors, and the Americans, our ancestors, are the same complexion. That's why we were able to mix and blend in. Same. It's like bar for bar, right? Bar for bar, right? I didn't write this book. This book, the oldest book about America. And went to that like habitated, but going without shoes, only wearing sandals, and the upper coat of the shorter linen vest. Both are humble, quick of apprehension, and obliging, yet valiant. But it's certain that they cannot be like the Jews, which they talk about today, because the Americans changed their habit. So they're saying the Jews that they know are more rigid. According as they live in cold or hot countries and go not in the least with one another. Father Emmanuel relates, all right, so we got the fucking Catholics here. The law of the Brazilian, not one only stoutly makes its party good against 3 Portugal soldiers, but had it not been by mere chance, worsted them. Lastly, the ceremonies of the religious rites are observed by the Americans, which are used in Judea. So they're saying they're watching the America's rites of passage, and it resembles Judah. Can you fucking imagine that Judah was not one of the 10 tribes? So that means Judah has been in America the whole time. I know that's right. The Jews indeed have transplanted their circumcision amongst diverse Eastern people. And they have only forgot about the 5th ceremony and final badge of their religion in America, which yet not only they, but those of the Mohammedans, the Israelites that wrote their book, and others sectuaries punctually observe. So that now they're comparing us to the Mohammedans, which is what the west coast of America belongs to. So they're in the Indies of America, hypothecating what they're about to see in California and Vegas. If they had just kept going a little bit further with their little ass horses and donkeys, they would have known that, yes, of course we are here. Everybody here don't go to church, nigga. The fuck wrong with these people? Oh, yeah, they're working for the church. That's what's wrong with them. So one more time, hold on now. They say we come from Jews, dog. They said it. They said it. The first people to meet us. Emmanuel Morales, who had gotten peculiar knowledge of the Americans by his long conversation with them. What language he's speaking in which they can have a long conversation, by the way? It would have to be Judaical. Anyway, judge that they are not derived from one people, like 10 tribes, but from Carthaginians and Jews. Oh, Americans are African Jew Americans. That's crazy. And that at several times in places landed in this new world. Yep, Persia was here, Greek was here, Rome's were here. Yeah, several times the same type of niggas kept coming here. Can you imagine? They're all related. For the Carthaginians selling here found the soil fertile. So many forsook their native country to dwell there. What happened to the Carthaginians? Well, they didn't turn into white people if they all said, let's leave our native country and come to America and fuck on these bitches. Hello. Whereupon it is forbidden upon the pain of death to send anyone here, lest if Carthage should be invaded by a foreign enemy. Meaning, the only time that they would talk about getting the fuck up out of here is if they were betrayed locally. You know, like Moorish Spain, out Andalusia, and how they all end up in Florida. It should went for, so it was a backup. It was a restore point. From this occasion, it happened that those were already transport became rude of a salvage disposition and spreading their families, planted the desolate countries in a ranging manner, so all over, without acknowledging any supreme head or governor. And mind you, these people are writing these books for supreme heads and governors. So they're kind of jealous. They got a chance to be free and shit. But notice that none of that rhyme with Mexican, none of that rhyme with Native American, none of that rhyme with anything that's not black. These are multiple explorers. This book ain't written by one person. It's a compilation by one person, but it's several. Let's keep on. The name Tartary, or rather Tartaria. So they can't say Tartaria ain't real, no, because the people who discovered the America for the white people, allege, are talking about Tartaria in the book about America. Seems to be some testimony thereof, because it signifies in the Syrian, and Syrian is equivalent to Hebrew. So Syrians would have to be black, because the Hebrew, Jews, Carthaginians are copper colored. So Syrians are black because they're or Hebrew tongue. Same language, same people, same types of niggas from Tartaria. Scythians, all of that, those are all black people. Remnants or remainders, those who remain, as seemingly because these Tartarians were the remainders of the aforementioned tribes. And mind you, my grandfather's the king of Tartarians. He's a Jew. Nay, the northern Tartarian herdmen preserve to this day the names of Dan, Zebulun, and Naphtali. So they have the tribes of Israel names. These Syrian Hebrew tongue people are naming themselves after people in the Bible. Whereas we do not admire why so many Jews are found in Russia. Well, there's so many Jews in Russia. In the same book, they're telling you the Jews look like Carthaginians and they're West African. So there's so many black Jews in Russia, Sarmatia, Leasland, nearer to Tartary, the more Jews there are. So the closer you get to St. Petersburg, the more black Jews there are. The same black Jews they think are in the Americas. Afro-Asiatics, Semites, Khans. Of course, Khan's kids will be where Khan lived. Are they retarded? Circumcision is observed between both cultures. Law of Moses observed by the northern ones. Same story. Where do we get all this Jewish Christian shit from? If Jews and Christians did not know we were here. That means their Jews and Christians are full of shit. Because their kings came here, not their believers. And it's all silver and Jew and jewels and stuff. Yeah. So the American is compared to ancient Carthage ancient Judea, Tartaria, and the 10 lost tribes. This is page 300. Concerning the original of these people, there are several opinions, so there's a different writer. For those who make them to be extracted from the Jews, so the American Indian are Jews, have no other testimony but that they obtain swine flesh, pig flesh, those that take them of people fled from the great islands, Hispaniola, Jamaica, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, or save themselves from the Spaniards' cruelty, despite against a known truth. For who knows not that the Indians who escaped the Spanish slaughter have not least resemblance either in language or customs with the cannibals? Nay more, they are moral enemies to them. So the Jews don't fuck with the cannibals that they're going against. Besides that, the cannibals at the time when Columbus first arrived professed those places which they now inhabit. So they already told Columbus about the other places. The cannibals seem ignorant themselves in this point, for they affirmed the extraction to be from Guyana, which is right next to Venezuela and Colombia, where the Calabites speak the same language. So a different group of people are there. So they're saying the cannibals originally lived mainland with them, and also observed the same customs and religion. The occasion of their removal they ascribed to the king of Arovages, who made all the adjacent people about his court slaves to him. So there was a crazy king here, but there's a king here, so there's a kingdom, so they're not, lost. They have a language, can you imagine? Which to prevent, the first went to Tobago, so Trinidad and Tobago, right there by Venezuela, where being strengthened by newcomers, they resolved to take revenge on him and engaged with him a field battle, utterly defeated him, and spared none of his party alive except the women. There we go. Where it proceeds that the Orave women have the same customs and languages with the Caribbeans. So your Tainos and Arawaks can go all the way back to this story right here. Cut it out. But Bristock, an English knight, and that would have been the same time that my father came over as a knight, by long conversation experienced in several American tongues, so knights spoke multiple languages, saith that the Caribbeans have their original from the Appalachites in Florida. That makes sense. Who being a valiant people destroyed many of the natives that inhabited Mexico, so that they might settle themselves there in Mexico, to which purpose they built a city like that of Appalachia. The Cochabites inhabited northerly, and spread over a barren and rocky country. So they're telling you that the north of America was barren and rocky, right? Made use of this opportunity to conquer their deserted habitation. For on a set time, they set fire to all the villages, and they supplied all those things which they could not carry away with them. Well, they spoiled it, and not the least hopes of returning might be left to them, and therefore they must either conquer or die. So like burning your boats behind you, that comes from them. Same story, same people. Very Israelite, if you ask me. The inhabitants of the islands are English, Scotch, and Irish. So as of him reading this on page 471, so more modern 1600s. English, Scotch, and Irish. Now at that time, they're dark skinned. And we can tell by Benjamin Franklin, who's writing 150 years later, that they still are. Some, but very few, of Dutch and French nation. So the main characters in the story ain't the Dutch and ain't the French, who formerly lived here at a time of servitude. So the former slaves here were French and Dutch. It just tells you that. So were French and Dutch white people? And if they were slaves? They were the first slaves in the islands? Come on now. Where's this in American history? I want to know the story about all the Dutch and French slaves. Now dwell as freemen, some by their trades, and others on plantations, having children. Also, some few Jews live here and trade as merchants. Black, 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 black. So only thing different about these black people are their religions. Imagine that. and trade merchants, having obtained license from His Majesty to do so, besides mulattoes, mixes, oh my God, and Negroes, Spanish Moors, right? Berbers, which are kept and counted for as slaves. So if there's mulattoes, then that means there's something besides Berbers mixing with them that are kept as slaves. So that will qualify white people. I can imagine. The number of which some years since have been found 60,000 people, 40,000 whites, and 20,000 blacks. So the majority of the slaves in the Caribbean were white. And this is a black continent. So Europe brought a bunch of white slaves here? Under French and Dutch nations. They tell you, right? Right. Although I know the kings of these countries used to be Moors. Weird story, man. Be crazy if we read. Italian jewelers, Emperor Nero. They got an interesting a breadth of world history, don't they? So the Plata Island, they found all these things here. So these people are rocking without white people intervening. So far, they got jewels, they got gold, they got everything that you would want to get a job and pay for. Because they have an empire here. The customs and tributes were farmed. Marriages were ordered to be performed by the Netherland priests. The Jews had to leave not to watch on their Sabbath, so we couldn't practice Sabbath, huh? All manner of debaucheries were strictly forbid and being acted on the Lord's day, and punishments ordained for drunkards and other debauchees. Several schools were also erected for youth and for the instruction of the Brazilians into the Christian religion. So they created several schools to indoctrinate black Brazilians as Christians. So school was just created for that. Dumb diversus and sanctum doctrine of discovery. And lastly, it was permitted to any that would to build a ruined city like Olinda, or else to repair those houses that were fallen to ruin, abandoned, old. So we got Holy Roman Empire, and then you got Roman Catholics. Can you imagine? Cathar, Carthagena, American. They must be black. The income also of fishing and fowling birds amounted to be a considerable form of money. All right, Red Dead Redemption. And to prevent deceit in trade, all right, blockchain, measures and weights were made according to those of Amsterdam. All right, Dutchman. For the converting of pagans, so they converted pagans, they converted Jews, black people, and Roman Catholics. Able teachers were sent into the country to promulgate the gospel. Well, that's crazy. The gospel happens in a Jew book. So if it's not Jews doing this to people, who the fuck's using a Jew gospel, because Jesus is a Jew, and converting pagans, Jews, and Roman Catholics to Christianity? Make that make sense, white people. You're converting Jews, which are black, according to this whole book, and they are synonymous with Indian. And then you came here and said that you converted us to Christianity through your schools again. And we have record that you've always been doing this. That's the church doing this. And y'all don't go to church no more. I've noticed something. Anyway, so St. Thomas, that they so may be bettered us to the air. Hold on. What are they talking about? Let's run that back. The Portuguese that dwell on the island, so those who stay behind, informed the Netherlanders, who came Johnny come lately, the few that lived above 50 years here. So they were there for 50 years. Yet, notwithstanding the great gain, tempered them to tarry. Work. Several of them having 200 or 300 Negroes that worked in the sugar mills. John III, King of Portugal, sent a colony thither above 200 years before. So John III, King of Portugal. My grandfather, John, I could have sworn. So the kings of Portugal, those are the ones you see on the Mama English chart. They sent a colony to where they are now, where Portuguese and Netherlanders are. The first people there, the King of Portugal, or John III, would be a Jew, whom though they unwholesomely air destroyed, yet the place was not left desolate. So they're attacked from the air. He's a king, though, I expect that. For he sent new inhabitants, who first settled in Guinea, next in Angola, and lastly the island of St. Thomas. So same of new inhabitants. So they might be better us into the air that the said king sold all of those Jews for slaves. Blacks. All those Jews where? In St. Thomas. All those Jews where? In Angola. All those Jews where? In Guinea. These are all black places, and they're all Jews. So what are Jews again, class? They refuse to embrace the Roman religion. So a Jew enforcing the new Roman Catholic idea on other Jews. Ah, we got a sellout story. I love it here. Cause their children to be baptized, Christianity, and whom, this for benefits, by the way, and most of the present inhabitants were descended. These are all black people, by the way. I know, man. I know it's a tough story when you understand that they went to Africa first. Which resolution none oppose more than the Jews? Run it back. What resolution? After a great contest between Gotch and Bowman about carrying the flag, which could not be decided, Gotch was left by the rest of the fleet, who steered to another course, and getting near the line, lay becalmed for 6 days. Remember, back in the day, the S was an F. That's weird, but they also have an S. In which time he lost many of his men by strange kind of scoreboot, which tagged amongst them. At last, sailing along the promontory of St. Angels, that's weird, he came to an anchor before Recissa, which he found in the greatest exigency imaginable, insomuch that it was resolved upon the next day to surrender the place up to the Portuguese, on the promise of quarterly only, which resolution none oppressed more than the Jews. For the Portuguese sworn that they would burn them, Jews, alive, if they ever became masters of Recissa, yeah, which made them resolve to die with the sword in their hands, and fell their lives at a dear rate. 6 weeks after Gotch's arrival, the remaining part of the fleet, remember there's Jews in this fleet, escaping many dreadful storms in which, besides the 2 that were lost in the Downs, they lost 5 ships, 500 men, and not all of them died. I bet you they probably got to the mainland and said, fuck this shit. Arrived also at Recissa, where the commissioners appointed officers to distribute to everyone their certain allowance of victuals. The prime counselor Schoenberg, that's a Jew name, also decided the difference between Bowman and Gooch, as also between Hax and Trovaire. And these are English names, right? Can you imagine? About their places in the assembly, that they should sit above one another by turns. Like voting almost, back and forth. All right. Let's see more Jews in America, since they're all over this bitch, and we know they're black. Together with him went Henderson, who was in no esteem since the destruction of the Rio Grande. So they destroyed the Rio Grande at this time. They both embarked on banker ships and 5 others, so a bankered ship. All right, I'm a Banks, by the way. Which instead being laden with rich commodities and ballasted with sugar, as herefore were fraught with discontented seamen, decrepit and sick soldiers, unserviceable Jews, poor travelers, Portuguese prisoners. All right, so that's when, there's no fun when the rabbit got the gun. And only 10 weeks of provisions, whereas all the other vessels at the return from Brazil used to have provisions for 3 months, which at this time cannot be spared. So Brazil, Jews, and Portuguese prisoners. This is the history of America. Ain't no part of this story where a Jew ain't in it. So tell me something. If you white people are the Portuguese, if you white people are the explorers, if you white people are the Spanish, if you white people are the kings working for the Christians and the Roman Catholics, how come y'all don't know Jews are black? But the motherfucker that wrote your book does. I know the Portuguese are Moors too. They're just working for a kingdom under a church. I understand everything. I understand. It's weird. Just like how you have some people like me call themselves African American, but they're not. Can you imagine the science in this shit? Like, it just keeps happening because of that shit. Because of niggas who can't read the Bible. It's the only reason why that happened. Because they can't fucking read. And I know they ain't read that book because it reads like the Bible. It's not their language, is what I'm saying. But now we know who was here already. You got a race between Carthage, Rome, Greek, Hebrews, which are Jews. It all rhymes with every faction you've seen in the Old Testament, actually. This is where the Old Testament took place. That's why all those factions are here. Just like we're not the majority no more, I'm pretty sure that's happened before. And it'll happen again. It's happening now, man. Right? That book, hundreds of years old. There's no United States when they wrote that. And there's no Jewish people. So there is no remix of indoctrination. So their history cannot be more accurate than the actual fucking people writing the history in the history. They can't make a reference point to somebody else if they ass wasn't here, they damn self. So the only real narrative we have of the church-like people that came here from Europe is this. And the church-like people with a Judean Bible know who Jews are because they're saying these Indians got all these customs and circumcision, very 10 tribe of Israel, very Salmonester-like. Mind you, when they're here, that story happened 200 to 300 years prior. So they don't know. They're guessing. And they're guessing all the right answers. Tartaria was a worldwide empire. So it wouldn't be one type of people here. The only difference is their emperors and their kings would be the descendants of Judah. Jerusalem. The tribe of Ishmael. They're the cousins of Judah. Mohammedans and Jews. They're literally half-brothers. Isaac and Ishmael. It's right there in the Old Testament. And they come here and they see Isaacs and Ishmaels. What the fuck? Come on, dog. Hagar, Carthaginian. You got Hagar and Ishmael here. You got both of them here. You should. That Bible about both of us. That Quran about both of us. Isa is in the Quran. Abed Melech the Moor is in the Bible. In Jeremiah. So the Moors are in the Bible. And the Jews are in the Quran. That means they're together as a civilization. And we're talking about empires, multiple. The cross over. And that's been all of America's real history. And it's not America, it's Tamari. And so it's the whole history of ancient Egypt and all the books about ancient Egypt and the people in those stories are still in America. We're their kids. We're literally their kids. They told you this place wasn't densely populated. Spain was too busy killing as many niggas as possible for benefits. That's why Christopher Columbus and his bitch-ass, faggot-ass family ain't never get nothing from doing that. Karma. And that's why you don't have kings and queens in Spain and Portugal either. Karma. That's why you don't have none of those fake-ass kingdoms anymore. If we gotta go, y'all gotta go, because y'all are jocking our kingdoms. And here we go. Private families and corporations who are descendant from these faggots to this day. Just like I'm a descendant of King John to this day. They still here. They probably just look white now. Self-hate is a hell of a drug. Because none of these stories rhyme with honesty and integrity. This is all betrayal and backstabbing and the foreigners coming and helping you take back something, whatever. Like, you've seen it. It's always the story. The losers always get somebody else to do all the dirty work. That's very human. And then they celebrate the winner of that. Like, oh, you celebrating the faggot that betrayed everybody. No wonder why you fucking stupid. You're gonna work the rest of your life as a damn slave too. Because you keep celebrating slave drivers. Jews in everybody's story, boy. Everybody else ain't in ours, though. That should tell you something. We are all over this planet, as it is written. God will scatter you across the whole thing. And they said it again. We seem to be scattered in all 4 continents. That means we're related to each other. Question: if the Jews are related to Jews in Tartaria, the Jews in Africa, and the Jews in Europe, and they are, then who is anyone else? If you're saying that our culture rhymes with Carthage, if you're saying that the story about us rhymes with Aristotle, if you're saying that the story about the Jew Indian that you found here, you have sources that mention it older than your whole civilization. We are older here in this country, this land, than their whole fucking idea of civilization. Because they didn't get that idea without betraying kings. During the medieval Dark Ages, we're all Jews. That's why the dumb diversus targets us. Are you familiar? They're not going to teach you this in school. All they teach you how to do is be a lukewarm Christian, it seems. Let me see. It's evil. We're the beneficiaries of some fuck shit. Why y'all playing with me? It's dumb diversus. Unum sanctum is what makes the Pope God. Dumb diversus and doctrine of discovery is what said fuck niggas. Inca, the Indians. Nigga comes from India, not from Africa. So this is our country. We're the countrymen. And in our country, we're fighting for our country by helping pedophile, white, fake Jewish people pretending to be us to stay in power of it. If you understand everything. Like, that's what it is. Hey, I almost got it right. The term doctrine discovery is rooted in a 15th century palpable like dumb diversus. Same time. The Romanus Pontifex, so that's the Roman Catholics, 1455, 500 years ago, granted European Christian, so not Europeans, not whites, European Christians, nations, plural, so more than one type of person, authority to claim lands and subjugate non-Christian. Now, how convenient is it that you can subjugate and enslave non-Christians if your bitch ass just made up Christianity? So you understand why they're retarded. Peoples including Saracens, which they call Muslims, there's no such thing as Muslims back then, but Mohammedans and pagans, anyone who knows how to do magic, justifying conquest of seizure lands and perpetual slavery. So this is very unique. You're a fucking bullshit ass, faggot ass church against niggas. Because white people be pagan by default. All their gods are ours. Forming a foundation for the ongoing indigenous land right issues. Well, the problem with indigenous issues is that the motherfuckers trying to get these rights ain't fucking indigenous because they're not fucking Jews. So it goes nowhere, apparently. Or the United States would have been out of here already if the fucking Native Americans were indigenous. Stupid. They're fucking idiots. Why they drink themselves to death? You ain't no fucking nigga. This ain't your fucking land either, you bitch. You betrayed us to work with them. That's why your ass got casinos. They're going bankrupt. Goofy as fuck. You don't know who your grandma is, but the niggas sitting in your grandma house is saying everyone look like niggas from Tartaria. Afro-Asiatics, cons. Y'all Afro-Asiatic now? But that shit say you from Siberia. What your DNA say? That shit saying you Afro-Asiatic? Your pedigree is us? Because that's what an American should be. Up until 1828. From that book to 1828, the definition ain't changed. Y'all didn't become a Native American until the Civil War. Fuck out my face. Y'all some backstabbing piece of shit ass people. Because y'all act like y'all the ones that let the white people be here and that you can do something about it rightfully, lawfully, according to the land and being the heirs thereof. The whole time you're not even heirs of the land. You ain't Mama Inga's kids. How the fuck you don't know niggas have always been here? As big as that nigga is. The fuck going on? It's aggy as fuck. Playing fucking cosplay with these folks. You think AI read that book? AI doesn't have that book. So what does AI know? What Jewish people told them. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's loop that all up. Nobody know what's in that book. And they sure as hell ain't about to read it. Because it will dispel everything they believe. Mind you, they have a Christian bias writing it. And still have enough nerve to know that Tartarians, Jews, Carthaginians, Moors, Saracens, and Mohammedans are all fucking synonyms. Jew, Moor, Indian. Jew, Moor, Indian. Jew, Moor, Indian. Enslaving the Africans that are Mohammedans. Ishmaelites. And their Jewish and Israelite associates, apparently. Because your religion does not determine what your blood is. So if them niggas look exactly the same, then they are. They ain't that much damn genetic diversity 500 years ago. If everyone had their own nation. Imagine. There's no united shit with these niggas. They said niggas have been coming to the Americas since Plato and Aristotle. And there's still niggas here to this day from that. Hi. But when these niggas come around us, we stop existing. Worker or not, servant or not, slave or not. The problem is they get around us and we cease to exist. And then they end up using the names of the things that we are. Like, what? Like, as a civilization amongst themselves, like, they don't call out the bullshit amongst each other. Like, what the fuck are you on? Who died and made you king? Pretending to be niggas. I'm waiting for the white Bobby Hemmett boy. Fire these niggas up. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? This is all the Jews are black. Like, what are you talking about? Why are we doing AIPAC? Like, what is that? What is Israel? Israel's from 1940. Like, the Bible is how old? Oh, y'all making shit up. And y'all white, and y'all making it up. How does the whole world let these white people get away with making up shit? Like, how's the whole world that fucking stupid? Xi Jinping, Putin, are y'all that fucking retarded? That y'all don't know that Jews are black? Because I got bad news for your civilization. God don't give a fuck who's in charge of it. He'll fuck you up. On Archangel Michael, he will. Because you're not just playing in our face. You're playing in God's. If your God come from us and that whole idea in that book, and you read that shit, and you know who he talking to and talking about, and then you call yourself in 2025 for or against, plus or minus, and you got all these fucking rascals around here pretending like it's theirs, knowing damn well it's ours. How are you going to be a prosperous nation? Because you worse than the damn devil is. Because that devil should not even have that identification if you know what the damn truth is. You would have called it out first on a business banking level. Like, who the fuck you think you are? This ain't your shit. We'll see how that play out when you realize the people who are pretending to be us ain't got shit. That's why they can't find their gold. But they have a bunch of paper certificates for it. Sound like fiat to me. It sound like that's why they went to the Civil War. They didn't want fiat. They don't mind niggas working for them, but they don't want fake money. Can you imagine? It's terrifying. And only black people could do that work. White people die in the fucking sun. You know who dies faster in the sun? Jewish men. Just go ahead and Google it for yourself. Jewish men, 61%. I dare you. Go ahead and Google Jewish men, 61%. And you'll see how they brought all them slaves over here to fucking die of sun cancer. That's why y'all free. Y'all die in the goddamn Caribbean. Gotta work outside all day? Nah, y'all wouldn't have made it through that story. As a slave owner or as a slave. That's why there's so many Asians there. Welcome to my TED Talk. They don't ever teach you the Pacific trade, slave trade. King Felipe, right there, Philippines. They brought them to America. Cut it out. So that book tells you who was here when it started. And then every other group I just mentioned is after that. So that means there's been no other group that's here that's not Jew or Carthaginian. Simile, just got here. United States. Y'all are united against God. I've noticed something. Y'all are united in all the debauchery and fuckery against the concept of God that you subscribe, that we have to follow in order to be your worker, slave, or part of your civilization. I have the documents that say that you came here because of it. You came here because of God and Christians. You're not gods or Christians. Yet we had to be to play the game with you that you want to play on my grandmother's land. That's crazy, dog. How soon we forget. Look how fast they throw God away. Now imagine what they do to niggas. For some fucking benefits. I'm gonna read this Bible and see if there's any benefits in it. If God says, hey, you're going to heaven as long as you get the most benefits. Saracens, non-Christian, non-European. I know that's right. You can only be a Saracen if you're an American, then. I imagine everything. That's who it targeted. They set up their White Castle over here. They didn't set it up over there. They're not in Spain right now. Shit, if anything, white people should be in Spain and Portugal, the way they run up the story. Why not? It's yours. If the America's yours because you're Spain and Portugal, I think Spain and Portugal will be you. You have to have a grandma for Spain and Portugal before you brought your bitch ass here. I know something, Corsica. Oh, those were mixed races. Are they mixed with you? All right, they're mixed races. Then who were their original kings? Okay, so you became a king after the fact. So you're not a king at all because you don't know how kings work. Kings come from angels. I know something. That's if you're playing the game we're playing. But you say you're playing the game we're playing, and you said that you gave us the game that we played. But your ancestors allegedly benefited from the ancestors that wrote that book about my people, and they said that my people are exactly who the fuck I've been saying I am. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. I'm pretty sure that's what the whole holdup is. We ain't supposed to be saying that. We're the only ones fucking up their little party of bullshit. Their little imaginary tea party. They got Hebrew Israelites on the terrorist list before they got fucking KKK and white supremacists. They got niggas like me shadow banned for reading them the damn history that they allegedly wrote. They got people like me assassinated because we wanted to do something for our own people, separate from the Jewish lobby of democracy. Anytime we do anything that's the truth, aka anything that'll work, they find a way to stop it from working. On J. Edgar Hoover, they'll stop my grandfather Noble Drew Ali, stop it from working. They give these niggas more benefits. They can't stand them, but they can't allow them to create their own economies and their own currencies and their own trade deals with other nations, since we've been all around this world since the beginning. We got friends in high places. I tell you, man, I can't wait till I get to travel. Someone's gonna have a reminder of who my ugly ass is. They're like, you seem so familiar on a genetic level. How you doing? Yes. Yep. I look just like your old emperor, don't I? I look just like Hakata. I know I do. John. I look just like his father Genghis. I know I do. Jesus. I look just like everything these motherfuckers are lying about, because those are my parents. Jesus is my grandfather. I can't believe in him. He's inside of me. The kingdom of heaven is inside. I ain't gotta believe nothing. I gotta believe all the other magical shit that they do with the shit not being related to it. But I ain't gotta believe that he's real. That shit hurt. I'm real. I get my name from him. He's a smith. He's a carpenter. I'm a smith. That's him. And they know it. They know it, dog. They're evil, man. It ain't about God and religion or church. They're not none of that. It's some shit they said that sounded good because they stole it from kings. They never say why they betrayed the kings, though, these faggots. Because you came somewhere else that already had motion, and then you decided it was yours to kill and steal for. Like, y'all do that now. Venezuela. Why y'all so fucking evil? And how come you never do nothing good with this shit once you take it from niggas? And why do you linger niggas on? Why are we still here with you? I hope if y'all story is true, y'all should just kill us off. Because we don't want to live here with you. Our sisters, they're going to wake up. They going to hate this place in a minute. For real. It's going to be miserable, I think. No music, no entertainment. It's going to be miserable. Don't get these bitches to complain. It's about to happen. I can tell. I can tell by like how much content they got left on social media. How much data they got in their data farm. I could tell. The only thing left is like how much everyone thinks everything sucks. And then the AI is going to be influenced by that. Yep, that's him. So, before that book was written, we were here. The kingdom. Maybe they didn't know that since they're not the kings of fucking England. So I got the date. That's before the book. So my father was here before they wrote that book. But they're not in the North. They're in the Caribbean. We're in New Jersey. Banquo, Pennsylvania. Banks. Smyth-EL. Jamestown Colony. The Immigrant. The Knight. Hakata Khan. Prester John. Priest. Israel. Sir John Thomas. LA. These are all their so-called Europeans. All of them. And the same motherfucker that can't tell me where the fuck their grandmother lived during that date gonna sit here and say, I come from Africa. Bitch, you from Africa. Because the white slaves were in Africa. Y'all more African than I can ever be. Y'all were in Africa during the last 400 years. We weren't. Y'all been here for less than 150 years talking about you're an American. How come y'all ain't African Americans then? You're there in Africa longer than us. Liberia ain't until 1820. Monroe, Liberia is the capital, ain't it? Monroe's a Moor name. That's probably why it looks like South Carolina. Charlestown, Ottotown. Understand everything, Charlotte. Those are all niggas. The American Indian kind, on top of that. Since their father's the king. Their king of Europe is our dad. Their emperor of everything is my father. So we're not all Jews. I'm a very specific Jew. I'm the Jew of their empire. I'm the Jew of their Bible. I'm the Jew of their language. I'm the Jew. The fuck is going on in this country? I'm not a Jew that got away. I'm not a Jew that was a slave. I'm Judah's kid. And the only time where we ran into some fucked up shit was with you. Recently. We were fighting giants in that book. Y'all not giants. Gentiles. Y'all not giants. Y'all giants? Why God saving Gentiles? Y'all Gentiles? Y'all giants. Y'all giant descendants. Smaller than us. Per capita. That's weird. That's weird. You going to heaven and you can't read. You sure? You sure that's what the Bible says? I'll read it then. Just like I'll read the America Bible. I'll read that one too. It don't say nothing that nobody believe for real. They quote some cool proverbs and some things to keep your head up. We're like that. But that is not what that book is about. That book is about what I'm talking about right now. Honor your mothers and fathers. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet. Everything you did to niggas and Indians. But you brought a Bible here to do the things the Bible told you not to do. And then called us savages. Bitch, that's your book. And you don't follow it. So how a nigga that never heard of your dumb ass is gonna follow it? Y'all just be doing shit. It's historical, I've noticed. Why? What's the purpose? What do you want from us that you don't already have? That you didn't already steal? Our blood, our placentas, our everything. You make healing herbs out of our blood, dog. We die off, you ain't got no medicine. Y'all make processed foods and eat it. Y'all think that shit normal. On Campbell's soup, you saw how candid he was about Campbell's soup being fucking poor food and not real meat? Like a white guy to me. What does mother think? Because I know she eat that shit. Come on, dog. They'll feed the bullshit they feed the slaves to their own family members, dog. But they did all this shit for family members? Get it out of here, dog. Get it out of here. Come on now. This spirit gotta go to hell quicker, bro. It's got to. Everything's falling apart. Their whole narrative is falling apart. Their pharmaceutical companies don't care about them. Their food companies don't care about them. Their president don't care about them. Their long-term allies versus the Japanese don't care about them. Yet they all traded on your stock market to invest in the Japanese one. Like, what is the story, dog? Yo, white people, I'm confused. Yo, Germans, y'all in here? What's going on, man? Y'all doing all your business and your interests with the bad guys. Y'all forgot that quick? Nigga, I remembered for you when I wasn't in that shit. You working with your ops to get rich. Makes you wonder, who really runs Japan then, if not Israel? Same story for the United States, right? Ran by Israel. South Korea, same story. Weird. That's weird. Are white people Asians? I'm confused. Now, how come they get to tell Asians what to do? That's what I'm saying, dog. The Japanese ain't gonna punch him in the fucking lip. I know you ain't waiting for 1 out of 13 niggas to do it. You don't want us to do it. Because our list don't start or end with them. I'm a Jew. The whole world betrayed us. This is not a color problem at that point. Once you get back into the Bible, it's a spirit problem. We consider it demonic, meaning not even human. So our laws would not apply to something that's not our neighbors. You know, our neighbors wouldn't lie to us and enslave us. So none of that kumbaya shit, my Lord, for us, for real, if we decided to go there. And I think we did. I think instead of killing people, which is wise, we're killing the dream itself. We are out of the game. 100 monkeys now. It don't take everybody. Once we hit 100 monkeys of people tired of this shit, we're not gonna do it no more. Our kids already don't. You know, you see the stats with the cools. They're already not going to do it. But the millennials and Gen X that you have left that are trying to figure out where their grandma stay suddenly, they're not going to want to do it either. They're not going to want to vote for it. They're not going to want to talk about it. It's going to become very Great Depression-like. You know, everyone going back to their own corners. And, you know, some people want to figure out how to survive and thrive through the chaos, but it won't be because of the society at large. It'll be individualism. Unfortunately, our people are not individualists. We've been the same 10 tribes at least for 600 plus years, so you can imagine we don't even know how to do that. Which is why so many of our sisters are miserable. They're never meant to be alone. We have no history of being alone. Thus, we're at the loneliest we've ever been per generation. And nothing's working for us. You can't afford nothing. It don't even matter how much you work, for real. Like, I'm talking about the stuff. Like the good stuff. You'll never be able to afford it. You can't live long enough to work hard enough to make that much money. The only thing you have that will get you there these days is gambling. Whether you're gambling on the stock market or gambling or, you know, running a risk of some type of weird fancy play that you heard about. But by the time you heard about it, so did a million other people. So it's a risk, it's a gamble. Just gamble. And if you don't gamble and you don't win, then, you know, it's just the way it is in this corrupted system ran by pedophiles. Like, nah, bro. They on your head. Candace Owens on your head. Candace Owens just stopped doing podcasts. Oh, that narrative is going to be weird. Charlie Kirk, you sent him to Greece or fucking Barcelona. This is weird. You ain't got nobody talking to the millennials about what's going on politically. But then you want a midterm election. You gotta make up your mind, boy. Even Marjorie, she was standing up against AIPAC, and all of a sudden she wanted to retire. Pussy. You don't mind killing all the niggas to get the land, but you don't want to die for it. That's why you're gonna lose everything. You're not serious. You don't want to die for what you inherited. And that tells me everything I need to know about you. It ain't yours. Carthage, Illinois. Carthage, North Carolina. Carthage is everywhere we went. More counties than Carthage. North Carolina. It's everywhere. It's everywhere our kingdom goes. Alexandria is everywhere our kingdom goes. Because we're not one thing. We're 10 tribes. Plus 2. And as of 1611, 3. 13 tribes. 10 were in captivity to Babylon, though. And they keep saying that. It's only 10 of them were captive. The other 2 versions of Israelites and Hebrews and Jews were not captive by Babylon. Salmanassar. Then Genghis Khan came, and we are no longer in captivity. Then Genghis became our savior, our Messiah, because he saved the 10 tribes from Babylonian, Tartarian captivity. Then there was a golden era. Tartary. All these buildings in the United States are Tartarian. They look Greek, they look Roman, they look the same Jews who are in those stories are in this story. That's why it looks like that. Because we would have been the builders, smiths of Greek and Rome too. Just like we're the builders of the United States, just like we're the builders of the Americas, just like we're the builders of the Great Pyramids, just like we're the builders of the Mexican Pyramid, just like we're the mound builders, just like we're the builders. We build. And we build all over the world. Meaning we got bitches all over the world. Meaning we got hybrid kids all over the world. They should all come out the same. Since what else is in this fucking world if it was just us? Nah. These motherfuckers writing that book just learn English in school. Nah, that's why they spelling like that. They don't know what the fuck going on all the way. But they're the only ones that know anything if they're working for a king or a church. So it's not a democracy. It's not regulated. It's none of that. You gotta be close to the fire for them. And they close enough to the fire where they know niggas who know multiple languages enough to talk to Indians and not get killed. All right. Must have been playing in our fucking face, acting friendly, like they tend to do. It's a story of genocide. There is no beautiful version of it. They cannot apologize or atone for their sins of genociding all the Indians of the Americas. If they're contending that they got the United States because they genocided Indians. So you're taking responsibility karmically for doing such a thing. Then you find out the Indians are Jews. Then you go, oh, that contradicted the whole reason why I'm here. I'm here because of the Bible. And I came here to kill the people from the Bible. Oh, my bad. Then we blame it on God, like God let it happen to us. No, faggot, you did it. Free will. No, you chose to kill the children of God. We don't believe in one life. What I'm saying is, like, if we die over some bullshit, there ain't no karma loop for the next time we come back because we didn't get a chance to do anything. You don't have that story. You don't have Phoenicians. You don't have Cherokees. You don't have reincarnated ones. Unless you're going to sit here and lie and say you're Barada Kingdom now. And I was like, then how come you moved all the dark-skinned Barada people to the south? If you're one of them. What's up with y'all segregating yourselves from the originals? That's weird. The only thing that can do that is an invader, an alien. These people might actually be aliens. Like, not in hyperbole, like from a different plane, a different planet. Human, nonetheless, but they're not quite the same. Carbon-based versus sulfur-based. What is a sulfur-based planet like? What's a sulfur sun or light source? What's a sulfur source? What does sulfur look like as a source of energy? To create molecules out of it. They're not sulfur-based because they don't have melanin. They don't have melanin because they're sulfur-based. It'll kill them. It'll kill it. This is easy. If they have a sulfur internal environment, then nothing carbon is going to fucking thrive. Including the silicone chip we call melanin. It's a chip. Encodes information and decodes information. It's a chip. It's a technology. They're sulfur-based. They would have to have a different type of technology. It cannot be carbon-based melanin. There's all types of skin color melanins and pigments. Melanin is not necessarily the pigmentation process. It's the imagination process, actually. Because there's light-skinned and dark-skinned people. I've seen people darker than me have a light-skinned child. It ain't that. It's the kind. It's not type. It's kind. They're different kind. Different blood kind. I don't know if monkeys are sulfur-based. Most monkeys are melanistic. Until they start mixing them. And then you go and say, like, oh, something was mixing these people, and then created different versions of it. Cool. Well, if you're a mixed new version of something, you ought to be related to the thing you're mixed with. And if the only thing here to mix with is us, then you ought to be related to us. But then your science says you're not. Okay. So what did you mix with if you don't come from us? Something alien. Okay. We're familiar with the story. That's how we got here. We weren't aliened with you. But if we could come here with some aliens, then you could come here with some aliens. And they might not be the same aliens. I think that might be the actual story. I think that's what Scientologists tries to tell. That they know they don't belong on this planet, let alone kings are in charge of it. Took an inch, survived, and then stole a mile, and then lied. And as soon as a threat shows up, We're gonna start blaming the Jewish people. Jesus Christ. They blaming God no matter what they do. You only rich because of Jews. So if the Jews are the problem, then you stop being rich with them. You gotta do that whole spell. If you rebuke the synagogue of Satan, you also rebuke your colonization. Because you have not decolonized the United States of America. You are still an occupying military. You would never confirm this to a country. You never got votes. You never got treaties. You never got me or my grandparents to sign shit. This ain't yours. It ain't worth dying for if it ain't, is all I'm saying. I barely want to die for it, but I will if I have to. I'm gonna die anyway. Hated it. Pheomelanin has sulfur in it. Red pigment in hair. Have it too, but I have red hairs in my beard. So I can deal with both. They can't. Weird. Christmas dinner is going to be their last click. Rizla 3, Carthage, Illinois. Why do you think Christmas dinner is going to be their last click? You don't hear too much about people planning for Christmas or the New Year or the 2026. Most people, citizens who, don't benefit either way or the other, they're not tuned in. So many people want to be talking about narcissism and boomers if family was going to be the saving grace of this story. What I'm learning is that people are learning more advanced language models about the complexity of social dynamics, and that's making them get further away from their family. And I don't blame them. Whatever those injections were that gave us so much narcissism in our blood, it's real. Because that's not an accident. It wasn't like that before. So it must be something introduced. Chemical, biology. And then breeding out of that. And then doing it to your children again because the Jewish doctor said you should get vaccines. Your weak ass immune system. Fuck out of here. Go to your home country so you ain't got to worry about it. How about that? You wouldn't need a vaccine if you belong here. We didn't get sick until we ran into your goofy, dirty ass. So nothing makes sense to me, dog. They're asking the niggas that ain't gonna live long enough about what they think about the future. They won't be here. They're creating a cyberpunk dystopian world in which genetically they don't exist. And they skip that. They worry about what's going to happen if Orwell happens, as if Orwell didn't happen to Indians. Nigga, we are in captivity. You have a ministry of truth that lies to you. Nigga, I'm a Jew, and you think I'm African. Like, y'all not waiting for 1984. This is 1984. Now, when the people who created 1984 dies off, there shouldn't be a 1984 anymore, unless our goofy ass run with the program, which is likely, but we'll probably get rid of those people like we tend to do. So, y'all not worrying, man. It's so evil to hear them talk about what's going on with their country because you did that to us. Everything you are afraid of right now is what we have been dealing with the whole time. We can't be more afraid than afraid for our life. We've been afraid for our life our whole existence, being around you. It's never safe. There is no safe place for an Indian in their own country, dog. And that's why you're starting to see there's going to be no safe place for Benjamin Netanyahu. There's going to be no safe place for Trump or his family. There's no safe place for Hunter Biden. It's a spell. Do unto others as others would do unto you. It's because it will happen to you. Not that it could, it does. So the same type of hostility they created towards my people to be subjugated and victimized is the same type of reality that they're starting to sense. I think that's what their primal fear is. It's not just losing all the money and control of the cool stuff. It's the fact that how do they exist without it? They would exist like a third world country of white people. The United States lost its credit rating. The United States has no reserves. The United States military, besides automated drones and pussy-ass attacks like that, their soldiers aren't that good. Or Ukraine wouldn't have gotten its ass handed to it with its help from Ukraine, the United States, and everyone else's soldiers. Russia was fighting everybody, not just Ukraine. The United States over there, and lost. Let's find it. They lost 15 trillion. BlackRock, owned by Jewish Zionists, funded by your presidents and all their little laws that they allow them to exist here. You didn't vote for that. Because you had to ask yourself, why you keep voting for motherfuckers that have their own country? Like, why is your taxes going to their healthcare? Why is your wars for their security? Like, if you're thinking about it as human. They sold y'all out. God must be real. Doing to others. Sold us out, and they sold you up. You sold us out, man. And then played in our kids' face. They're not showing it. YouTube, you're getting useless. Or Google's getting useless because they're not finding the thing. Why does BlackRock wants to invest into Ukraine's rebuild? Control. BlackRock Larry Fink says Ukraine war is upending world order. Russia flag in Ukraine Sevesk. Putin claims breakthrough. Frustrated Trump blast, blah, blah, blah. Trump issues stark warning over Ukraine-Russia talks a day ago. So they know. It's about to be over. Let's see what they say. What Fox is saying, can you imagine? Unbiased news source.
Certainly there's a legal basis for this. The reason is this is a sanctioned ship, the Skipper, and it's been involved in black market distribution of oil out of Iran and now out of Venezuela. So we have a basis to get it, and I think we should continue to do this and squeeze the regime. I mean, this is fundamentally about changing the regime out. The president's very clear.
They're going to change that regime. They're going to kill you.
He would like not to have to use physical force to do it.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel James Carafano joins me now. Sir, Trump seems to be taking Maduro's source of income, taking his money. Is that how we bring him down?
Yeah. Can I do a visual here? Like I called it the anaconda strategy. They're just strangling this guy.
They're trying to
and
get
as I understand, there have already been talks with Maduro about leaving the country, but the U.S. turned down the deal that Maduro wanted, according to what I heard. But I think the pressure's just going to keep mounting. And the trick for Trump is he has to get this exactly right.
Fishermen?
You know, he doesn't believe in the Colin Powell, you break it, you buy it. I mean, the United States is not going to rebuild Venezuela. We're not going to do regime change. But I think he can walk that lane because, you know, this is not Iraq or Afghanistan. In both those situations, you had countries right next door that would throw gasoline on the fire. You know, Iran did everything it could to make us fail in Iraq. But here you have a situation where you actually have a country with great potential, wealth, and it's surrounded by countries that would actually like them not to be a narco state. So I think if the Maduro regime leaves, there's a legitimate legal leader to take over. I think the prospects are Trump might pull this off. And honestly, compared to what he's doing in Gaza, this would be a cakewalk.
Legally.
Okay, change the subject.
You don't even, no one should have brooded you,
handed
nigga.
the U.S. a new 20-point peace plan proposal. But Trump's getting frustrated over the whole thing. Watch this.
Well, there's a meeting on Saturday. We'll see whether or not we attend the meeting. We said we'll attend the meeting if we think there's a good chance of they want me to attend. They want us to attend. And we'll be attending the meeting on Saturday in Europe if we think there's a good chance. And we don't want to waste a lot of time. We think it's negative. Things like this end up in third world wars. And I told that the other day. I said, you know, Everybody keeps playing games like this. You'll end up in a third world war, and we don't want to see that happen.
Clearly, the president's frustrated here, but Colonel, I've said it before and I'll say it again.
We can't
it
win a
appears
world war.
that
We
Putin
never
is
won a war.
winning, and I'd also say Trump does not like to lose. What say you on this?
Yeah, I don't think Putin is winning. I actually think, look, I mean,
Russia
we're basically
won World War
negotiating
II.
with ourselves. Putin isn't interested in negotiating. I always said there might be a point where Putin just walks in and says, let's make a deal. And we should always be prepared for that. But the value of this kind of exchange right now between the U.S. and Europeans is at least we're adopting a common vision of where we'd like to see go. I've always described Trump's policy as, I want a free and independent Ukraine that can defend itself. Because there's no benefit for us if Putin overruns Europe. But I want the war to end because that's also good. It's good for Europeans. It's good for us. It's absolutely great for Ukraine. And actually, it's good for Russia. I do disagree that Russia is winning. I mean, this is a classic war of attrition of the kind that's worse because you have the Chinese feeding the Russian side, but we're still feeding us and the Europeans are still feeding the Ukraine side. And it's demonstrated that as long as both of us keep the spigot on, nobody can win. This war has shown almost no progress in a year.
What are you talking about? All your economies are
I don't
crashing.
see either side
mean
turning
Russia's
off
not
the
winning?
spigot because
Y'all ain't
that
got
would
no
just let
fucking
the
money
other
left.
side win, and that's
These
bad.
people are
And as you pointed
stupid.
out, and this is the key thing for me, Trump does not like to lose, and he
This
is
nigga
not
can't
going to put
afford a
America's
barber.
vital interest on the line.
What are y'all winning?
So he's, I think, going to force the Europeans and the Ukrainians.
What the fuck are they winning?
To
Like,
continue to do that.
the
but he's
economies
not
are
gonna
in
hand
hell
us over
right
to the
now
Russians
because of the
there's
war
no benefit
for
us.
Israel.
Either way, there's no quick solution to this. It's not a Christmas truce. It's not a New Year
And
truce. This goes
drug
on for
addict
some
right
time
here
to come,
don't know
right?
what the fuck he talking about.
Yeah, I lost your audio, so I actually couldn't hear the question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry,
you
I'm out of
lying.
time. I've got to go to commercial
Them
break.
eyes
But
that
James,
damn wide.
thanks
That
for
nigga
being with
hot.
us today.
So your anchors that are left are fucking cokeheads. It says a war attrition. Bitch, you're negative 140 trillion. You cannot keep the water on. You don't even have water. You have a piece of paper that says that's how much water you spent. You ain't got water. What are you talking about war of attrition? They can just keep running the water and it'll be a stalemate. No, the fuck it's not. Russia ain't got that fucking problem. I could have sworn that Russia and China got access to the oil fields in Venezuela that we want. They can bypass Europe. That's why Europe is freaking out against Trump. What the fuck is going on? Europe is not doing tough by itself. Europe cannot afford a war with Russia. Are you stupid? You see what I'm saying? And this is what they teach the boomers, because boomers still watch this shit and believe it. They don't understand how nothing connects. What the fuck does the cokehead faggot Zelensky got fuck to do with Europe? When the fuck have you ever heard of Ukraine in human history? If it's new. So, ancient European empires are willing to go bankrupt for a new Jewish Khazarian satellite near the Donbass because of oil and shit. If they don't shut the fuck up, man, they really think we're idiots. Or they're just idiots. I can't tell which one it is. I can't tell if they're playing in my fucking face or they really believe this stupid shit. You can't sell a house in the United States, but we're winning a war. You can't buy a damn car, a new car, but we're winning a war. Like, shut the fuck, man. What the fuck is going on in this country? How come no one can tell the damn truth here? Oh, I want my benefits. I want the benefits. I want the benefits. The benefits of the Khazarians that cut all the free checks. I need to sound like I agree with Putin. Or he's a bad guy. Shut the fuck up. Get talk. Why are you showing me letters?
This weekend and stay tuned.
These AI videos are killing me. Basically, Russia came in and planted their flag. Game over, basically. Zelensky wants security guarantees because they know they're going to kill his ass as soon as the war's over. They're going to hang him. Russia's going to murder him. Here we go, Donbass. Or Donsk. Wait, this is some Call of Duty shit right here. So they can't say like that didn't happen. There was the Russian flag, December 11th.
Освобожден город Северск. Группировка войск «Центр» осуществляет уничтожение окруженных формирований противника восточнее перешедшего под наш полный контроль Красноармейска.
Спасибо. Я отмечаю хорошую динамику на всех направлениях. Освобождение территории Донецкой и Луганской народных республик, Запорожской, Херсонской областей осуществляется поступательно, ритмично, в соответствии с вашими замыслами Генерального штаба. И стратегическая инициатива полностью находится в руках российских вооруженных сил.
So Ukraine is lying and said that didn't happen, but here's the video of it happening. They're saying that the Russians are being destroyed, but they got pictures of Russian flags all over Ukraine. How? That don't make sense. Putin ain't known for capping. He's showing you that Jews are niggas. I think he would know where his money is going, since he's the richest man out there. The fuck is going on, man? So all the white people and Jewish people do is lie. They don't deal with reality, and then they hypothesize off the lie, watching news of a lie, and then when things don't work out, they're like, I don't know what happened. People are lying, and you believe them. What? So Russia started some new shit. Cool. A day ago. This is all within 24 hours.
You told me years ago that we would live to witness the undisputed heavyweight champion of military alliances, NATO, standing by, essentially paralyzed, while its primary adversary carved out an entirely new theater of operations right under its nose. I wouldn't have believed you. Yet, that is precisely the reality we are waking up to today. Russia has effectively opened a new front. But let's be clear about where this is happening. We aren't talking about another offensive in Ukraine. It's not a flare-up in the Baltics, nor is it a standoff in the Arctic, which is where the entire Western defense establishment has been fixated for years.
Arctic.
No,
Amberberg.
This move is different. It is strategic, it is asymmetric, and frankly, it is a masterclass in misdirection. Despite NATO's trillion-dollar intelligence network, despite our forward operating bases, and despite decades of wargaming for every possible scenario, the alliance was caught completely flat-footed. And here is the critical takeaway you need to understand. Do not mistake this for simple military tactics. This goes far beyond troop surges or missile silos. What we are witnessing is a fundamental realignment of the international power structure itself. The very tectonic plates of the global order are shifting beneath our feet, and the West is just beginning to feel the tremors.
Oh my God.
We need to be crystal clear about the gravity of this moment. For the first time since the Iron Curtain fell, Russia has managed to flip the script, backing NATO into a defensive crouch in a region the alliance assumed was firmly under its thumb. The Caucasus, this is the vital artery connecting Moscow directly to Tehran. A land bridge that allows them to completely circumvent every single choke point controlled by the West.
Putin took
We aren't just
control of the
talking about
Caucasus
lines on a
Mountains.
map here. Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. These nations are the geopolitical
You heard what the fuck I said?
upon which the entire country.
Where white people lie and say they come from. Their grandma's house. Putin said, fuck it, I'm gonna take your grandma's house. And I spent this whole video talking about where your grandma stay. And where white people say they grandma stay, the Caucasus region, Russia just took it over today. better start paying attention in this motherfucker, boy. I'm telling you, we talk about it, it's gonna happen. We talk about it, it's gonna happen. I know it. I see it now. I see it clear as day. These motherfuckers is trapping. How they surround their grandma's house. And you don't hear about that in the news or on your social media or nothing. Like white people, that's like for an African. If I'm an African American and my family come from Ghana for 10 billion years, and then all of a sudden a bunch of white people just surrounded Ghana. Like, I'm doing a video about that. White people, he just said he surrounded your grandma's house. Y'all Caucasians, right? He's in the Caucasus. I could have sworn that's what he just said. But that's a different white people now, huh? Y'all ain't related. That's crazy. You from where those white people from, but you ain't related to them. That's crazy. You don't give a fuck about them. That's crazier. I know I'm cooked. All right, hold on. So it's all within a day now. It's all within hours. My algorithm gives me the Russian propaganda. Can you imagine? When you search, you get Western red side propaganda. When you know what to look for, you get Russian propaganda. I've noticed something. Putin claims Ukraine failed to halt Russian advance in Seversk. China, Russia launched big Venezuela action against the U.S. after Trump military hijacks that oil rig, which is probably going to China. Let's see what they said.
China, Russia
Yesterday,
in action against American military move off Venezuela.
Wow.
Putin,
He put them in the
Xi
Caucasian
explode
full
against
Nelson.
Trump
And no one's
military's
talking about it.
oil tanker move. Maduro gets Putin support. China denounces American action. Tensions mount as U.S. hints at more action against Venezuela.
They've been hinting for 3 weeks.
China firmly opposes illegal unilateral sanctions and long-arm jurisdiction that lack a basis in international law and are not authorized by the UN Security Council.
Not authorized.
We oppose the abuse
It's
of
an illegal
sanctions.
war.
We have taken note of the relevant reports. All parties should abide by the principles of market economy and fair competition and work together to safeguard the stability of global production and
said,
supply
remember
chains.
capitalism,
We have noted
bitch.
that this positive measure facilitates the movement of people and serves the common interests of all parties. China is willing to maintain communication and consultation with India to continuously enhance the level of exchanges and greening between the two countries, safeguarding national sovereignty. The highest principle of one country, two systems is to safeguard national sovereignty, security, and development interests. The central government firmly supports the Hong Kong SAR in lawfully safeguarding national security and punishing crimes that endanger national security.
Rest in peace,
A high-stakes phone call held between Vladimir Putin and Nicolas Maduro amid as Washington ramps up pressure on Venezuela. Kremlin confirmed that the Russian president reached out to the Venezuelan leader, reaffirming Moscow's strategic backing for Caracas, just as tensions spike following U.S.
So they're
military
saying
activity
Maduro
in the
ran out of time,
Caribbean.
but Russia's saying we're backing up
According to
Maduro.
Russian media, both leaders emphasized the need to accelerate joint economic and energy projects already in motion. These initiatives, from oil to wider trade economic cooperation, fall under the newly implemented Russia-Venezuela Treaty on Strategic Partnership and Cooperation, which came into effect last year.
So if we attack their energy, we're
Reports
attacking
also
Russia's
said
energy.
that Putin expressed solidarity with the Venezuela as Washington intensifies pressure on Caracas. The U.S. has carried out strikes in the Caribbean Sea, claiming it is targeting drug cartel networks linked to Venezuela. Allegations President Maduro has forcefully rejected as fabricated. Kremlin statements said Putin reaffirmed support for Maduro's policies to safeguard national interests and sovereignty.
Oh my God, my CIA
Both
is selling
sides
drugs in another
agreed to
country.
push forward joint
No
projects
shit.
in energy, finance, and humanitarian spheres, all expanded under
They're just
existing
not in control of
OPEC
it
Plus
anymore.
and bilateral mechanisms. The call underscores an escalating geopolitical divide. As the U.S. expands its footprint in the Caribbean,
They're saying that the United States is rallying up soldiers. Putin is continuing on working on energy deals as if the United States is not going to win. Because you wouldn't make a deal with Venezuela for energy and security if you thought the United States was about to win this week. He keeps doing it. That's the guy I'm talking about, Red Cat Baron. Reckoning is here. Collapsing bonds pop as U.S. bubble. 10 hours.
So the reckoning for the US bubble is coming. In fact, we are seeing real problems build up in the economy. We are seeing two issues that are going to give the tech bubble a real wake-up call. Now, a few days back, we saw the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points, but as we have said many times, it doesn't really matter for long-term yields. The borrowing cost in the real economy is affected by supply and demand. In fact, by cutting rates on the short end, Trump told the world that spending is out of control and that the dollar will be debased even further. As a result, investors, they are going to demand a higher return to hold US paper. Now, the 30-year yield has hit the highest level since early September. This just shows a loss of fiscal trust, rising inflation, and a lack of faith in the dollar. Yields have hit 4.85%. Now, when the 30-year suddenly spikes up, it forces a repricing of all other bonds. If long-term confidence collapses, shorter-term confidence also gets rocked. The inflation concerns are real. Now, the real crisis comes when we look at the 10-year yield. This is super critical for the real economy.
So see, they're not talking about
Doesn't
like
just
regular
affect borrowing
people,
for the data centers,
hardworking
but
people,
for Main
people
Street
paying
as
rent.
well.
They're only talking
The
about
10-year
people
is
who
now moving towards
put their money in a
4.2%,
bank and
breaking
want
out
free
of
money.
consolidated.
They only talk about these numbers in terms of the people who benefit from free money, and that's usually your 1%. You wouldn't notice your yielded 30-year bond. Do you have a 30-year bond? Like, and 50% of the wealth is held by who? High white women. So now, they're not even talking to us. Those charts ain't got nothing to do with me and you. We got to work harder and get more money and still buy things at whatever price they set it to. They're only talking about free money. That the free money game is breaking in the United States. Can you imagine? Why China's ports in the Caribbean have us on the edge. All them ports they got.
A deep water port in the Bahamas, a container terminal in Jamaica, cranes rising on the coast of Cuba, and in almost every case, China is behind it. This is the story about how the world's second largest economy is reshaping the edges of the Western Hemisphere, and the US is not happy about it. For decades, the United States has long viewed the Caribbean as part of its backyard. It's nearby, familiar, and historically aligned with American interests. Washington assumed this region would remain within its reach. It didn't expect to see Chinese construction crews operating terminals in Jamaica or cranes funded by Beijing rising just off the coast of Florida. But that's what's happening, and that's the part the US doesn't talk about much. While American attention has shifted elsewhere, China has offered loans, engineering, and long-term support, especially in countries where major infrastructure has been delayed for decades. And while most people are not paying attention, this is happening just off the coast of Florida. The question is simple: why? Why is China investing so heavily in Caribbean ports thousands of miles from home? To understand what's going on, we need to rewind a bit, back to 2013. That year, China launched what it called the Belt and Road Initiative. The goal was to build infrastructure across the world: railways, highways, energy plants, and most relevant here, ports. It started in Asia, then expanded to Africa, the Middle East, Europe. Over time, it reached Latin America, and eventually the Caribbean. Over 150 countries have signed some form of agreement. Many of them are in the developing world, and for China, these projects are not just goodwill. They connect shipping lanes, they move products, they help Chinese companies do business, and they give Beijing a say in how global trade flows. More than 80% of China's imports and exports move by sea. That means security at sea matters. So does access. If your economy relies on shipping, you want options and allies in places that help move goods efficiently. That's part of why China is helping finance or operate more than 100 port projects around the world. Some are owned, some are leased, some are joint ventures. The common theme is location. That brings us to the Caribbean. On the surface, it may not seem like a priority, but look closer. The Caribbean is not just a stretch of islands and vacation resorts. It surrounds the Panama Canal. It sits along routes that connect North and South America. And it lies within reach of US ports, oil refineries, and military shipping lanes. For China, having a presence here makes sense, not just for trade, for position. Let's take Jamaica as the first example. Jamaica is located at a shipping crossroads, not far from the Windward Passage and the Panama Canal. Its capital, Kingston, is home to one of the busiest container ports in the region. In 2016, the Jamaican government handed over management of that port to a foreign consortium, one that includes a Chinese state-owned firm, China Merchants Port. Since then, Kingston has expanded. It now handles larger vessels. It plays a bigger role in moving containers to and from Latin America, the US East Coast, and beyond. China doesn't own the port outright, but it's part of the operation, and that gives it influence, not just over the infrastructure, but over the supply chains that pass through it. But the involvement didn't stop at the docks. A few years earlier, China also financed a major highway connecting Kingston to the north coast. The project cost over $700 million and was built by a Chinese construction company. In exchange, the company got a 50-year concession to operate nearby land. From the Jamaican government's point of view, that road was badly needed. From China's perspective, it opened the door to long-term economic ties. Some proposals went further. At one point, there was a plan to build a massive transshipment hub on a pair of protected islands, Goat Islands. That project was eventually canceled after a backlash from environmental groups and local residents. Still, China remains a major infrastructure partner on the island, and Kingston's port continues to grow. Now, let's move north to the Bahamas. Freeport on Grand Bahama Island is just 55 miles from Florida. It's one of the closest large shipping ports to the US mainland, and it's been expanded with billions in Chinese investment. A Hong Kong-based company with close ties to Chinese firms manages the facility. Over the years, it's been developed into a major transshipment hub designed to handle traffic from larger ships crossing the Panama Canal. Again, this is not a military site, but the location matters. Because when ports are that close to the US, they attract attention, especially when managed by companies with links to China's government. That's part of why this investment sparked concern in Washington. There's a sense that China is building a commercial presence that could double as leverage in a crisis, or at the very least, as a source of intelligence on US naval activity. So far, there's no sign of that happening, but the concern is there, and it's not limited to one port. In Nassau, the capital, China also financed the Baha Mar Resort, a $4 billion development that's now one of the largest hotel complexes in the region. There's also a stadium, roads, and other infrastructure tied to Chinese financing and construction. Put together, the Bahamas has received some of the highest per capita Chinese investment in the hemisphere. And again, from the government's view, this was a win. The economy grew, jobs were created, but the long-term financial commitments remain. The same goes for the political balancing act, because while China builds, the US watches. Further west, the picture looks similar, but with sharper political edges. In Cuba, Chinese companies helped modernize the port of Santiago with a $120 million loan. The project was financed with a government loan and built by China Communications Construction Company, a state-owned firm. The port was dredged, expanded, and outfitted to handle larger ships. In theory, this helps Cuba increase trade, especially in the eastern part of the island. And given Cuba's limited access to Western capital, China's support came at a time when few others were offering help. Elsewhere on the island, in Mariel, Chinese cargo has become more common. Equipment, energy supplies, construction materials. The port itself was built with Brazilian support, but China is becoming a major user and may become a future investor. That raises familiar questions in Washington. Could China use Cuban ports for strategic purposes?
Yes.
Could there be surveillance equipment or dual-use facilities?
Yes.
The Chinese government says no. The Cuban government says the same. But because Cuba is just 90 miles from Florida and has a long history of friction with the United States, any increased activity, especially tied to China, draws scrutiny. Still, from Cuba's perspective, the relationship makes sense. China doesn't demand political reform. It offers financing when others won't, and it provides technical support to keep the economy moving. That's the pattern we've seen across much of the Caribbean. Infrastructure, loans, diplomatic ties, economic agreements, all wrapped in the language of development.
China's about
and
to
while some
automate
call
it.
it strategy, others call it necessity.
one
For
network.
these small island nations, the choices are not as simple as picking sides. Many of them face long-standing development challenges.
So everything that they did to Afro-Asiatics 400 years ago, Asiatics are coming back to undo. Do the science. Do the science on that. Florida cooked part 9. Gotta be. Prepare for a war like your granddaddy. They always saying something salacious. They must need some money.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. There are moments when the comfortable assumptions we've lived with for decades suddenly shatter. When the peace we took for granted reveals itself to be more fragile than we ever imagined. When the world we thought we knew transforms before our eyes. And we realize we are standing at a threshold we never expected to cross. This is one of those moments. And tonight, we need to talk about what NATO's chief just told the world, because it should make every single one of us sit up and pay attention. Before we continue the video, my friends, I have a small request. Please subscribe to my channel. Your support truly means a lot. Thank you. Yesterday, December 11th, 2025, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, stood before an audience in Berlin and delivered one of the most stark, terrifying warnings that the alliance has issued in its 76-year history. He warned that NATO members could be Russia's next target, calling for a rapid rise in defense spending to prevent a war similar to those seen by past generations. Let me repeat that. We must be prepared for the scale of war our grandparents and great-grandparents endured. The scale of war our grandparents endured, World War II, the deadliest conflict in human history, 70 to 85 million dead, cities reduced to rubble, the Holocaust, the atomic bomb. That is what NATO's top official is telling us we need to prepare for. This is not hyperbole. This is not scaremongering. This is the Secretary General of the world's most powerful military alliance, looking at the intelligence, looking at Russia's behavior, looking at Vladimir Putin's actions, and concluding that Europe, and by extension, the entire transatlantic alliance, is facing an existential threat. We are Russia's next target, Rutte said. Conflict is at our door. Russia has brought war back to Europe, and we must be prepared. So tonight we are going to break down what is happening. We are going to examine why NATO's chief is issuing this chilling warning now. We are going to look at what Russia is doing, what Putin is planning, and what the frightening collapse of peace negotiations means for all of us. We're going to understand why this moment is so dangerous, why the next few months could determine whether we slide toward a wider war, and what is at stake if
they're fucking up their money. It ain't because they're people, though. NATO's corruption 3 days ago, 4 hours. Putin combats claim versus ground truth. Putin strikes Turkish ships after peace appeal. Europe is breaking. What's going on in Europe? Talk me.
Europe's biggest debt crisis is coming, and it starts with Italy collapsing. What I'm about to reveal isn't speculation about European fiscal policy. These are leaked documents from the European Central Bank, internal assessments from the Italian Treasury, and mathematical projections that show we're not witnessing temporary financial stress. We're watching the systematic breakdown of the world's second largest currency union through debt mathematics that cannot be solved within existing institutional frameworks. Let me start with something that happened 2 weeks ago in Frankfurt. The European Central Bank's internal stress tests, leaked to 3 major financial institutions, showed that Italy's debt sustainability depends on economic growth rates that haven't been achieved since 1999. The documents describe Italy's fiscal position as structurally unsustainable under any realistic economic scenario. But here's what should terrify every European policymaker. The same analysis concludes that Italian default would trigger systemic Eurozone crisis with potential for complete monetary union collapse. You see, everyone thinks they know about European debt problems, Greek crisis, austerity measures, ECB bond buying. But what's really happening is that Italy is too big to fail and too big to save. I want to talk to you today about the mathematics of monetary union collapse, the moment when one country's fiscal problems become impossible to contain within existing European institutional frameworks. And according to every projection I've analyzed, Italy will reach that threshold within 18 months. Italy's public debt stands at 144% of GDP. That's 2.8 trillion euros in absolute terms, larger than the combined GDP of Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, and Austria. But the debt level isn't the real problem. The real problem is the debt trajectory combined with growth prospects that make stabilization mathematically impossible. Italy needs to maintain primary budget surpluses of at least 2.5% of GDP just to prevent debt ratios from increasing. That means the Italian government must collect 2.5% more in taxes than it spends on everything except interest payments every year forever, while maintaining economic growth sufficient to prevent recession. But here's what makes this requirement impossible. Italy hasn't achieved 2.5% primary surplus since 2000. Italian economic growth has averaged 0.3% annually for the past decade. Italian demographics show working age population declining by 0.5% annually, while pension obligations increase by 3% annually. You cannot run permanent budget surpluses in a shrinking economy with rising social obligations. The mathematics don't work. And the European institutional framework provides no mechanism for resolving this contradiction. Let me tell you about internal communications between the Italian Treasury and the European Central Bank regarding debt sustainability scenario.
You already told us they can't afford it. Ain't nothing going to change between now and tomorrow to make them afford it.
Okay, so the AI tech bubble is crashing today, and Donald Trump has said, hey, I've narrowed down my choice for Fed to a couple of dudes. I want to give you guys the latest, and let's jump right in. So first, Broadcom slide fuels NASDAQ decline. Now, this is really worrying because before we were talking about basically Oracle's been crashing the last couple of days, and now we got Broadcom down. I think it was down like 11, 12, maybe even 13%. Last time I checked, it's very volatile right now. Essentially, their margins didn't come in as what people wanted, right? You're not making as much money as you promised. Then you have Oracle. Now, let me read this. Oracle's AI-fueled debt load has investors on edge ahead of quarterly earnings. This tells a story. You got these big name companies, they're all jumping into AI. They're borrowing a whole bunch of money, and the promise is that after I build data centers and make contracts with other companies to build, say, data centers and circular financing, right? I promise we're all going to be rich, right? But then when the numbers don't shake out what you had promised, then people are like, man, this is a massive bubble. Who could have saw this bubble possibly coming? And honestly, this is what we talk about all the time. It's clearly a bubble. Bloomberg even put the CEO of Oracle in a literal bubble bath today. It's stupid, but that's where we're at. And then you got Trump saying, okay, this just came out. Trump says he is leaning toward Warsh or Hassett to lead the Fed. I'll just say this, they keep floating the name Hassett out there, and I think a lot of people know that Hassett's basically a Trump lackey, sycophant, whatever. He's just a total liar and untrustworthy. And if you based our monetary policy and put a bunch of
liars,
these kind of people in the Fed, basically TV stars for Trump,
about liars.
It's not going to end well. I'll just leave it at that. And so this is why it's interesting how all the articles and everything rumors are pointing out, hey, it's going to be Hassett, And now we're talking about Warsh. So I think the there's going to be a bit of pushback on Hassett. Let's read what it has to say. It says, President Trump said he was leaning toward choosing either Fed Governor Kevin Warsh or National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. And then I always want to make this clear, this National Economic Council.
Yeah. They can't make money. It don't matter who they put. It don't matter who the fuck they vote for or who they like. They can't fix $38 trillion. This country don't make that much money.
So we've got to talk about jobs because as I keep telling you, going into 2026, I think unemployment is going to go up. And essentially, jobs are going to be the most important thing to our economy. Check this out. It says, is the economy losing jobs? The Fed's rate cut hints at bigger worries. And Jerome Powell dropped a bombshell. We talked about in the prior video, but basically, he said the government is overstating perhaps 60,000 jobs a month. And when you do the math as it shakes down, that means we're losing jobs like 20,000 a month because I think the government was saying, hey, we're gaining like 40,000 a month. And Powell's like, no, you're overcounting by 60,000 a month. And therefore it's negative 20,000 a month. We'll see this because I think it's going to get worse as Trump's economy keeps sinking. So and their promised solution is to basically, hey, we're all going to have data centers and AI. Seriously. And then you get something like this. Fermi's first tenant for massive Trump-named power project backs out of funding deal.
So their solution is fucking over your energy bill, building data centers with no new data to train, instead of fixing the problem. They're spending. They only keep spending the way they're spending, but the automation should, it should balance the books eventually if we get everyone to believe and put their savings into us investing in AI, just for it not to work. And just for it to not be Chinese. It's hilarious. Historic floods in Washington 4 hours ago. Historic floods. Oh shit, 1812. President Trump signs an order attempting to block AI regulations at a state level. Well, that's definitely tyranny. Because you got to pay the bills on your state level that they're going to charge you for. Tonight, Senate rejects effort to redistrict Indiana. Homes swept away by floodwaters. That's an insurance nightmare. Trump is tone deaf on affordability. All of you are, I've noticed. Tanzania, blah, blah, blah. Illuminati Chronicles, yeah. They're broke. Redfin CEO wishes bizarre warning. What did he say?
For years, we've called it the Great Housing Bubble, a run-up fueled by pure unfiltered speculation and greed. But as we head into 2026, the data confirms it. The bubble is finally bursting across America's biggest markets. What's even more telling is the intangible shift. The vibe is dead. The fear of missing out is gone, replaced by the fear of being caught holding the bag. And it's not just us talking about it. This new reality has been openly acknowledged by a man who sits atop some of the most sophisticated real estate data in the world. I'm talking about Glenn Kelman, CEO of Redfin. Listen to his bizarre yet brutally honest take from his recent CNBC interview.
Mortgage applications jumping to a 2-year high just this last week as interest rates held largely steady. But at the same time, sellers are pulling the homes off the market at the fastest pace in nearly a decade. So what's going on in housing right now? Joining me now to make sense of all of it is Redfin CEO Glenn Kelman. This is a ridiculously interesting story right now because if you didn't really know what those metrics were, you would have no real idea that people are just not happy about keeping their house on the market for that long. What exactly is driving the staleness in the housing market right now?
Well, we've just had a massive shift from a seller's market to a buyer's market, the first shift in at least a decade. And everyone is just taking a moment to adjust. There are some sellers who can't sell and pay off their mortgage. That also is something we haven't heard in 10 or 15 years. And so the whole market is going through a massive transition.
So there you have Glenn Kelman essentially confirming what we've been observing. The market has completely 180'd from the frenzy of 2022. It switched from a seller's market where the deck was stacked against the buyer to a buyer's market. This monumental shift in power is the first of its kind in at least a decade, and sellers are absolutely struggling to accept this new reality. It takes time for the psychology to catch up with the data, but market forces are now brutally accelerating that process. We can actually track this psychological struggle by looking at something very familiar, the 5 stages of grief. You see, the market has gone up for years. Sellers become anchored to the highest recent sale. If neighbor Rob sold his identical home 2 years ago for $500,000, every seller on the block assumes they can get at least that much. But when the market flips, their first and most popular stage of grief is denial. Their house sits and sits and sits. Months go by with no buyers at that absurd anchored price level. They refuse to accept the current reality, and what they do next is the ultimate act of denial. They delist their home. They pull it off the market entirely, hoping they can simply wait out the change and try again next year when things hopefully pick back up. Across America, this retreat isn't just common, it's reached a fever pitch. Redfin data reveals that in September of 2025 alone, nearly 85,000 U.S. sellers threw in the towel and pulled their properties off the market. That's a staggering 28% jump from the previous year, marking the highest volume of the listings since 2017. The denial is so deep that the typical home being withdrawn had sat unsold for a grueling 100 days. In fact, 7 in 10 active listings nationwide are now considered stale, meaning they've been rotting on the market for over 60 days without finding a buyer. The sellers are holding out, trying desperately to protect their assumed equity, but they're getting crushed by the wait. This perfectly illustrates the market's new cold-hearted reality. As a Redfin senior economist pointed out, this surge is far more significant than it looks on paper because it proves a critical mass of sellers are simply giving up. They can't afford to settle for a lower price.
Hold on, we got real life data. What you say? Maurice says, yeah, my wife has a client that refused to take what the market was offering. Now they are holding the bag with hella debt, and the husband's about to die soon. What's the husband dying of? How old are they? That's more interesting, because she has to find a new place for her and her new boyfriend to live. She ain't waiting for him to die to move on, I tell you that. But yeah, they're lying about the house market, as usual. And if the house market is cooked, that means jobs and house market is cooked because no one makes enough money and no one can afford those prices at that rate. And no one wants them either. No one wants a fucking 30-year mortgage and $500,000 for a $60,000 house. It's a $60,000 house, tops. Like, I don't even think they cost that much to build. Like, literal cost. So fundamentally, theoretically, you're moving into it for the benefits of the area, the region, the people, the culture, the state, the taxes. That don't exist in this country right now. So we just buying it because the price can be that. Not because that's how much it's worth to anyone alive. And then the only people trying to buy a new house are the young people. The young people already grew up through this country and knows, like, this ain't the 90s. So me moving to this gentrified area and there's, like, nobody here. On top of that, a lot of these cities are getting empty. If everyone is selling and moving. Population replacement theory. Well, if everyone want to sell their house and they can't sell it, that means everybody want to leave. Why would anyone want to move to a place where the majority of the people want to leave? And if the houses are more expensive, who are they selling it to? Rich people. Them houses started at $500,000. You're starting at the class of rich. And why would rich people want to move to a place that all the other rich people are leaving? Just to make them rich to leave? That doesn't make sense. It's a dumb game. It's like crypto. It's like NFTs. It's the same fucking logic that every idiot uses that went to school in America, but they don't actually think about, like, well, who's losing? You can't just win infinitely. The fuck? It's not a video game. It's water. It finds level. And it found level 10 years ago when it crashed the first fucking time because they're stupid. The fuck is going on? This is wild. Like, all the news is anchored in money and fake identities. What are people doing?
People are actually refusing to pay their debts. They're not paying their credit cards. They're not paying their car payments. Not paying their mortgages.
Party says old age mixed with cancer. I thought so.
This is actually
They're boomers. They're selling to clear the cars and extra irresponsible
You are not
moves.
alone if you are one of these people.
Damn.
I'm going to show you a handful of people that aren't paying their bills, have other plans instead, and are using their money for things like Christmas or for just pure savings. Today I'm going to break all this down, explain what is going on, and how you are definitely not alone. Just look at this.
Damn, that's assholeish.
So here's why I'm not paying back any debt I owe. Student loans, phone bills, credit cards, any of that yada yada yada, collections. I'm going to teach you some financial responsibility, debt collectors. You shouldn't give me the money. You shouldn't give me the phones. You shouldn't give me the credit cards. This is a lesson for you.
He's saying that shit plural.
So it was a lesson to the credit card companies that this guy is just not going to pay back anything to teach them a lesson. That they shouldn't have given him a credit card. They shouldn't have given him a car loan or student loans. He's just not going to pay anything back. Here's the problem with this. This is going to affect this person's credit. For most people, for the majority of people here in the United States, you need credit to buy things. You need credit to buy a car. you need credit to buy a house. For many people, you need credit to open up a line of credit to buy something like a wedding ring. Or you need credit just to show that you are a reputable tenant and that you will pay back or pay on time every single month. Some people, they don't care, and it's going to turn into a problem later on. But it doesn't stop there.
How's it going to turn into a problem?
This is just
later?
one
That's
person.
how white people got
There's another person that's not going to pay back their debts.
How's it going to be a problem
Listen to
later?
this.
The United States exists
No,
because of that
because
problem.
I literally will answer the calls and they'll be like, yeah, we're trying to collect payment. Be like, yeah, me too. I'll tell them straight up, like, I'm looking to file bankruptcy. I got no money for you. Well, we can do like $50 a week. You can. I can't. It has to be an agreement. And sure, we can make this arrangement, but every time you go to pull $50 out my debit card, it ain't gonna be there because I get paid. I pay my bills, and I'm broke. Like that.
Yeah. For most of Americans, we are living paycheck to paycheck. We can't get by with not receiving our full paycheck. If our utility bill is a little bit high because let's say it was extremely cold for the past month, for some people they can't pay it. And I'm telling you this, you're not alone.
Behind.
And here's the thing. There are programs out there. The U.S. government has one as well. It's called LIHEAP, but there's also some for lower income households in certain communities as well, where you can actually go and get some type of assistance to help pay for your utility bills, like your heat and your electricity. So if you haven't done that and you need it, maybe go and do it. Then look at this one.
I'm not paying my bills this month. But before y'all come for me, I have a valid reason. So as y'all know, I have $10,100 in available credit. I don't know what the hell me, my husband, and these kids been doing with these credit cards, but we done spent $1,500. I always tell y'all that my first priority is my credit card. Within the last few days, we've been working on paying that credit card debt out. I don't really consider it credit card debt because whatever I use, I try to pay it out within the next week or next 2 weeks. And with my bills, I pay about $1,500 every month, in which my car note is $538 and my insurance is $215. The rest of it is bills. I pay $100 a month into my Roth IRA. I pay $48 into my self account, and our life insurance is $45. So all of that is about $1,500. Now I'm gonna pay my car note and my insurance, but when I say I'm not paying any bills this month, I'm not paying my utilities. Y'all know y'all can be at least a month behind on those. But
here's the problem. She says she's not paying her utilities. Why? Because as you all know, like she said, and I'm not telling you this, but you can be a month behind on your utilities and they won't cut you off. It looks like she's sitting in the dark. But here's the thing, okay? I want to be very clear on this. If you're behind on any payment, they can charge additional fees for late payments. And I talked about this about a week or so ago, and I said that you have to be careful because there's many people out there that will go in.
Niggas have been poor in this country for 400 years. Why is he dropping the news like, if you get behind on your colonization debts, it can get bad for you? Bitch, the government owes $38 trillion. Who are these people? Why they use this character type to act like, you know, they're on the up and up and like, hey, everything's gonna work out if we just follow these easy steps. Your government can't do it. Your government can't do it, nigga. Everything filters through your government. Your bills, the rules of engagement, your debt. They made up credit in the 80s with Jewish people. There was no credit in this country. If that's the case, none of these white people would have a house before the 80s. Where the fuck they get credit from if they just moved there? Goofy. And that's the same shit they say about immigrants. Bitch, you an immigrant. Your country is an immigrant. Your United States is immigrants. They have $38 trillion in debt. You think some motherfucker with 10,000 give a fuck when every day you reminded how much debt your federal government has? Negative 20,000 jobs, meaning they're not working, they're not creating nothing. That's a negative GDP. Your GDP ain't more than your interest payments on your debt. Just like you buying that house and you don't pay the house payment, you pay the interest payment. That's the United States. So you're in the house of your fucking slave master daddy who never paid his house off and wondering why the people in his house ain't paying their house off. Is that what's going on? The fuck?
Charge something on a credit card, knowing, or even using their debit card as a credit card, knowing there's no money on it. And somebody put in,
just like the Federal Reserve printing money.
Maybe it was earlier this week.
As above, so below, bitch.
This person was charging $10 in gas. Okay, they didn't have any gas, but they only had like $1 to their name in their bank account.
We just stole oil from Venezuela because we can't afford gas.
They needed to make sure there's at least $10 in their bank account before it got pulled the next day. If it didn't, they're likely going to get hit with.
That's exactly what he's describing the federal government.
And the overcharge is going to be anywhere from $25 to $40. So that right there is going to completely blow up any person's account. Now, I want to show you a few other things. This person's saying to stop making payments, to pay minimums, okay, to save the money. Listen to this right here.
If you've been aggressively paying off debt, I need you to pause that real quick. I need you to do this instead. Whatever extra money you've been putting towards your debt, because I need you to continue to pay the minimum payment, I need you to start saving. Whatever extra money you've been putting towards your debt, your credit cards, your personal loans, your car note, I need you to put that money into your savings account. And here's why. The debt ain't going nowhere, so you need cash on hand. Okay?
So what she just said, the debt isn't going anywhere. What you need is cash on hand. This is for, and she's specifically talking about, an emergency fund to ensure that you have money there to use it in case you need it for anything. Okay, so when I only played that clip, if you take it out of context, she's saying just pay minimums. The debt's still going to be there. Don't worry about the debt. It will still be there when you're ready to pay it off in 2 to 3 to 6 months. Maybe not. They may sell that debt to a debt collector, and the collector is going to be coming after you. You're not going to have an account open. You're not going to be able to continue charging on that credit card because your account will simply be closed. So what she's saying is you need to make sure you have that money in your account. Okay, save the money, pay the minimums, and save the rest. Again, it's one way to do things, but it's not going to work for every single person. I want to play this one as well. Listen to this.
Nothing works.
I never once paid a dime of my student loans, and I am more than fine. This country tries to control us with fear and fear of debt. Treat it like it doesn't exist. I'm telling you right now, do not pay. What can they do? Okay, so after you graduate from your university, like 6 months to a year later, you start getting all the bills from Sally Mae, you gotta get on a payment plan. Do not pay. What can they do? You're gonna get letters in the mail, right? And then
I can bust this all up with a goddamn law. You don't have debt unless you have money. And fiat currency is not money. It's not legal tender. So none of your debt is legal. It's no more legal than the foreign private organizations that are not even native or we the people or part of your treaty or your constitution. So the fact that they put you into debt by itself is a crime. Based on the definition of what money is, fiat is not money. So you got to be very literal with this. This money is debt. So they're saving debt by not paying off debt with debt. When you're in a charge-based system, it's called discharge debt. You can't discharge debt with debt. This is debt. Federal Reserve note. Why is it debt? Because it's not backed by anything. There is no money in the Federal Reserve. There's no gold, there's no silver, there's no legal tender. They're taking copper pennies off of the market because they don't have enough copper, I guess. So your Federal Reserve don't have nothing real. Meaning your debt that's less real than the source of not real isn't real, which is what people are trying to, they're using the wrong language model, but they're describing the phenomenon similarly. Like, what are they going to do? This ain't real. This ain't legal tender. The United States was created in 1775. When was the Federal Reserve? Was the Federal Reserve part of George Washington's campaign against niggas? French or Indian? Which one is it? Federal Reserve is white Americans? Is the Federal Reserve black Indians? No, it's neither. So it's a foreign currency. You have it because your U.S. Treasury prints it. But what are they printing? This is Jerome Powell, right? They're printing debt based on quantitative easing. These are all math and Excel spreadsheet terms. And none of that account for how much gold or silver is in your bank. It's the idea if you allow me to take one of these to represent 100 of them and put it back into circulation, well, when all 100 come back to that bank, what changed? Nothing. Because you don't get no interest from this. That's not real. It doesn't generate interest. I'll draw it for you so you understand like how profound and stupid we are as mathematicians and people who went to school for this shit to get paid. And we don't get paid. We don't get gold or silver, so we never got paid. And if you never got paid, you never had a debt. Credit, you owe credit. You're in credit debt, but your money is credit. So you're always in credit debt. Stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're dumb. Yeah, that's what those words in that legalese jargon means, but you know what I mean. No, I don't. What's the point of having a goddamn constitution if you ain't gonna fucking follow it? And what's the point of upholding the laws of the Constitution if the people upholding the laws of the Constitution ain't following it? If anyone's cheating, then the game is not fair. Meaning the game is not worth playing the way it's advertised. And that's why most people are scamming and getting away with shit. So let me understand everything. So we got Federal Reserve, bitch ass niggas. And they have absolutely nothing. besides some type of extortion, bribe, papers, artifacts, something they have as leverage. But it's all extortion based because it's based out of usury. Your Federal Reserve is a usury bank. It's a centralized usury, meaning it's not local. So it's a centralized bank of usury. So how do they end up getting their benefits? By using your military to do whatever campaigns they have for the rare earth minerals, resources, people, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and just making everyone's lives miserable. Because the United States wants to use its weapons that it borrowed with fake money with a fake bank. Then you got the U.S. Treasury, which I assume ought to have been born out of the United States Constitution, since the first letter that Benjamin Franklin and all of them were part of as a minister penitentiary is talking to Sidi Muhammad about how much they owe him. We'll pay you back soon. They've never paid him back. Instead, they doubled down and betrayed him. So that is United States history. They owe people and then they betray them. So the United States owes $140 trillion, more than it's ever owed in human history. Do you think it's going to pay it off, or is it going to betray somebody? The United States would have to betray the Federal Reserve to get out of it. And right now, Israel got them caught up with Ukraine and everything. They ain't getting out of it no time soon. So you will always owe usury rates to the Federal Reserve, no matter how prosperous your nation is, because your nation does not have its own currency. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So the U.S. Treasury prints Federal Reserve notes, meaning they don't print their own money. Like Timu, these Federal Reserve notes have an interest rate. This is what you hear about Jerome Powell. That interest rate means for every dollar you borrow from us, you owe us 10 more. All right, so you print $10 and you give it out, and now you owe 100. Where do those extra $90 come from? They have to print some more. They don't exist. If to print one, I owe you 10. I owe you more than I got. And I'm borrowing from you because I ain't got nothing. So it's printable debt. It's an IOU. But every dollar represents more physically to the Federal Reserve. You get paid one of them, but you're holding 10. That's why one of them feels like you only spent 10 cents. Like some things that cost 10 cents now cost $1, right? That's a direct relationship to the fact that your United States is not paying off their credit card. They haven't cut back. It's worse. It's not even, I'm using 1 out of 10 because I like even numbers. But it's way higher than that. The United States dollar has lost 90% of its value since it was incepted since the 1930s. It's never paid it back. So like these people are new. They've only been alive 30, 40 years. The United States has been in debt for 100 years in a row and has never paid it off. The United States federal government is not the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is foreign. The United States is foreign to us. But the Federal Reserve is foreign to the United States. So the dollar is proof of that, the fact that your federal government is broke. It's borrowing fake money on IOUs and credit. And its only leverage is you, the worker, your birth certificate, your social security number, and your enlistment into the military. Men, imagine. It's because of the men. So then the US dollar is like, oh man, we lost 90% of our fucking value in less than 100 years. So in order for you to get the value of your dollar back, you have to pay 90% worth of the interest now. We don't even know how to do that because the U.S. has a negative jobs, so no interest, nothing generating from foreign countries buying in, which is why you would need a foreign company to buy your bonds. So if they buy the bonds, which is them leveraging the debt, then that would ease your inflation because China, Japan, and everyone is buying your bonds. So the US dollar requires foreigners to invest into the bonds. Now, if you're in a wartime scenario or you're in some contention like they are now, what do those countries do? They sell off the bonds. Do they sell them off to get USDs, or do they sell them off to get their own treasury currency? Alrighty then. They don't sell it off in USDs, and even if they do, they're going to convert it. All right now. So there's a mass sell-off of the bonds right now from Japan, China, and everyone in between. It's Russia too. Because this is one thing that these goofy people don't understand. Donald Trump and everyone like him. You're going to put sanctions on the country that use your dollar in your bank. And they're going to say, all right, cool. You're going to inconvenience us. We're going to sell the bonds to give us some room. Now your dollar gets worse. Has nothing to do with Jerome Powell, has nothing to do with Starbucks, has nothing to do with how much TVs you bought from Target. Just by pissing off Japan, China, and Russia, and they sell their bonds, U.S. bonds, back. Now the United States, U.S. Treasury has to pay that off itself. And it never has. So what I'm saying is the amount of debt you've always been in hasn't been noticed because other nations were buying it. When nations are selling it back, that debt and that interest rate is now all on you. They're not paying it. They're not playing the game. They're not investing in it. They're not paying in USDs. They're not buying oil in USDs. And that's why they use the petrodollar. This is why everything's oil. It's because of their currency, not because of oil. If they can't control oil trade in their own denominations, then they don't have a dollar worth anything. It's way bigger than how much oil you have for your driving to a job that they're not making. It's how much oil backs up the existence of the dollar. If they don't control oil supply, if they don't control the oil routes between the growing countries that need it, aka those who would need a U.S. bond debt system in order for them to function and buy oil and have the progress and modernization that the white people have enjoyed for 100 years, you better use our bonds. And now that's BRICS. So BRICS guarantees that the United States will never pay off its debt. Because every BRIC nation member are those who are holding it. Now they're exchanging it for a new currency. And out of doing that, there's a benefit. They're actually building ports, roads, and all the things that the United States promised and never did. Because white people lie so damn much. All right, so you got the Federal Reserve, started with nothing, now it's here. I call it extortion because it's a bank of usury. It has ungodly interest rates. How do you make me print my currency, but I owe you more of my currency? You don't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. So this is all theoretical. So we're going to keep printing more debt. And that value from 10 to 100 is going to get higher and higher. Welcome to 2025. 1 out of 10 per note. Whatever your value of a dollar is, you holding a dollar makes it a tenth less. The federal government is not the Federal Reserve. So their existence in their federal treasury using Federal Reserve notes, debt notes, is on the money now. Is proof that they're selling you as a slave or collateral via your birth certificate, your Social Security, and your military enlistment. Because your federal government manages that. Your federal government uses that data in order to say we can borrow more because we have a working class of men who should be able to provide whatever their acceptable interest debt ratio is, which obviously doesn't fucking matter because they never fucking pay it. What they end up doing is stealing shit from other people to cause it to go less than. It itself doesn't pay it. The foreigners who invest in it do. So now it's less than 90% of its original value. Your jobs are negative. Your bond market is going crazy. Gold's going up, silver going up, crypto going down. Because y'all took this federal treasury note and converted it into another foreign digital product, which causes your interest rates to go higher because while your shit is sitting in Bitcoin, none of you are circulating dollars. Are you fucking stupid? Of course. We went to school here. So it's all interest problems. They think that you're supposed to pay off the interest somehow. How? You never got paid real money. You're paying it through your birth certificate. Your birth certificate, if you look up your Social Security number and birth certificate on the banks that are trading it, you're already a millionaire. But then they say, your federal government say, well, no, that ain't quite you. That's your straw man. And we're doing this clone system, this copy and paste thing. And yeah, you have to work and give your clone information, but you can't work and get these QSIC numbers and sign in and take the money out. So that's slavery, meaning they're trading on your birth certificate and making a profit, but you don't have access to it. And the loophole is legalese. Yeah, the same loophole they got with these niggas, I'm sure. So if they don't keep control of the petrodollar oil trade, aka what other countries use to solve debts with themselves, which used to be the dollar, though if we're de-dollarizing the world with BRICS in China and Russia, then this interest rate is going to go sky high. This 1 out of 10 ratio is going to be a 1 out of 100 ratio soon, if it ain't already there. And these people still get nothing. But that's good. They're not a real fucking bank anyway. This is them versus Unum Sanctum and its residual crew. Fake Jews. So BRICS is the answer to fake Jews. Russia's the answer to fake Jews. China was the answer to fake Jews. So this is a fake Jew problem because that's their bank. The fake Jew bank is funding the fake white people bank, and everybody else who moves here with one of these things are the interest, the goyim, as they call them in their Talmudian science. Obviously, they don't have a math book. Meanwhile, everybody else with a math book goes, well, we can trade in our own local currencies and sell these bonds back, get some liquid flowing, invest in foreign countries, and there'll be a fucking fire sale of US dollars. And there is. That's what's wrong with your economy. That's why it cannot create jobs. It cannot afford the payroll. These nations aren't buying nothing in dollars from us. So nothing you do in your fucking world in the United States generates anything but a dollar. And your dollar ain't worth shit. Hence the interest rate. It's your $1 represents a fragment of negative 148 trillion. It's not a fragment of $300 billion worth of gold. It's a fraction or fragment of what the debt is. And we know what the debt is. They tell you, they got a clock for that shit. Your dollar, however many dollars are in circulation, over 138 trillion. So however many dollars are in circulation, that's how much each dollar is worth of that number. So if they're printing more of these, what they're trying to ease is how much each one of those dollars represent the total debt. But the problem is every time you print one of these, you create 10 more. So you're accelerating the debt. That's common sense. You don't even need a calculator for this shit. You do simple math on this shit. If $1 is actually valued at 1 out of 10, and then you print more, and you're like, all right, I want to print $2. Like, all right, well, that's going to help me pay this back because for every $1 I got 2. You're like, all right, it's going to be 1 out of 5, I guess. They're trying to play games like that. But the problem is each of these is multiplying what this ought to be. So how do you pay your debt with debt? You understand law of gender? It's a law, meaning if your dollar is debt, then more dollars equal more debt. And ain't that the way it's been going? We know it's been going that way because they did this shit so much, qualitative easing ass niggas, that they're still short 38 trillion with all their math tricks, with all their computer tricks, with all their best Jews and all their best white kids. They can't change this. This is the problem. That's the problem. There is no other problem. It ain't white, ain't black, it ain't AI. AI is supposed to be the cool idea that changed this dynamic so this don't seem that bad per dollar. But AI is a fucking bubble. It's cap. It is never going to make up this. Because in order for AI to take off, they need to borrow more. These motherfuckers are asking for $2 trillion right now. From your government. Your government owes 38. So your government's going to throw $1 trillion, $2 trillion, $4, $5 trillion away to the AI fucking tech bro, Jewish bros who like little boys, and then think that this is going to help you out down here in the debt police. No, nigga. This right here is proof that they're going to borrow more debt because they ain't got no money to give them. How the fuck you owe 138 and you got 2 trillion to give a nigga? How the fuck you owe 38 trillion but you're giving money to Ukraine and Israel? How the fuck you owe 38 trillion? You've never made that much in your existence. You've borrowed more than you've made, so you borrowed it to make no money. Hence, they're stupid. Your country is ran by fucking idiots. This ain't complicated. You don't need a degree in law and science. If it's a debt note and every time you borrow one more, it multiplies the amount of debt you owe, when do you pay it back? You can't pay debt back with debt. You need something else. You need legal tender. You need gold, which this country has none. You need silver, which is all in your missiles, blowing up little innocent children in fucking Venezuela and Palestine, and or copper. And they just told you they fresh out of pennies, bitch. They can't find their gold nowhere that they thought they had in reserves. Weird. Silver the only thing left. Sad they need this for tech and military. So copper off the table. Silver, tech, and military using it. That's why the price is going up. And then gold is like, where is it? Well, we only have debt notes that say there's a piece of paper that says it's worth this much gold if you bought this paper with a debt note of paper debt for gold that doesn't exist. And you wonder why there is none. Because the whole thing's made up. It's worth negative 38 trillion. This is negative. No matter what, no matter how good you do in school, no matter how many pet credit cards you pay off, no matter what you do, your dollar that you earn is worth negative 38 trillion. It's a fraction of a negative 38 trillion. That's why this country sucks. It's broke. It's the brokest country in the world. It's in 38 trillion worth of debt. So it's like the girls who got the credit card to buy the nice bag. Yeah, it's got a nice bag. Yeah, it paid off a lease on credit for a year. Yeah, it's got a nice little Tesla. Yeah, it's borrowing more money to do things and it's throwing money back and forth with the crypto. Yeah. But every time you move something back and forth, you're charging this shit. You keep doing crypto in dollars, so you're fucking over the dollar. You're paying your bills in dollars, so you're fucking over your dollar. You buy everything in dollars, so you're fucking over your dollar by saying, hey, all the interest I make off of this, I'm going to translate it to crypto. Ooh, that interest would never fucking come back. So it's like lost interest too, because it's not circulating back in your work because you're not working no more. You're trading on a crypto coin and a borrowed tender. When the fuck you want to pay? When the fuck you going to get some dollars back? What you going to do? Get some crypto and sell it back? This arbitrary, imaginary value that you assign because people are fucking nerds. And then you're going to sell it back to another fucking yuppie with debt. And he's going to give you more millions of his debt in exchange for the coin that's valued in debt. You made the crypto more worth debt by saying that one crypto is worth 85,000 of these debt notes. So you're hoping that a motherfucker dumb enough plays this fucking game with your dumbasses so that they could buy all the damn debt off so you could sell it for currency, right? The problem is your little plan only looks good on the crypto screen. It doesn't look good when it's time to buy things in the currency you robbed for 10 to 20 years because everything else that you're paying for is based on the value of the debt. Dumbass. You never made money. Crypto ain't money. US dollar ain't money. It's all a fucking Ponzi. It's all a fucking a sidestep away from this. They're not about to pay this. So why were their kids? They're not about to pay this. Why we need to work to death? They're not about to pay this. They borrowed this money to fuck me over. I could have sworn that's the story. And now their kids are using this and it's fucking over the boomers. Cool story. No matter what age you are in this story and you're not from this country, you owe that to a whole nother group of people. You don't even know who they are. I hope you don't think they're going to let you get away with it. If they know you owe them 138 trillion worldwide. So there's nowhere in the world you can go where that don't show up. United States citizens, your banking system is 138 trillion. It's just 38 per your local consumption. That 100 is the rest of the bases in the world and all the bullshit we've been doing. They've never paid this back. They've never paid back the Federal Reserve, at least not with currency. They've paid them back with extortion and setting up their little central bank in other nations to put them in the same 360 though, so they could take over the world. They don't care about the money because the money ain't real. They care about you being stupid enough to not know what they were doing. Even when they found out what they were doing, they're like, oh man, that benefits us because this ain't our fucking country either. I know that's right. That's why it's important what your grandma say. So as long as you got these, You're a slave. Except for there's not like this weird white slave master story no more. You're a slave to debt. Cost of living, wages. All of this is affected because you're a slave to the money. The money comes from your birth certificate. Your birth certificate is what foreign countries buy with bonds. They're buying your birth certificate. They're buying your birth certificate. They're trading you on a stock market. As a straw man, though. So it's paper slavery. It's clever, right? They love papers. Notice something. Paper slavery, paper money. Both is fake. And you have no one to hold accountable for this. You don't even know who to talk to or reach this guy or that guy. You're going to talk to a whole bunch of people that went to school and have a podcast and have followers who want more debt notes. You're not going to get to the people who print your debt notes, who trade your birth certificate, who assign you CUSIC numbers. You're going to be arguing with people who are in debt, 138 trillion. Y'all all in debt, 138 trillion. All of your bank accounts are in these tenders. So it don't matter who is holding more of that, or if you only have a little bit of that. Fundamentally, the whole thing, your dollar itself, is representative of negative 138 trillion. So as long as you're playing the game, this is why everything sucks. Because of this number. The system fucking sucks. They told them that in 1933 and they did it anyway. But now this is the culmination of this system. And now in 100 years, you're $138 trillion in debt. In another 100 years, that will triple. You think this country got that long? It's not giving birth to nobody. The populations are going backwards. So if there's less birth certificates, there's less what? Bonds. If there's less bonds, then there's less others holding down the interest of your payment. So yeah, they can do the white supremacy thing and send people away and kill people and let people die and healthcare and all that stuff. Yeah. But they forgot that our birth certificate is connected to their bond market, which makes them rich to begin with, since they're rich in fake money. They're monopoly rich. Some of them use their monopoly riches and get foreigners to get gold and resources and land. And, that don't last because that's not what they're about. They're about fake shit. They're just going to convert the fake shit, the real shit they get back to fake shit every time. And they're going to hope that someone has enough oil to trade in order to make their dollars more valuable than BRICS. BRICS has a positive debt ratio. The United States has been a negative for 100 years. That dollar can never beat them. It's already positive. China already makes a flip on all the money that they're loaning out to other smaller nations. China has never made a flip with you. Now this is temporary. They'll run into some tricky business eventually, but either way, they ain't got this problem because they're working with sovereigns and nations. They're not working with foreign immigrants trying to call this a country because they got a birth certificate, federalized, working with a third-party bank that got you in fucking slavery. The fuck going on with y'all? That is the problem. No matter how much Jerome Powell go burr, none of the burr attack this. Because when you discharge the debt, you're taking this money out of circulation, meaning it's not accessible for your wages. It goes away permanently, like numbers on a computer screen. That's how they discharge debt. They discharge debt by saying, hey, we did all these circles in our economy, and now you can go ahead and erase X amount of digital dollars. And then that number is supposed to get lower. And then that makes your dollar more. But they're borrowing all year. So your dollar is not going trending upward for no fucking reason. Because your federal government has borrowed all year. And it has to. Because it's negative 138 trillion with a negative GDP. It can only borrow to go to war. It can only borrow to keep the oil trade going. It can only borrow to keep the jobs and pay off the wage workers and their health and their food. It can only borrow for that. And that's what the whole thing, that's why you're waiting for Jerome Powell now. Because he determines how much each dollar value is by whatever arbitrary percent that he comes up with. Oh, there's too much spending. There's too much inflation. No, it's not. Everyone's on crypto. There's too much dollars going into a foreign currency. No amount of 40 hours a week is going to change that. If the crypto bros are making up for millions of these every day, up and down, they're not dealing with $10. They're dealing with hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in that damn market. All of it increases this. All of it. Why do you think the federal government wants to put taxes on your gains? So they take that portion that you make, foreign obviously, and then they can account for it to get some of this tackled. Don't worry, it'll get to a point where they'll just shut your accounts down and steal your fucking wallets. So you keep doing really good if you want to. We seen them do this in 1933. So it's not like they've never done it before. You have a Federal Reserve because they did it already. The same way you got ahead on crypto or whatever the fuck you think you're getting ahead on, or buying a bunch of Airbnbs, now that's a dumb idea. Buying a bunch of real estate, now that's a dumb idea. You see how it fucks you up? It don't fuck your federal government up because your federal government can call them and borrow $2 trillion fucking dollars. But when it's time for you to do bankruptcy or some shit, you got all this credit rating you got to worry about. You don't owe that much money. You got like the social stigma that used to exist, but these videos making sure it farms out. Like, you got to worry about, like, should I move to another country that's using bricks? You know what I'm saying? Then you got to pay these niggas in dollars to make the move. And you're like, damn, I ain't got that many to do, but shit, I'll work a few years until I do. Like, come on, my nigga. Come on, my nigga. Come on now. This ain't deep. They're borrowing from usury. And they're using you. Debt slaves. Negative 38 trillion. That proves that you're debt slaves. You don't have any money here. Your money is worth a negative 138 trillion as a whole. Your $1 is a fraction of debt. That means it belongs to someone else at all times. You cannot save debt. The stock market is old white people investing in other new people labor. That worked for the first 50 years. And then it became a 38 trillion. Meaning they didn't make any money. Those were not sound investments. Those are sound gateways to make sure that the Federal Reserve keeps printing money for you. To make sure you're always codependent on it. And then when you come to this year and you realize you're codependent on it, you're like, well, what happened? What can we do? Pay the debt off. Question. How much dollars does the entire working class of the United States makes for this country per year? Like negative hundreds of billions. Your GDP is negative. You can't pay that debt off. You're borrowing money to do new ideas and to sell things. You got to pay that too. So there's nothing you can do from scratch in this country to pay the debt off. It don't matter how many hours you work. It don't matter if they're Haitian, white, black, Chinese. They're all working for more debt. As long as you get paid in dollars, you're working for debt. And everyone's in debt. Ain't that a law agenda? If you work for debt and you end up in debt, ain't that what's supposed to happen? If you're borrowing money from Paul to pay Harry, and then John shows up and he wants his gold back, and you ain't got it because someone robbed you, how are you going to pay any of them back? By working harder? The richest people don't work hard. They ain't get money from working hard. They got money from investing into slave wages, opening corporations and paying your ass like a slave. You need the federal government to tell your employer that he should pay you more? That's a weird fucking story. Unless they benefit from slave wage labor. And they do. Now they're in slavery. Law of gender. You found it wise to pay slave wages to slave people with a slave dollar. You've accrued way more debt than your employees. Now you're on the hook burden of that negative 38 trillion. Then you come to my TED Talk. It don't manifest right away. Because we ain't talking about paying bills to a fake bank, to a fake mortgage. We're talking about like what they do after. This is why these motherfuckers kill themselves. Because they never worked hard. Thus, they know they'll never pay it off when they lose it. They never were going to. They're going to flip it back into a slot machine and wait for some other foreign yuppie to walk up and say they want to borrow it. Ain't that what banks do? Make you borrow money they never pay back to the Federal Reserve? And then make you go through a credit and approval process to get access to it, to make sure you pay them back. They've never paid the Federal Reserve back. The banks were bailed out in 2008, several times after, and they got bailed out 2 months ago. They just don't want niggas to go through that process. I know that's right. The whole thing fake. Fiat. That's what the word means. The whole thing's fiat. We're not just saying that. It literally is fake. Literally. You don't have money in this country. You have credit that has interest on it. You're in a usury-based central bank. Nobody wanted that. Hence the wars. Nobody wanted that. Hence Afghanistan and Iraq. Nobody wanted that. Hence Venezuela. Nobody wanted that. Hence South America. Nobody wanted that. Hence BRICS. So not only do you have an astronomical debt that you'll never pay off in your rest of your genetic existence, you're in a world in which no one else in this world wants it. Nobody wanted these dollars. It was the gun that made everyone do it 100 years ago. It was World War II. Installed central banks. That ain't nothing to do with no goddamn Jews. They ain't Jews. But they run the banks. So it's a whole smoke screen for their campaign to spread around the world and do the bank thing. They don't work hard. They don't join your military. They're useless pieces of shit, in fact. If you had to die to be here, them motherfuckers got a free ride off of you. And you don't even know who they are. They're not part of your story or your legacy or your family or your manifest destiny for your grandchildren. They're just beneficiaries over and over and over again because everyone's using their fucking bank of nothing. Of shitty witchcraft, black magic, and sigil magic that doesn't work no more. Hence the wars. There's going to be World War III. World War II gave us central banks. So World War III is going to give us another central bank, bitch? This time it's going to be crypto? Ooh, I'm so scared. Fuck you. Go to hell. Eamon Ross says, you incurred more debt than your employees. Oh, that's so good. Jonathan Lee 3. Haru says 3. Nobody wanted it. Mr. Now says, if you plant apple seeds, you can only expect apple trees. Unless you have Jewish people in your field pocketing the apple seeds. And they want to plant something else. 138 T's, dog. Your country don't make bees. You need 999 plus 1 bees to get one of those T's knocked down. Your country don't make a bee in anything surplus. Donald Rumsfeld, right before fucking 9/11, they said the Pentagon black budget was missing and accounting for what, $2 trillion, right? And then the towers fell the next day. And they used to think Israel's behind that. Well, yeah, Israel is also who they owe those $2 trillion to, since it's their fucking central bank. That's Jewish bank. Your dollar is printed by the Rothschilds and Rockefellers who put these fucking faggots into these endless wars for the past 100 years as cannon fodder to install these policies and ideals and ways of thinking and living. More than anything, they don't give a fuck about if they live. They give a fuck about how effective they are at fucking undermining a society. And then install a bank. That's it. That's the game. There is no other game. It's not how much fake money they have. It's how much you don't. It's how much of your own sanctity and fucking sovereignty that you don't have. Because they don't lose anything. It's not real. They lose leverage and control of everyone pretending to play Monopoly with them, yes. But they are already telling them, we're not playing Monopoly with you. We're going to use bricks, Legos. We're going to build. We're not going to destroy. We're not trying to scatter people. We're not trying to fool Jews and black people. We're trying to build up our actual nations. Since they strong-armed all their shit too, Russia and China, I ain't stupid. But they strong-armed their shit and they're trying to build something with it. They strong-armed all this shit knowing the fuck that as soon as it goes to hell, they'll leave. And they are. Your richest people are leaving. Meaning they're going to diversify their financial portfolio. Well, if they move out of this country, what kind of currency are they going to use? They're going to keep investing in the debt. They're going to keep investing into loans. They're going to keep investing in the salary made. They're going to keep investing into the bond market. They're leaving. The richest people holding the most debt are about to exchange it to a foreign currency and leave you at the bill. Your dollar is plundering. How much your laundry detergent cost goes up because of that? They're about to cash out the casino and go somewhere else and let you live with their fucking usury and their manipulative and abusive ass corporation policies. Not only did they juice all their employees to make all this money to leave, they're going to leave them the fucking bill and wonder why all their businesses are going out. It's a spiritual matter. Do unto others as others will do unto you. So they're going to find themselves in another country. Second, third class rated citizens politically, because they ain't going to be able to vote or move anything. The people and the immigrants over there are going to fucking fuck up their storefronts like they tend to do. Because you fucking up the prices over here with your dumb shit. Acting like these Jews. So, yeah, we see that in Mexico already. Mexico has no problem with the Chinese people moving in. Mexico's complaining about the white people moving in. Because the money ain't shit. So you have all these people with this fake ass money making all these buildings and these businesses in fake ass USDs, and it's fucking up how much shit costs for me. And I don't work nowhere that gives me USDs. That's the game. It's monopoly, it's risk. It's not real fiscal capitalism success because you're the best, the strongest, and the smartest, and you have the awesome products and services. Your country sucks. The United States fucking sucks. It has always fucking sucked. It starts with slavery. I ain't white enough to imagine that ends in greatness. Because you've been borrowing from fake Khazarians. While you're subjugating politically and socially the real Israelites. Y'all gotta be the dumbest people that have lived in planet life. If that's what this is, if that's all it is, if there's not some secret occultic reason for all the bullshit against my people and everyone else's, if it's just boiling down to how much money you got, you ain't got none. You have none. Your banks don't have gold. I know you don't. You ain't got enough. You don't even know if that shit real. Because we know for the past 20 years, the bullion, China has been salting all the gold. Most of the silver pieces that you see people selling are fake. Where's the real gold and silver, Bruce? There's no real gold and no silver for you to buy. So I know the devil a damn lie. They ain't got nothing then. They got papers and certificates that say it's worth amount of thing if you can find a dummy to give it to you in exchange for the paper. Because that's all you're exchanging. Hey, I want this much gold, take my paper, and then now you have the paper. Now you can get someone else to give you the gold for it. You don't want to play that game. Niggas out here working, inventing things, creating things, selling things, dealing with humans. Ain't no one got time to be fucking betting on no fucking Ponzi scheme. And then when it loses, like, oh, that's just the game, man. You lost big, but get at him next time, Tiger. What next time? When's the next halving cycle? These motherfuckers think this shit gonna follow the same pattern. The stock market don't follow the same damn pattern from 20 years ago. How the fuck crypto gonna go to the moon? Are y'all dumb? It's based on USD. USD is going to hell. So the value of your Bitcoin is based on the inflated value of the dollar, meaning your crypto's even worth less. The more dollars it's worth is the more debt it is. So the more the crypto is worth, the worse the dollar is. Your value of how much that coin is worth is what the dollar is. If a dollar is that damn much inflated, then your crypto is inflated. It's parallel. So if the crypto is going down to 80,000, 70,000, 60,000, what ought to happen is that the dollar value goes up to make you not want to invest in crypto graphs. You invest in the US bond graph. No one's doing that. So crypto's going down for another reason. These little kids ain't flipping from the crypto market to the old boomer stock market either. So where's the value gone? How did crypto drop from 120 to 80 and less? If the damn dollar's still a mess. Did they decouple it? and it's worth less. The banks are getting involved, XRPs, and it's worth less. That means it's never going up. Because your dollar ain't. The value of the dollar ain't getting stronger, so why would the value of a crypto dollar go be stronger than the damn real thing that's based on? And the real thing it's based on is a fucking debt note. You see what I'm saying? But because foreign countries will sell us stupid ass 25-cent products for $250, to them it costs 25 cents for your t-shirt. You want to buy it for $500 because a white boy put a fucking cool sticker on it. You spending $500 of fake currency for a shirt that costs 25 cents. Who the damn dummy? You're gonna give me a vibe and aesthetic, like what it means socially. I know that's the American dream, to hallucinate some shit of value, and then assign value to it until everyone's bored. How? You understand they're not builders of societies. They've never built a society. That's why. They've always stolen them. And after they steal them, the people leave, die, get raped, get mixed, and there's nothing like it ever since. We gotta wait for another damn documentary about what happened if those people lived. Fucking faggot ass system. Hyperinflation. Niggas are spending money as soon as they get it. Trust me, I know. We're hyperinflated. Crypto's hyperinflated. It's a multiplication of a debt system. So everything they bought with it, which 98% has been underworld activities. Not only that, they're investing in pedophile networks. Fucking idiots. It doesn't matter. I gotta pay my rent. Yeah, and your rent's higher than ever because you're a fucking idiot. They know you got crypto. They know you got options. They know you don't need labor. So you keep figuring out how you hitting that damn crypto market to make sure that your $6,000 rent comes in. Stupid. That's crazy, dog. There's no adults in this conversation that understand how energy works. United States was attacked. Where?
Today, we do have some breaking news because earlier today, we learned that 2 U.S. soldiers and an interpreter were killed in a suspected Islamic attack in Syria.
They're killed by ISIL.
People are actually refusing.
They're killed by Israel then. What the fuck is this guy? Who they gonna retaliate against? You about to pay the damn retirement for the soldiers that trained ISIS. Shut the fuck up. This country's stupid. It's not a secret. They trained ISIS. So they're going to retaliate against ISIS while still retaliating for ISIS while they're paying Jewish people who trained ISIS. Man, that's why they can't fix this shit. They can't fix it because they had to tell the truth, man. And I don't think they know how to do that, bro.
Anybody else notice all these apartment complexes they're putting up are charging an obscene amount of rent? And you're just kind of like, who are they renting to?
For sure.
Like I saw this one, a 1-bedroom apartment was $1,600 a month.
Hate to see it.
We're talking about the crazy rental crisis that's going on. It's amazing how bad it's gotten. Housing in America is, one, unaffordable and still going up. We haven't seen a major correction. Are we going to see a major correction? I want to know.
No, 38 trillion in debt.
As a real estate agent, as somebody that deals with property all day long, I'm going to give you my thoughts on all of these. Let's go.
Now, 1-bedroom apartments were for like young kids in their 20s. At least they're supposed to be.
Yes.
And what young kid in their 20s is making over $4,500 a month to where they can even afford that apartment? Because you have to make 3 times the rent to even get approved for it.
You know, the 3 times the rent is going to get worse because maintenance is going up. Tenant law is getting to where it's hard to get somebody out if they don't pay. And many of these municipalities has made it so hard to do the permitting and the legal work and the insurance, and then the taxes keep going up. Both insurance and taxes wind up getting put back on the tenant. And it's crazy that it happens that way, but every time those government officials go and hide in the back room and raise property taxes, rent has to go up too, or it'd just be unaffordable to own the property. And then nobody would have a place to live.
And the 3-bedrooms are going for like $2,500 plus. And I'm just like, who the hell can afford
You own nothing and be happy.
Like,
That's what
way
they're doing.
more money than your average
They're
American.
telling you they're going to do
But the
it.
idea of spending $2,500 a month in rent.
Let me say that. If the World Economic Forum agenda, and you can Google this for yourself and YouTube it for yourself, is that you own nothing and be happy. Is it strange to people that everyone that owns things are losing it? If their stated mission was you will own nothing and be happy. If Frederick T. Gates' mission statement for the Board of Education was you'll be a docile slave, and now it's the Department of Labor. If everything they say it is where they go with it, and that's where you end up living in, why are we acting like the system just naturally exists and does this thing that works for us? Bitch, rent was too much 30 years ago.
And yet,
All of your shit is stolen.
For sure.
But my question...
Your land is stolen. The materials are stolen. The labor is stolen. It's too expensive to begin with. They would have to fucking steal everything and manipulate everything if it was affordable. Nigga, throw it away. Are you serious? They're so goofy, dog. We're gonna die because we're stupid.
Why do they keep building these apartments when there's no way in hell they can rent these apartments out? Like, there's no way these apartments are at full capacity. It's not possible.
Nigga.
So why are they doing it? There's no way they're making, like,
they're colonizers.
Astronomically insane.
Nothing has to
They've
be
already
there.
done the math on it. They know they can rent them. Or they're going to make it up on all the amenities you pay a little extra for. It's all about increasing cash flow, packaging the properties up, and selling them to a hedge fund or a large portfolio. And you just keep upping the rent.
Which I have, but they're at $50,000 a
And what's
year.
wild is I don't see it ending. I don't see it getting any better. You're just going to see this constant snowball. And at some point, people are just not going to be able to afford it. You've left the market. I tell you, I've been dealing with my house, the permitting to get anything done. The government wants another $50, another $100, a reinspect of this plan or that environmental study or this or that, just to fix a little something on your house. And they come out 5 or 6 times and they're always failing.
I
you
love
for
that
some
we
little
blame
thing.
the government
then
and not the people that work in the government job, as if the government's its own thing. No, it's the people you grew up with. It's the people you went to school with. It's the people who are boomers of the same thing. The government's not a third party. It's the people that you're buying from and selling to. Like, the fuck are they talking about? The government is the same stupid people, which is why they can't fix it. The United States has a stupid people problem because they're so fucking greedy on the damn lies that dead men have told them. Everyone responsible for this shit is dead already. So Colorado has that problem. They built all these new apartments and now they're foreclosed. Why? Everything seems to no longer be worth the money. Yeah, that's called novelty, hyper novelty. Let's check it out.
Samsung has confirmed that its new smart refrigerators will start showing you ads on screen.
What happens to just buying something and owning it? Like, why does everything need to be subscription-based?
If something is made of genuine leather, it's not saying it's real leather. Genuine is the actual name of the lowest quality of leather.
Okay, so I'm going to let everybody know right out the gate, this is a pretty doomer kind of video. Because over the past few months, I've started to gather example after example of basically everything getting worse. Products, software, entertainment, clothing. I mean, you could truly talk about anything in today's world, especially when you compare it to the past. I'm going to try to structure this video as best I can because we have a lot of examples to go over today. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below.
I'm going to read to the comments real quick. That shit crazy. Everyone's hitting a no dub moment in social media. I love it here, boy. We might actually be pissed. Get ready, guys. Mr. Beast is signaling XRP's last chance. TDFB, door-to-door day traders want to start a real account by only showing the gains on a demo account. You can make millions figuratively when it's not being gained by hyper trading machines that get the trades before you do. But keep playing. Maybe you'll get lucky and not be fucked by the machine. Like, what is going on? Jonathan L says 3. I was watching one of those debt videos. There was a couple that was $671,000 in debt, both because of their school. One was a chiropractor and the other was a physical therapist. They don't even have house debt. Just to move my feet, $45. And to facilitate this call, another 10. 30 plus of people weren't voted in. Like McDonald's, 100% beef ain't beef. 100% meat. Peace everywhere. Shout out to Alert. Well, let's see some of the things that people are noticing. Shout out to my millennials who are finally doing the math on this, I guess.
Start off with an example of how malicious these targeted ads online are becoming.
Facebook allegedly detected when teen girls deleted selfies so it could serve them beauty ads. That is so diabolical.
So diabolical. So it's like they're thinking they took it down because they didn't think they were pretty enough. So we're going to sell them that makes them think they're prettier.
Right.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
And you don't think that this is happening all across the board now? Your phone picks up a conversation that your friend just bought a brand new SUV and out of nowhere you start getting advertisements from Ford or some manufacturer. And the amount of data that they collect 24/7, this is only going to become more common. Some of the comments here, social media is one of the worst things to happen to humanity. Why are we allowing this? What teenagers are using Facebook? Just curious. I know it's much less common for Gen Z or even really millennials to be using Facebook now, but this isn't just isolated on Facebook. This will be on every social media platform. And I know many people's responses to use things like AdBlock or the Brave browser. However, it just becomes a game of cat and mouse. Certain websites will block you
you using ad block, then ad block will come out with an update to circumvent that, and then they just go back and forth. All this just to go onto the internet and not get advertisements shoved in your face all the time.
Here are some things that piss me off about shopping. Why is it when I go to nicer websites, like I'm looking for a winter coat that's good quality, I don't mind paying a little bit. For like a wool coat, I go on another story's website, I see a beautiful jacket, let me show you. Technically this is on ASOS, but this is the jacket. It's really pretty. It comes in like 3 colors. I think it's cute. It's $271. There's no wool in it. It's made of 2 synthetic fibers, 51% polyester, and you're charging damn near $300. I'm sorry. The same with the brand Damson Matter. I don't know how to pronounce it. I go to look at the quality of all of their polyester. Their jackets are damn near $300.
And this has really infected all of the fashion industry lately. Of course, because polyester is very cheap, so your margins are even better. But now companies are trying to trick you, making you think that you're paying almost $300 for a wool jacket, because that's what it looks like it is on the website until you go to the description. I remember seeing another example on a previous video where a company was naming their garments something along the lines of the silk dress or the silk top, which in your mind you would think that this would be made out of silk until you go over and it's made out of polyester, while simultaneously charging you an outrageous amount of money, all to be able to squeeze out just a little bit more margin on their products.
If I get a post-apocalyptic car, I too will have CDs in it. In an old iPod. Might as well buy VCR at this point.
Something that people really appreciate seeing is the true cost of living crisis that is currently taking place here in the United States, and not from what you see on mainstream media, but from personal testimonies, people that are sharing online their real world struggles of what's going on in their everyday life.
So we're in Walmart shopping, and it is unbelievable how expensive food is. I don't know how people are surviving because food is just so expensive. You know, and we don't make more money, but everything goes up. And I don't understand how people are surviving, because I'm barely, and between my wife and I, we make okay money, I guess. I guess it's not okay nowadays because literally everything is so expensive. We're getting like 4 bags full of shit for $200-300. It's disgusting, and I'm over it.
I would love to know how everybody's affording to live. I sent my fiance, because they're still fiancés because weddings are ridiculous, but I sent him out to the store. I asked for garbage bags, I asked for 2 rolls of paper towels, and I asked for 2 vitamin waters. I said, go into my wallet, there's $30, take it, so we don't use the credit card because that's probably at the max. And he gets back, and I'm like, okay, where's the change? He's like, what change? It was $34. I said, $34? What the did you even get? If everyone's saying, oh, we'll just use reusable paper towels. Listen, babe, we're not doing that. We tried that method. It doesn't work for this family. The juices spill in and everything else. The main point is that it shouldn't cost $34 for 4 things, okay? I want to know, how are we affording to live? Because I'm 2 seconds away from a mental breakdown.
It's tough out here for everyone. I'm a controls engineer. I have a good job. I've been doing this for a minute. You can Google a controls engineer salary. I should be able to live very comfortably as a single man with 3 kids. I should have no financial struggles. I should be able to afford a home. I should be able to afford a brand new car. And all of this while taking trips and having vacations. And I live in a trailer. I drive a fairly new car, yes. But I have to budget. Like, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I cannot get ahead. I do not buy expensive clothes. I do not take expensive trips. I do not put stuff on credit card. I'm not there yet. But for what I make, I should live very comfortably, and I don't presently. I thought at one time if I made as much as I make now, I would be rich and have no problems. And that's probably true 8 years ago. But over the past 5 years, I have seen my standard of living substantially drop. I am living a lower middle class lifestyle. And
he ain't black just yet.
I make good money. I don't drink my coffee out. I make it at home every day. I carry my lunch. I take my kids to fast food maybe once a week, $30-40. I have a Planet Fitness membership. I shop at discount clothes. I thrift for almost everything. So telling people to just stop buying coffee and they could afford a home, or just to wait a little bit so they can afford kids, is just gaslighting people. We're being robbed by our government through the hands of corporations by our government's control. And hearing people and reading comments that people are just don't get it. They really don't. I feel bad for my kids. I feel bad for people starting out today. Gen X didn't have it very easy. The millennials didn't have it very easy. And I don't know what Gen Z is going to do. We're in a bad situation in this country financially. We're $38 trillion in debt, and they're about to turn the printers on again, which is going to cause even more inflation and even more problems.
Shout out to my engineers.
So I don't have easy answers, but telling people to stop buying coffee and wasting money, like that's we're past that. We're way past that. Hyperinflation. It's time to do something. I don't know what, but something's got to give.
In 2 months, it's going to become completely unaffordable to live in the United States. And I'm not talking about luxury lifestyle. I'm talking about basic middle class needs.
I cannot make this up. I'm just homeless, living out of my car because I had to move out of my house. The dogs are jam-packed. So yeah. All right, we are checking out of the Airbnb. I do one last walkthrough and make sure I have everything. I took the couch covers off, stripped the bed, and finishing a load of laundry. But the dogs are ready to go, the car is packed. And I always get so paranoid that I'm gonna leave something behind. Sit. Maya. Teddy. Teddy, go. Teddy, up. Teddy, go. Max. Callie. So we're in the process of moving right now, and the car is just jam-packed. So, yeah, the dogs just have to deal with it. Dogs are in the car. One last final walkthrough. And then on to the next place.
Me and my husband, we live paycheck to paycheck. And when I say paycheck to paycheck, I literally mean it. We have one child. We live in a 1-bedroom with a den for our son. It's perfect for the 3 of us, but we live paycheck to paycheck. Literally half of my husband's paycheck is going towards rent, and the other half are car bills, food, gas, everything else, stuff for our child. And we could barely make it by. We just, by the skin of our nose, make it by every single month. I don't even know how sometimes, but how are people able to buy houses in this day and age and have multiple kids and go on vacation? Like, I'm asking for a friend, like, how are you able to do it? Please comment down below because I really need to know. I feel like we're missing something, or I don't know. Like, it's hard out here. It's rough. And I've seen a few people post about this, but like, it's not talked about enough. How are people making it work? I really want to know. Please.
This is a summary of what it is to live in the United States in 10 seconds. We pay taxes on money we earn, taxes on money we spend,
That's what y'all talking about.
taxes on things that we already own with money that we have already been taxed.
2 months before the election, I chose to give up housing and move full-time
Then
into
you're
this
taxed for that from your
minivan that I'm
debt-based
cleaning out
system.
right
That's
now,
crazy.
simply because I trusted myself more than I trusted the federal government. And I was betting on the fact that no matter who got elected, it would be a long while before housing costs went down or wages went up or the economy changed a little bit for the better. But I'm here to report back 14 months later. I knew the whole time I could go back into the misery of living in an apartment and paying rent if it was better than this. But it's not, for me at least, as a certain kind of person. Scrappy, remote job, adventurous, no kids, overly confident, probably, to do something like...
Look. I'm so bougie. I still got YouTube Premium. Just seeing the fact, because I have Brave browser and all that stuff too. Why do I have YouTube Premium? I don't watch YouTube. It ain't $9 no more. I'm after this stream, I'm literally going to cancel my YouTube Premium because fuck them. They fucked my channel and fucked up my money when I had a channel that made money. But I thought, we had more podcasts, more panics, more producer cook-ups, more, things to consume in our sector, which I enjoy. I enjoy our people. But ain't too many of our people doing that thing in which where I couldn't think like the 15-year-old pirate that I am, and you had said the name of some apps that'll bypass YouTube ads for the rare time, because you know how it is, you cancel something and then all of a sudden you want to look at it, like Netflix. For that rare time in which I will want to look at YouTube for more than 30 minutes a day, I can just skip the fucking ads. I have a laptop. I can do it on my laptop. Like, I don't have to pay Google Drive and Google Premium and not get you, and they don't even bundle nothing. I'm paying for Google One and I'm paying for YouTube Premium. And then I got to pay for YouTube TV and all these other things. Like, oh yeah, that's right. Fuck Alphabet Group. You ain't paying me shit anyway, bitch. They're using our likeness and our content to train their fucking AI. Imagine. So, yeah. Just for the culture, I think I'm gonna cancel my YouTube Premium for a little while. And so, unless things change socially and, it becomes hot and I need to see it. But I don't need to see anything right now. I know what all the news stories are going to be. It's going to be everybody who wasn't here or living life and being real for the whole year, it seems, finally come to Jesus and go to the 6 a.m. school of fucking February or March 2025 and say the same shit we already know. Shit. I heard it when I was a young kid. I knew that this was where it was going. That's where it went. I ain't got no further questions, Your Honor. Shit's fucked up. And it's not even about getting the $20 to pay it again. It's about the fact that I don't want to. They're fucking us over. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, there's only so many things you can say no to before you're, inconvenienced. But even in that, like, I'm thinking like, all right, I don't know how much more time I have here either, right? For those who don't know my story, I got here because my stepmother tried to get me into prison because I was pressing the issue about a family inheritance left to me that they left me out of. So my grace and my mercy from the Most High allowed me to be away, isolated from just that shock, just that evil, like it manifested like that. And everything you have to process and everything you have to go through. On top of the fact of my personal life and finances and everything coming to a crash at once because of that, because of the police, because of all that shit, right? Cool fucking story. To God be the glory and everyone else that supported. So for the past 6 to 7 months, I've been kind of like watching everything carefully. Because ain't nothing changed for me in 40 years. You get a job, you pay rent, you don't live happily ever after. But then they started doing ICE. Then they started doing weird shit with the airlines, right? I was on airplanes back and forth to Carolina all year. And I saw the prices jump up for no fucking reason. Now they want to charge you $50 if you don't have a real ID. Like, they're making everything more expensive no matter where we go. I've been in Houston, skyrocketing. I've been in Raleigh, Charlotte, D.C., Odenton, Seattle, Puyallup, Vegas now. The only place I haven't been is the most expensive place of them all, California. So I already know not to expect anything easier. I would need a miracle in a military government contract Federal Reserve with a Jewish Khazarian sellout willing to pay me to even fathom of the dream of whatever comes with life in independence as a man in a family building. No. I'm way disqualified for all those storylines only because the value is off. A man wouldn't work that hard if it cost this much for that. Your grandfather didn't work that hard, value-wise. His wife cost him $10,000 a year. We're at 140. One more time. Granddad and great-granddad is like 10,000, and if you're lucky, 20, 30,000 a year. We need 140 for the same outcome with worse ingredients and social outcomes and stigmas and all kinds of things. Like you're settling, but you're paying more for what you're selling for. That don't make no sense to no Indian or no nigga. But I understand. If you love somebody, love them. I get it. I don't love nobody like that, like where it makes sense for me to die here. It makes no sense to die here. At all. It makes zero sense to die here. My message is muted to 40 to 50 people tops. There's 300 million here. I'll come and go. But to really think about 2026, like, damn, which way I want to go? I want a vehicle. I can get a vehicle. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm in the right place for vehicles that get towed all the time. But even if, where am I driving to? Am I driving to this new job that's opening downtown next to the casinos? No. The only place I can get a job in this bitch is blue collar for the casinos. And I don't mind that, by the way. I don't mind, doing the Mario Brothers thing. I'm 40, so, I might not get there, but it'll be something to do if I'm to pretend like things are going to get better by staying in place and weathering another storm as a Black American, right? Ain't no fucking storm to weather here. Ain't none of the storms going to land me on a better place of this land anyway. I've been damn near everywhere. So I have to use Neville Goddard, dynamic thought, in the Holy Bible, and create a prayer, a desire, a manifested reality that is corresponded to something that's actually beneficial and logical. And that has been the hardest thing I've ever had to try to do within a mental gymnast exercise. Because I have to ask myself, well, where are you going to go? You ain't got no money to go there. That's But wait, don't so many people come here without money? Law, gender, or something. There's got to be another way to get out of this country without being rich. So, I just put that out there into the universe. I'll let the cell phone and laptop listen to it, and I'll start getting the check and effect videos like, for a comfortable life, you need this much money. What if I don't want to be a comfortable life? I've never had a comfortable life. How much those cost? How much does life cost in these bitches? That's what I need to know. How much would life cost for me to go somewhere? And if I can make $100 on the internet, can I buy food? Just to be silly. Because, things do change in your own personal. I have so much experience and so much belief and thought from what I've experienced that I know it can collapse into something beneficial to me, no matter where I'm at. But right now, given the option to, there is no next stop for me. I'm talking about, I'm not working towards a specific place or destination. I don't know where to go. There's nowhere to go yet. All right, so, hold it down, eat, mind your business. Don't cause a lot of shit. Don't fuck up your own karma. Don't piss off the OGs. I get it now. I'll talk my shit on my channel. They got to sign in to listen to it. I get it. I'm good. But it's so foobar, dog. I'm not just saying it and voicing it as an angry black man. It's because I don't just see it for me. It's been like this my whole life. I see it happening to everyone else. And uniquely for us who've seen it our whole life, I say when I was young, when I was in the hood nigga section, I got a chance to get out. My aunt would come get me every other month. I spent the summers with this one or that one. My dad loves driving and traveling and taking trains, so I got the chance to see how other people interface with the United States and the realities and, what their customs were, what they ate, what their favorite snacks and candies were. I got to see all of these different things and formulate common denominators of how it goes, which makes me good wherever I go. I know how to code. I know what to look for. I know how I get things right from that experience. But today I don't. Today, everywhere I go, I'm looking at tweakers. I'm looking at old people. I'm looking at veterans and shitty health and addictions. Everywhere I go. I'm looking at my generation. Less and less of us outside, obviously, because they got to work and do things. Some are new family members. I get it. They can't be out here trying to fight the power to be. They got kids to raise. So you have that dynamic. But on top of that dynamic, when I was younger, I saw people doing all the same things and they were happy. I saw people do all the same things, never been rich. There was no crypto, there was no internet. So you literally had to go to work to get a fucking wage check. And they were taking their families out to the buffet. They were doing pizza night. They were doing any little thing they can do to make the family feel better. One paycheck at a time. Whereas people got way more money than what those paychecks were at that time, just 20, 30 years ago. And they're all saying they can't do nothing. And that's crazy. And even if you were to do the same things we did 30, 20 years ago, none of the ingredients in that shit is real anymore. All this food tastes the same, dog. I've ordered Chinese food from 2 or 3 different places. It's the same fucking chicken, the same fucking broccoli. Literally, ingredients-wise. It's the only thing that changed. I think the damn plastic forks and the goddamn fortune cookies come from the same company. They're just franchises of American Chinese food. They're not even you feel me? And I'm in Vegas, right? They're supposed to have the best Michelin star restaurants in the casinos, but everywhere I've tasted in this bitch, it tastes exactly the same. So, the quality of what you would hustle and grind for goes away. Even going out, if I went on a date with somebody out here, everywhere we could go would be damn near empty, right? Even the casinos, I noticed. I was just at a casino a couple weeks ago. Empty. There's people there, but most of the machines are empty. If you go into the restaurant, most of the chairs are empty. You don't see too many kids. So the people doing the vacation thing in Vegas at this time of year, at least, wasn't really families. It's not Disney. So you see the old white people. You see a lot of older black women. Interesting. You see all kinds of people, but they're sprinkled. It's fractions. There's not a whole lot of them. The most busiest it ever was for me personally, rubbing shoulders with people, was when I went to the F1 event over there by the MGM Grand, or what is that? Yeah, it's MGM Grand. So they made these F1 tracks real fast and they cut down the roads, and that redirected the flow of traffic. So me and my friend are walking through the apartment complexes, which was awesome, by the way. We walk like how Vegas does it. For you to cross, you gotta like go up the stairs of a building and then cross a land bridge to the other stairs. And then you think you're over. You're not over yet. You gotta crawl other stairs, go around the building, then go downstairs. So that was the longest I had to walk shoulder to shoulder. It's like being in a mall almost. And then that gave me the idea of like, oh, that's what this place is like when people got money and everyone can afford to be here. Well, people are watching these fucking $1 million cars race. That ain't the normal audience. So just in that niche audience, I seen it. And I looked at how people were dressed. I looked at their, the scan that I do as a person that's moved all around the place. And I was like, oh, it ain't here. These people are just here because it's something to do. I get it, because there's nothing else to do. Where the fuck they come from, I can imagine. But, they ain't too many people wearing F1, you know how niggas are. We'll have the hats, the bandanas, we'll have the jacket, we'll have everything that go with why we're there. On some Lakers shit. I didn't see too much of that, so it's like, these people don't even know what the fuck F1 is. I went in front of an F1 car, the real ones. I saw that bitch. Beautiful, by the way. It was like 8 people who gave a fuck. Everybody else just beeline past that shit. I'm like, why are they here? I know they ain't here to pay for no damn $26 bottles of water and $8 cans of Sprite. Arizona goddamn $1.50 in this bitch. You know something ain't right. So, but most of it's working class is poor. I'd be amiss if I didn't say that. When I take these buses and I go around these different dimensions, I see a lot of little, this is new to me, a lot of little Asian women, right? So I think they're from mainland Asia, like, because of their genetics. They're still aboriginal in size. So there's a little Asian people who are doing, getting off the buses at weird times at night to do the stuff, whether it's the cleaning or the staffing or the fucking kitchens, whatever. And there's plenty of them, right? Plenty of them for every establishment, every casino, every hotel. And that's about it. Like, unless you're really good at gambling or you're an underworld person that's using Vegas as tax shelter or something along those lines, aka everything that already has money. In a city that has all of that money just coming and going and people throwing it away, you can't just walk in and put your hand under a certain place and catch it. I'm looking hard. I'm looking harder than ever, actually. But I'm learning, and I know how God is, so I'm not stressed about what it ought to be. It's just sad that every idea that I grew up on that would be wisdom or timeless, it don't work for me no more. So I know it ain't working for no damn Gen Z kids. And that's if they even know the reference points. If their parents are even, lived a life like I did. It's simply school, education, get a job. And if you don't go to school and get a good job, work somewhere. Like DoorDash or whatever. The kid's like, no, Mom, I'm going to be a streamer. No, Mom, I'm going to do crypto. No, Mom, I'm scamming, but I can't tell you that. Whatever the case is. Like, those aren't even, like, normal options for us. That's all niche stuff. That's not even like, that is de facto standard. How do I hustle and scam work for money? And I'm not against it, by the way, because I understand slavery and usury. But playthrough style, I'm talking about just the playthrough. Like, if you bought the strategy guide for Resident Evil 2 back in the day, like, the way they tell you to play this game, I can't play this game. I can't play this game by the rules. Dealing with the court and everything proved to them that, yeah, buddy, if there wasn't a God for real, I don't want to be around that. I've seen them try to get me for some shit I did not do. So I know, you understand? Like, I know everything that my other brothers have said about this shit is true. Whether they're right or wrong about their life, the system, when you observe what you're supposed to do to make a living and then hopefully have your kids and help them do that better, this system does not support that idea. And this is videos full of white people telling me. I didn't get to the white land yet. I didn't get to the white status of nobility in this land yet, where I can be a whatever engineer making almost 6 figures in a trailer park and be like, I'm poor. What, nigga? I've never made that much money. I must have been fucking cooked the whole time. And I didn't know it. So imagine. So I can't even see that. I'm not climbing vertically to make as much money as him, to move into his trailer park and then worry about my damn fucking Tesla bill. What the fuck is that for? That's not why I went to school. That's not why I learned coding, programming, graphic design, AI, all that shit I know how to do. And music production, you gotta do 25 years by yourself as a Jew. I did all that shit without a studio. Like, no. It ain't nothing I can do right now from scratch. What, we need another food truck? Well, we need more services? Do I need to sell some more life insurance door to door because everyone's fucking dying? Like, all the things. Like, selling drugs, forget about it. Like, that's not even fun. The weed don't even get people high no more. Like, how? Like, what are they leaving? The obvious answer, top 10 corporations and all their subsidiaries and their jobs that still have liquid because they're getting bailed out. They ain't hiring like that. And even if they did, they're not going to pay you because they fired all the people they paid like that. So it means they have no reason to pay you like that as a new person. No time soon. So you understand, you're going to be gridlocked to what you're able to get, which works for survival. But then when you tell people to be entertained and happy and live and follow the rules and do everything correctly in that position, it's not going to happen. It don't happen before these circumstances. So it's definitely not going to happen when people feel like, oh shit, no matter what I do, it's the same result. Downsizing. No matter what I do, it's the same result. Got to sell this car. No matter what I do, it's the same result. I can't get a house. I got to sell my house. My house did a reevaluation thing, and now this went up, and then the taxes went up. It's like, no matter where you go. Like, oh, move out of New York, move out of California, move to Fort Worth, Texas. Like, cool fucking story, bitch. Everyone wants to do that. That's why they can't sell their house. Like, so that ain't the answer. So, like, if the people with the money and the capital and the credit with the potential to make a big pivot like that cannot afford to do it because of the paradigm, then anyone who's been below that line, the invisible ones, the ones we don't talk about, the niggas of the American Indians, if they've never been in this conversation, everything that we do is glory to God. If we can figure it out, if we can stomach this storm right here, listen, you one of God's favorite. You gotta be. You ain't one of his strongest soldiers, but you one of his favorites because there's a bunch of white people crying about having 5 times the amount that I've ever made, and they don't know how to make it stretch. I've been out here surviving in the desert for 7 months by myself. Like, in the idea of, like, I've never had that much money. They have that much money, and they can't figure out survival. That's crazy. That means, you know what I'm saying? They're higher up the ladder, and they can't do it. And I'm trying to get up there. What? No. Get me out of this place. I don't live in
admitted financially strategic move, but it was. And I just want to say...
No, it wasn't.
It's exhausting.
Living in America is exhausting.
It's draining. I'm sitting here on break at work, and all I can
AKA
think
buying
about
too much
is
that they really don't
looking
need.
into
Middle
other
class
jobs
poor. Yep.
so that I can make
Makes
better
people even less
income.
social because they
And
split
the fact
themselves from
that
everybody in
my
order to play the
partner and I
scam.
need 4 sources of income.
The mental
People
state,
used to live
especially
on
when it's
one
weird.
source
George
of
says, are they
income.
doing
We
NFTs?
need
Immersive. You got to show that reality if your phone
2
charges.
jobs. We need 4 fucking sources of income.
My iPod arrived
to
soon.
live
Shop, y'all.
in America. To live in New York, nonetheless. Don't even get me started on living on it.
And they hate you when you get
living
success.
in New York, 'cause that's
Yeah. And even if we did do the full God's favorite story and got all the right things, we'd have self-hate from our own people, betrayal from our family, and the generalness that I'm still black no matter what. Yeah, this game ain't fun.
Problem in itself, but it's exhausting. I'm so beyond exhausted.
Hi, I am a resident of California. I'm 61 years old, and I just wanted to share my shock because I just got in from the mailbox and opened up my Anthem bill summary for my healthcare premium. Evidently, my subsidies have expired for the month of December, and so my bill jumped from $314.40 to $864.60 for December. And then I also got my estimated bill for what it will be for 2026, $1,296 a month. I can't pay that. I'm not eligible for Medicare yet because I'm still 61. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. I think I may have to cancel my insurance and just go without and take the risk until I can be eligible for Medicare. I'm eligible for Medicare mid-year next year, but I can't afford almost $1,300 for my healthcare premium. Plus, that's just major medical. That's a very high deductible. It's no copay. It's so ridiculous. I don't understand how the average American is supposed to make it. It's just, I'm on a limited income. I cannot afford this. So just curious if anyone else is having the same issues that I'm having.
Absolutely.
There is now 0 states in the U.S. where a minimum wage job is enough to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. Now, whoa, before you go, well, don't work a minimum wage job, go find a better paying job. The whole reason a minimum wage was created was to prevent worker exploitation. The goal was to ensure that even the lowest paid workers could afford basic necessities. The real problem is that it's not even just the minimum wage. Even if you make the average salary in the United States, $66,000 a year, you can still barely get by because the average annual expenses in 2023 was almost $80,000 a year. And we know that in the past 2 years, shit has hit the fan.
Crazy.
To have the same purchasing power as the boomers did in the 1970s, a minimum wage job would have to be close to $60 an hour. A minimum wage job. Why don't you go find a $60 an hour job? Let me know how that goes. But no, we shouldn't tax the ultra wealthy and the mega corporations who are creating this crisis because we should just wait for the money to trickle down into our mouths and all over our bodies. It's going to trickle down.
Here's the real question. If millions of families are going into debt just to eat, what does that say about the true health of the U.S. economy? A new survey shows that about a quarter of Americans are using buy now, pay later apps like Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay just to buy groceries. We are not talking about sneakers and vacations. We're talking about milk, eggs, and pasta on a payment plan. And that number is climbing fast, which means more and more people literally can't afford food up front anymore. Let's be honest. Wall Street might look fine, but Main Street is starving. Call me crazy, but I would love to live in a society where moms don't have to worry about feeding their children, where dads don't have to work 10 jobs to make sure that Eggos can go in the toaster in the morning. That would be my ideal society, but I know, I'm a little crazy.
I have a question, and feel free to explain this to me like I'm 5. But if all these people keep getting laid off, and then all these companies keep merging with other companies to make, near monopolies in lots of industries and lower the amount of small businesses we have, who's going to buy the products that the remaining companies are making? Like, how are there going to be consumers for y'all to target, especially on luxury products that people cannot afford right now? What do you think is going to happen if people keep getting laid off? And also, while I'm at it asking questions, 95% of Black Friday purchases were financed. And I know, a lot of people buy stuff on credit cards, but if you keep laying people off and they don't have any money to pay this back, especially with these like buy now, pay later programs where you can basically finance like a fucking burrito, what do you think's gonna happen when people just stop paying that shit back? Like the credit card companies just stop getting money from these people. They get like 10 cents on the dollar of what they're expecting. What happens next, guys?
I'm waiting for them to try it too.
The prices being so hiked up while the quality is just crap, I'm officially done. Like I said this before, but now I really am. I'm so done. And I saw another creator say this. She was like, I can tell the recession indicator because she's like, I went to TJ Maxx, Home Goods, and I felt nothing. I had no want for anything. I didn't get the normal dopamine hit I normally get. I'm just like, I feel like the veil has been lifted from all of our eyes. I don't know if it's just like, I don't even feel like it's depressive. Like I walked around the mall the other day and I just saw nothing that made me want to buy it. Like I looked at these pair of pajamas. I was like, oh, those are really cute. And then I looked at the price and it was like early Black Friday, 40% off. And then the original price was like $80. So it was like it's overpriced. Like who cares? I'm like, I could go to the thrift store and get a really cute pair of very nice pajamas for $3, come home, wash them thoroughly, dry them and wear them. And it would be the same exact feeling I would get. Like, I'm over it. I'm over spending all this money. McDonald's, which I'm not even going to go there anymore. But like when I did, if me and the kids would eat at McDonald's, not even me included, just me and my 3 kids, it's like 40 some out dollars for McDonald's. Chipotle is crazy. They're charging like $13 for bowls now. Everything is insane. And the quality is crap. Everything tastes disgusting. Unless it's a local place, I am so over it.
They say post the real shit. So here's the real shit. I am leaving this country, the United States, in 213 days. Damn. My son and I are moving there. And I am spending day after day researching schools, where to live, how to afford this, visas, taxes, everything. And I'm angry. Yes. I'm angry because I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to leave this place. I shouldn't have to walk away from everything I know. But my son got death threats in school recently, and we know what that can escalate to. And of course the schools aren't handling it the way they should. Between looking for jobs for, month after month after month, with everything that's going on, with what they're doing to immigrants, with what we are doing to other countries, I can't be here anymore. I can't breathe here. Damn. I am sitting here though worried because I've got 2 other kids who are in college here, and they're not ready to leave. And I want to make sure that I've got a place where they can make a soft landing if they need to get out. I'm dealing with all of this, and none of us should have to. And I know that there are people that can't leave, and I'm sorry.
Right.
I am. That doesn't mean you get angry at those who can. I also empathize with the countries that are being inundated with immigrants. I am sorry. But I grew up in an immigrant-heavy city. I loved it. I loved the diversity and everything. I'm not trying to ask anyone to assimilate to me. Okay, I am moving and I expect to fully have to assimilate into that culture as much as I possibly can. But for 1 second, understand why people are leaving. This isn't just like a gimmicky thing. I'm not just leaving because like, ooh, Spain's cool. I mean, it is, and it's beautiful. But that's not it. We're literally escaping fascism. And you're not here, and I know you're not privy to everything that people are going through here. And we can talk about that on other videos, but I am just telling you, this is becoming an absolutely inhospitable place for people. And it's time to go. But oh my gosh, I shouldn't have to. And this is so freaking hard. And I haven't even really started yet. I guess I have, but I haven't. I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling. But you want real? This was real.
This is a real life testament of how the government is affecting a 22-year-old person living in Texas in the year of 2025. I have my degree. I have my degree in food service. I specifically chose that degree because I knew that everybody needs food. There would always be a job in food service. I cannot find a job from my degree, because technically, getting into specifics, my degree is in baking and pastry, that pays more than $15 an hour. I have seen dishwasher positions offering to pay more. I have applied to nearly every food service related job in a 20-mile radius to my house. I had an interview with Chili's last week. Chili's, as a to-go expediter. We'll give you a call back if you get the job. Nothing. No call back. Degree. I went to college. I have been working food service for 6 years. And I was denied a job at Chili's. Food, or like living situation. Let's get into that. I currently make, because I work 1099s, I work 3 jobs right now. I do DoorDash, I do pet sitting, and I am a personal assistant.
This is Gen Z, bro.
Currently, right now, I have just made the most money I've ever made. My entire life, actually. I was going to say this year, but my entire life. I made over $3,000 this month. $3,000. The most I have ever made in a month. The most I have ever made in a year. The most I have made in my life.
Goddamn. What's going on?
I don't qualify for SNAP benefits.
Nope.
Because I currently live with my parents. So, okay, I was looking at getting an apartment. You need to make 2.5 times. You need to make 3 times your rent. I can't find a studio or 1-bedroom apartment that is in a decent-ish area that has work opportunities that is less than $800 a month.
They don't exist.
Let's up that. $1,200 a month. So instead, I'm moving in with my aunt for $800 a month. But guess what? I still don't qualify for SNAP benefits because the average income of the household is more
who in the house has
than the requirement. But why should the household be responsible for my food? I don't want my aunt to have to pitch in to pay for my food. I currently pay for everything. I'm currently at my parents' house. I don't pay rent here, and I pay for everything. The only thing that I do not pay for, correction, is my car insurance. That is the only thing I do not pay for.
Very nice. Very privileged, by the way.
Living in America as a young adult is near impossible. And now they've cut off SNAP benefits for those who were able to get them. What kind of dystopian
trees, like everything is so expensive and it doesn't seem to be going down, and like car prices keep going up, home prices keep going up, and yet people are still making the same amount of money. So nothing's really changed in that regard. The median income for working class families is still almost the same as it was 5 to 10 years ago. And yet the price of everything has gone up triple, sometimes quadruple.
Sometimes more.
I remember you used to be able to buy a car for under $20,000. I don't even think you can find a car for under 20 unless it's super used. And the price of a home right now, if you can even afford one, is through the roof. It's ridiculous. Like, why is everything so expensive?
Inflation.
Yesterday was payday, so let's budget my teacher paycheck as a single mom of 3 working 2 jobs. My total income after taxes and after family insurance is $1,936. I'm gonna tell you right now, I am short this pay period from my teacher paycheck. I'm going to immediately move $500 to my groceries and gas account for the next 2 weeks. I'll move $100 to my Apple Pay for random spending money. $65 for nails. So right now I'm at $1,271 left of my teacher paycheck. I have a $250 car payment. I have $250 for car insurance, $24 for an Airtable subscription. So I used Airtable for free for years. It did start charging me a couple months ago, and I will be looking into that this week. Before and after school childcare for 2 weeks is $140. I'm setting aside $295 for family appointments and mental health miscellaneous. I have a credit card payment of $100. Now I have $212 left of my teacher paycheck. $12 for Planet Fitness, and maybe I should cancel because I do have workout stuff in my basement. $85 for my daughter's dance tuition. $6 for the Greenlight debit card plan for my boys. Okay, so now we're at $109. My water bill does come out this month. I budget for $250, so if it's less than that, I'll add the difference to my kids' sinking fund or a travel sinking fund. We're definitely in the negative now. Rent is $1,500. So here we are at negative $1,641 for my bills for the next 2 weeks. No worries. So I'm going to move that exact number from my reserve account to my main account to pay for those bills.
Not to beat a dead horse, but it's getting real unaffordable out here, and I have no idea what to do about it or what can be done about it, because it just feels like we're all on a runaway train, or a lot of us, not all, are on a runaway train that no one has control of. I go to the grocery store and, to get personal care items and cleaning products and all that kind of stuff every week or every 2 weeks, because that stuff runs out and you have to go back to the store and get it, obviously. And I buy roughly the same stuff. Like, I'm a creature of habit and cook the same recipes, buy the same products, and the dollars just are not stretching the way that they used to. And so it's turning into a situation where I'm having to use my credit card and I'm swiping my credit card a lot more, whereas I used to try to just use my debit card and get out of that habit of using my credit card so that I use money that's actually available. But it's just
you just got into that?
The money is just not there. The money is not there.
You've never had to use real money before. Because everything is just seemingly
crazy. So much more expensive. And I'm freaking out a little bit because the debt is piling up and there's no end in sight. Obviously it's find a second job or, find a alternative.
Find a better job in an economy that's not hiring with a negative GDP, meaning the jobs ain't even making money because the damn fast food restaurants are shutting down fucking locations. What are we talking about? They using those fixed can responses they gave niggas in the 90s, and I hear it. That is literally everything they told us to do about our fucking plight as a tribe, as a group, as a family of people being marginalized in a system that wouldn't hire us at all because of skin color and opportunity harvesting and to make you do other things. Now everyone kind of is in that arena and their norm is now too expensive. And if they would ask me, their norm was expensive. So now the expensive norm is now more expensive and they're like, shit, I need more money. But I'm independent. I'm single. I don't want a man. I don't want a family. I don't want a husband to help, split that 1 bedroom into 600 each. But you know how the story goes. And that's another thing too. A lot of people are single for the first time at this age with one income. That was never part of the United States and America's story. Most people were married by 30. 80%, I think. 80% married, meaning partnered, meaning if there was bills and opportunity to work and needed more money, you had a second person. Even if their job was just to prepare your food so you didn't have to buy any or order out, right? So it worked. It evened out all the way until 20 years ago, 10 years ago? That's crazy. Cooked. This is cooked. And this is 9 hours ago. So you're going to see more and more and more of that diatribe. Way more bedroom pajama videos, way more car videos, and not too much people smiling at the function. And the girls still trying to be cute because they're still cute. You're going to see them alone at the place they went to. Ain't nobody there besides the camera person. And you're just going to see it how the one girl felt what's the point of buying this bullshit and polyester from Target for X amount of dollars? Now, you gotta think about that. Like, what's the point of going out and drinking when I can just go to the liquor store and buy the little joint for $10, $15 and party by myself? What's the point of going to the casino to throw away the money I don't have? Unless you're a gambling addict. What's the point of doing the thing in which I'm supposed to meet other people and there's no other people there to meet? What's the point of doing the thing? So we have everybody stuck in stasis between how they get money and where it goes, but mostly from home on their phone. And they're all looking at the same shit on their phone, and then they're all going to do the echo chamber thing because they're humans, and then boom. In that moment is where the ingenious idea, the planted seed of something needs to fucking change, will be born. And it ain't Christmas yet. It ain't Christmas yet. It ain't Christmas yet. You wait until you see the disappointing Christmas results. Well, we got, 12 days? And I'm talking about for the people who had it. I ain't talking about people who making ends meet. I'm talking about the people who had it, and it's disappointing them. Because you're competing with them, right? They forgot that society is based on competition. Keeping up with Joneses is a competition. So you start seeing them girls, the baddies with the jobs and educations, denouncing families, going no contact, Christmas ain't this, and they ain't Hebrew Israelites. Like, can you imagine? Like, what happened? You hate it here. You now you understand what men we're talking about. Because men had to do that shit and take care of you. We have no other social contract. You elected for that social contract and you hate it. All right. We'll get some good ideas eventually. It won't rhyme with "we were right" though. I know. We're not. I'm not waiting for it. But we were right. And that's the thing. The scariest thing. It's not the scary thing. Isn't that shit got expensive, and people have to downsize and retry again and build themselves back up. That's been history. The scary part is they don't know what to do. These are the educated people with no extra sources, no extra books they read in college, no people they've met, no networking that in their own social network has provided a solution which we've heard. So this is your educated class of Americans. They don't know what to do. They don't know what the system is, obviously. They went to school. Not only did they go to school, they got the jobs in which you do get that money. So they know people with that money. Hold on. So the people who got to school, who got the job with the money, end up rubbing elbows with people who got the money too. They're in the same social network. We haven't heard an answer from them. Now scale down vertically to people like me, social class wise. We ain't got no damn answers. Niggas ain't even hustling right now. Niggas ain't even buying the fresh new Jordans. I told you the infrareds is out. I haven't seen the infrared yet. Niggas is late. People, the Asian brothers on fucking social media talk about they bought all these sneakers and they're stuck in $20,000 in losses. Why? Because no one's buying hype beast sneaker culture right now. No one wants a $300 pair of Air Forces. For what? To go where? To go where? Going outside costs $100. Where they going in these fancy sneakers? To get some bitches? To look good for some bitches? What bitches? Where the bitches at? I don't see the bitches. Trust me. I'm a connoisseur of bitches. I'm not a womanizer though, but I recognize the beauty of women, the energy and the social power that they have. I know where to find it. They're not out here. They're not out here. That idea or that dream to find a single lady like that in that kind of those safe spaces do not exist no more. And I'm in Vegas. Where hoes are legalized. I don't see no badass hoes out here. Because niggas ain't paying for pussy, man. They're barely going to the strip clubs. They're letting fat girls run the strip clubs now. Like overweight Latinas. Mind blown. Like, what are we doing? I ain't got nothing wrong with big girls. I'm just saying that's the only thing left. So, maybe it's better in Los Angeles. I don't know. I doubt it. But, that generation too. The new Gen Z people. You see how they are. I'm a person. Really? I didn't know you speak English. Are you a male person or a female person? Like, you gotta deal with that shit too. That dumbass Jewish Khazarian school program that don't add up and don't create jobs and don't create prosperity. It's just a dumb way to fucking communicate. And that's what all people argue about on social media, how they dumbasses went to school after 2008. Like, fuck you. Like, you don't know what the fuck going on. You never even lived outside. You haven't lived outside since you've had a phone. Like, none of that shit real, right? Like, you gotta get past that. And it's like, all right, shit. We gotta do the Delulus, the Cthulhus, the Labubus. Like, oh my God. And then say to yourself, is it worth being here for the rest of my life? I can't even afford to die. This is what they're saying about their healthcare. They can't even afford to die. This is after talking about mental health. Don't forget this mental health thing. So the mask over everyone's fucking crazy in this country has been access to good drugs, apparently. They saying starting this month and next, most people are saying they cannot afford that 2x, 3x of their basic ass health coverage, which enables them to get these prescriptions. Meaning, between 30 and 90 days, you're going to have a high alert of people, once they run out of the medicine cabinet, once they run out of the friends and the homegirls at work that can sell their spare pills, whenever that supply is over, and trust me, it's like a week, they're going to turn to the streets. Well, we know who's behind fentanyl. So they're going to end up in the streets trying to self-medicate because it's way cheaper than $1,200. And they'll end up with all kinds of other diseases and side effects and unknown foreseen events to their mental health on top of that. Anything wrong with their physical, like, you gotta buy another one, especially when the drugs are that strong. You gotta buy another one. And they're gonna be, you know what I'm saying, you have enough of them caught up in addiction, enough of them caught up in homelessness due to addiction, and you have the other ones who are gonna be so fucking fried and miserable in their own skull because they don't have their codependent thing, because they can't afford it. And then you think they're gonna keep their jobs? You think people who skip a Vyvanse or skip a whatever happy medicine, you think those are the type of people who are going to keep their jobs? I don't think so. I've worked with those girls who had it bad, man. They're unbearable to work with when it was just like 3 of them. Now, that's most people these days, 50% of them. So 50% of the women, which is interesting, who won't be, so out of that working class, those who can't afford their happy medicine, they're going to lose their jobs. So they're unhappy, no happy medicine, no health care, no job, no coverage, out in the streets. There ain't nobody out in the streets but Mexican brothers paying for these hoes, I've noticed. So, like, it ain't gonna be that much circulation. They ain't gonna be able to get back on their feet. So it leads to death is what I'm saying. I don't think there's a better outcome because the thing that caused it isn't getting better in the meantime. So this time in June next year, it ain't like the government figured out how to pay out $38 trillion with ChatGPT in 5 months. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the evil of it. That the people who shorted you in your banking and the people who shorted you on your healthcare are also shorting you on the cost of living. And it seems like the only thing they want you to do is die. I'm waiting for that conversation to happen. When they realize that the Jewish bankers are okay with them dying and not just like trying to figure out what Trump did or what Epstein list is. Like, nah, y'all got a bigger problem than all that shit. You vote for another president in a couple years. Your money is the same. This is the tenet of the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. They don't care about who runs your political, social bullshit, as long as they control the banks. The banks are doing this. It's not a random person. It's not a random business. It's not taxing the rich. No. It's the banks. The banks do it. It's the Jewish bankers and their Indian associates, I'm sure. That's it. That's the root issue of it all. How come I have this much money, but I ain't getting paid more? The banks. How come my loan costs going up? The banks. How come my interest rates has caught me by surprise this year? The banks. How come I can't afford an apartment or a mortgage out here? All that shit sound like banks to me. Because you don't have none of that shit without a bank, apparently. So the banks are failing the people. And the banks aren't real, but there's real people in the banks. Understand everything. So those people who run the fake bank, they're Israel. The answer is Israel. White people, the answer is Israel. Black people, the answer is Israel. Asian people, the answer is Israel. Not the one of the Bible, the fake one that you believe in within the last 100 years. They're behind your bank. They're the reason why your country's collapsing. There is nobody else to guess. Everybody else in a weird position or have some weird influence, cool story, that'll be like that for all human existence. But they're not the root of the system issue. The systematic issue is that you have Jewish Khazarian bankers who fucked up the value of your money by putting you into slavery. Maybe they'll believe me one day. I know. You gotta wait for more people to die, I think. Die of banking.
A lot of us need help. And I don't know where we're gonna get that help or what's gonna happen. Like, it's 2026. I'm not excited to go into 2026. I mean, I am. Like, don't strike me down. But if it's gonna be like this, then I don't know.
No one wants to be.
I don't know.
This last year for me has been absolutely horrible. I am an entrepreneur and I have been extremely just living in actual poverty. And, you know, I've gotten through that. I lost my dog, my puppy, my baby in August. And, you know, after a really expensive surgery. And I was gonna have to leave everything and move home to Harrisburg with my dad, but I just couldn't do it. And the last minute I figured it out and I was able to stay. And I figured it out in September, but the cycles, they keep happening. And, you know, I've been struggling again, and I was banking on a huge deal that I worked so hard on. A big real estate deal that yesterday the girl backed out. We were supposed to close tomorrow. And then yesterday my car battery dies. Mind you, I have $0. I can't afford to eat. Literally nothing. I have $0. And my car battery died, but I was able to fix it. But then I come out this morning and I have a boot on my car, and it's the same thing that happened in July. And it's just like God continuously is just kicking me when I'm down. And it's a cycle that just keeps happening. And nobody, like the people in my life, just the person in my life is just horrible. And I just can't do it anymore. And
She lost her damn mind. God kicking you down. You parked the car in the same place.
It is funding a parking lot for homeless families that don't have anywhere to go, because parking anywhere is illegal. We have a school providing a homeless parking lot for families.
Okay, let's talk about something real quick. I've been doing deliveries for years. Now I know the end of September or middle of September to about the middle of October it slows down. But bruh, you get mad about me saying this stuff about it. This it done slowed down. Like, it's slowing super down. Like, I've never seen it like this. I'm almost like a veteran at this stuff, and people are not spending money. Okay, it's bruh, I'm going by the churches and it's Sunday and ain't nobody in there. Ain't got nothing to do with no football season. Bruh, I've been doing this for years, and I'm telling you, people are tightening up on their money, man. I'm like, ooh, I'm just telling you, spend your money smartly. If you haven't been doing it, please do it now. Go to some of the places where you can save money. If you don't need it, don't get it.
I hate to say it, but I'm honestly beginning to understand why people just choose to stay home and just live off of food stamps and live off of assistance, because the amount that you're spending in childcare just to go to work and make money, like, I'm essentially going to work to pay for childcare. I'm going to work to pay for somebody to keep my kids when I can stay home and keep my kids for free and get assistance. This isn't how I'm thinking, because I want more for my life. I want more than that. But I can see why that would seem appealing to some, because we'd go to work for what? Get out of my bed, go sit up at a job that I hate, stressed out, annoyed with the people, just to pay for somebody else to keep my kids?
Annoyed with the people, that is very cool.
The cost of living in this country is currently, it's not going to be, it is currently unsustainable. And there are people that they know this, but then they'll still look at somebody else that's struggling and then tell them they're not doing good enough. I want you to imagine somebody that makes $75,000 a year. That's a pretty high up wage in terms of like top earners in this country, $75,000 a year. And we're going to go through some things here. This is a person with no debt outside of a car, and please don't hit me with the you can go buy a car for...
And they don't exist anymore. That person he's describing doesn't exist. It doesn't matter what the number is. They can't afford it. We get it. They have that. They don't have that much money without that. Cut it the fuck out.
And it's comfortable living a day-to-day life, with the prices, how the prices is up to date. Bro, do you know how much they say you need to make an hour to be comfortable around this month? $66 an hour. $66 an hour, bro. Who the making that? That ain't even a kicker. You make $66 an hour. You work 40 hours a week. At the end of the month, guess how much you gonna have in whole? 10 bands. Oh no, but don't think you're taking the whole 10 bands. You forgot about Uncle Sam. You're going home with 6,500, maybe a 7-ball if you're lucky. Okay, so eliminate all the bills and life expenses from that 6,500. You left, even motherfuckers who making $66 an hour after paying all their bills and life expenses at the end of the month, they only gonna be able to save a band or two a month. So regular motherfuckers like me and you was just cooked. We just at this point we just on the internet seeing who can be po better, who could be best at being po.
So we bought our house less than a year ago. It'll be 1 year in May, and we have to have our entire AC unit replaced, along with all the ducts
ducks apparently in the house because they are spewing out dust because they have never been cleaned. So my overall total cost just for the new AC and installation is $14,500. And then to do all the ducts upstairs and downstairs, that's an additional $10,500. And of course, we live in South Florida, and I wanted to get it done before summer starts. It's already in the 80s here. So we had to just go ahead and do the $25,000 job. And I think it's complete and utter bullshit. Like, what if the average person didn't have 25 grand to get their AC fixed? What would they do? Obviously, I'm aware that they just wouldn't get air conditioning. But how can you live in South Florida without air conditioning? And then some of you are going to say, well, get the AC and just leave the ducts alone. The ducts are literally spewing out when the AC...
struggling, and the bottom line is you're not alone. It's getting harder for most people. So as we're going into 2026, we have a lot of things that we know we want to work on and things we want to do to help mitigate the cost of living, and I plan to share those things with you guys. So make sure you are subscribed if you do want to. There's
crazy niggas, man. Crazy niggas, man. It's just me. Cool story, I guess. 66 an hour. How many jobs do you need to get that? Ain't nobody got it. That's what's so ridiculous about United States citizens, and like when they hear stats like that, they don't equate the part that ain't nobody they know. That is not the average. That's how much you would need to be happy. So what are they telling you about that stat if no one, like if the average person don't have it? That most people are not living comfortably or happy. I don't look at what the number should be for inflation. I looked at what the fuck you just said to me. You said that the people who could be better off have to make this much. And I know most of the people I know don't. So that means I have a problem with everybody. It's crabs in a barrel. They're saying that most people are at the bottom of the barrel. That's just hostile. That's just negative. People cannot afford to give a fuck. That's a new problem that we haven't seen in our generation. So have fun with that shit. What's crazy is a lot of these people I sense live in the South. Yes, and it's too expensive. Listen now, that number per hour is just telling everyone to enjoy hell. You get it. Mari says, I live on the West Coast. Sometimes the numbers don't add up. That's a 2025 car payment, baby. What, in the Botox? You can get a basic Tesla for an AC unit. That job is $37K in Washington. Better get acquainted with your surroundings. Now, there's no centralized air, for we all live underground, or whatever Jamiroquai said. There's no sound, for we all live underground. There's no centralized air, because we all live... I mean, if she really wanted to know the solution to her problem, besides ice, water, and fans, you buy fans when that happens. You put a fan, you put an air conditioning unit in your window. That's what happens. You end up putting the AC in your bedroom or your living room, wherever you spend the most time lying to people on TikTok. You put your AC right in that fucking window, and that's how you overcome. That's how you make it through the summer. And then hopefully the second or third summer from that summer, your financials and your checkings and your savings allow you to pay $25,000 to the person who just went to the DI blue pill. The blue collar AI assessed degree system that's unaccredited and not professional to come fix your shit for $5,000. You don't have to fix it again in 5 years, but that's how you do it. Because that's how niggas do it. They do the thing that's the most common sense. I cannot afford that. I'm buying a fan. If I have $500, I'm buying a window air conditioning. Have y'all been around a window air conditioning? Them shits is lit. Have you been to a hotel motel before? They work. They still work. I promise you they still do. So that's what you do. You don't pay $25,000 for vents in a country that's just telling you need $66,000 to live. $66 an hour to live. Like, no, you don't do it. That's what grandma told you. You don't. What do you mean? Why are we having a conversation? You're not buying that. You're not fixing that shit. You have until now into the summer to learn how to clean that shit yourself. Actually, that's what they tell us. That the man got to figure out how to climb up there and get all that fucking glass fiber bullshit in their skin and somehow put some Dawn soap and bring the water hose to the roof and spray the shit out. That's how you do it. What you don't do is pay $15,000 for one and then $10,000 for cleaning. Nah, if we haggle that $15,000 down to 10, and then the other 10 that we're gonna need, we holler at our boy Jose and all of them. Damn, never mind. They just deported them. They'll be back in 3 days. Like then you ask one of them, like, yo, what's the secret to this shit? That's what we do. Like the answers to everything is that you don't do it. You don't wait to boycott when you ain't got no money left. You boycott before you run out of money. Like that's how that works in real life. That's effective. That's smart. Like before I do it, I stop. You don't do it and then they say, damn it, I ain't got nothing. Now I gotta stop. Like, duh, you can't afford to do it if you can't afford to start. So they don't roll out their new currency between now and the summer, boy. And I have a feeling they're not. But, you know, they could surprise us. They like creating these fake environments in order to cause the fear and the looshing, to feed the demiurge. You know the story. Like, I get part of it is a lot of it is they're doing it on purpose. Se lo que lo sé. So be it. So we'll see. We'll see how much of this is purpose and how much of this is neglect and how much of this is irreconcilable. We don't know yet. Because like all the media, all the news is a lie. Even the stats are a lie. It might be absolutely worse. The only reason why that's a problem is because if they're lying about how bad it is, then that means they're lying about how much time you have left. That's all. So time is not of the essence of this problem. At $50 billion a day today, I don't think we have time. We don't have that year. Our currency, I mean, that's the part that says it's our currency. Our currency does not have that much time to live. It don't. We had to fuck around and join BRICS. I'm telling you something. They might start auctioning off the states. Starting with Florida and Texas. I would not doubt it. They'll end up selling the rights, not the land, because they can't sell the land. They'll sell the rights to these places and these ports. And then maybe that'll ease something. Because there's not a war they can win that's worth $38 trillion. I don't think Venezuela has that. I don't think anybody in Africa got it yet either. So there's no one they can attack this year to pay their debt off. Even if they paid off half, your inflation will still be ×2. It'll just be inflation cut in half. It'll still be too much. It won't be ×3. It'll be ×2. And that's just twice the energy for the same thing. No, twice the energy for half the thing is what we're noticing. Not only did they make the price go up, but they made the quality go down. So they're going in opposite directions. That's why people are saying I'm tired of buying things. They're not that interesting. Novelty, hyper novelty, and you don't see the mirror neurons of most of your content per day of people participating in that anyway. There's no Kardashians to keep up with no more. There's no Black Chinas. People are saying they're tired of celebrity culture on Twitch. Like, they talking about Kevin Hart. So, like, they're tired of seeing rich people play games with little kids for fun on fucking streams all day. I would have been sick of it as soon as I seen it. But you understand everything. These niggas like 50, hanging out with fucking a 22-year-old. So, for money, like, imagine. So, that's getting spoiled. Gen Z got their own little program, side effect program of the side effect that they were programmed with. And then millennials are like stuck. Gen X is like, hey, don't blame us. And boomers are like, everything's fine. And like, you can't hear, and obviously you can't read, because nothing is fine. This is the first time in human history where nothing is fine. Category-wise. Like, the health in the chart of dating, the health in the chart of marriages, the health in the chart of cars, houses, credit cards. Like, none of the charts of the things that humans do in this little colony that they got here, all the things you would do, all of those charts, when you do it, are down. So you doing it just to get on the fucking slide. Nobody want to do that time after time. Some people will get to the finish line and be like, fuck it, I'm here, let's jump. But everyone else been, the social media, they see it. You know, you feel me, bro? Like, they see it. They see what it's. I just saw a nigga today tell me he make almost $100,000 and he gotta live in a trailer. What? Nah, he don't. No, he don't. Something else up. Something that don't make sense. I had a girl tell me. You know what I'm saying? I had the other woman that was. She said the thing. Like, y'all all went to school. Y'all all got degrees. And mind you, Gen Z's watching them. Like, so what am I going to college for? Ask ChatGPT. Because the Khazarian Jewish Rockefellers told you to. Yep, that's all we got left. All of the things that were supposed to work is the thing that Jewish people told us. Since they paid for it. And then now it doesn't work. Since they're paying for it. And then it's like, all right, what am I going to do? I don't know. Start selling seashells at the seashore. Come up with another cryptocurrency. I don't know, man. Start accepting transactions in meme coins. I don't know what it is exactly, but what it don't rhyme with is the prosperity of your country following federal guidelines and mandates, which is what's fucking the people. Your federal government has to authorize the Jewish Khazarians' spell on you, and they have. They've never pushed back against them because they're all pussy. They all in fucking blackmail tapes and extortion and rape and death tapes. They call them snuff films. They all got them. They all dirty. If they ain't anything close to money, banks, and millions of dollars going back and forth, they got a black tape on them. And I don't blame them. I like, shit, y'all fucked up, screwed up individuals, and anyone you interface with got to be fucked up, screwed up individual too. That's why I don't vote or choose any of them, because I know what they have to be that close to damn demons. They're demons. They're demons. There's no humanity. There's no godliness. They're demons. They mock God. They mock the people of God. They mock you. They mock everything. They mock the value of every gender, every polarity, everything. They do everything backwards. That's demons. In a human sense. They're human demons. They're reprobate to the fullest. They're not going to heaven. Ain't nothing godly. Ain't nothing in their book. Ain't nothing in their church. So we don't even have to play that game and invoke those degrees. Let's just deal with a spade as a spade. If there was a demon, they're demons. What all that means is nothing they do works. So reprobate. So on the upside, they're going to lose everything too. And you know they ain't building shit. So yeah. And I noticed that the most common sassy thing these girls did was what? They position the problem and they go, I want you to imagine if other people, not me, decided not to play the game no more. What are they going to do then? You're going to be dead. What are we talking about? They are billionaire trillionaires. You not getting your $60,000 a year means what to them? So what happens if you don't do the thing to get more from them? You don't have the things. And the way they make it sound, if you ain't got those things and no one knows how to plant, no one knows how to live off the land, no one remembers their grandmother Indian, you're gonna die. There's, you know, the path of righteousness is narrow, but that path to death is wide. There's like, I hate to say it like that. If you're remotely religious or zealous, you can get the vaccine and take that gene out of you. That's all you Bill Gates. And then you'd be like, oh, we have now moved to the version of reality for a faith person that, oh, it's not about not misplacing my faith in people, man, white guy, banks, or whatever. A, we never could. But now we can't even pretend like we could. Now it's like all faith, all in, on a higher principle that's obviously doing away with one force, right? Because this is out of their control too. So obviously the thing that's bigger than us is moving that out and moving something in. And then you got to find your surfboard and make sure you're on the other side of that door. And it's like you can only do that in faith, man, because the way the narrative is, the way the news headlines is, the way that Donald Trump says it is, ain't it? So you already pretending. So if I got to pretend to be a little religious psychosis a little bit, get my Christian Judean on, as if I ever stopped. But I get it. I get what the old grandmothers were doing when they were old, because they were young in a different time, and then they grew old in the time we saw, and why the only thing they had left in their tank was praising God. Because they watched and lived through all the lies. They may not have had an internet or the language model to describe, but they know it's not right. They remember their daddy. They remember their mother. They remember the farm they had and the land they had. They remember. And they remember not having to work for no white people or Jewish people to get it. But now they do. So it's it's peak revival-ish energy, but most people don't take that seriously. Obviously, we've seen it. So the one stud was like, I go to these churches every Sunday, ain't nobody out there. Don't tell me because it's Sunday football. And the NFL people are talking about, because they gamblers are talking about it's rigged. All right. TikTok. Saw how that worked for wrestling. I think WWE just lost its contract with Netflix. That's because it's so clear to see its stage narrative, 1996 shit. Not whether or not the slam was real. The story is stupid. Humans, novelty is all a narrative. If it don't make sense to talk about, they're not going to do it. At least not publicly. If the shit don't build or stack, where you can have a conversation about an idea. Crypto, have you heard about it? Yeah, I missed it. I wish it would. I got it when it was much less. I'd have so much more right now. With that money, I would have a Bitcoin. I'd do more. Like, if the conversation can't do that, then humans don't give a fuck. If all humans just say, hey, guys, I've been outside today. Shit sucks. I say that, you say that, you say that, she that. There's no novelty in that. So the only thing we have not seen is how does our generations of people and the mixes thereof and experiences thereof, with the references to the past alleged, how do we then revolutionize our system and society narrative-wise? What's the point of the new thing? To replace the old thing that was based on usury and colonization and slavery? What's the reason for doing the new thing? And what's the point of getting everyone in on it if the last system didn't benefit everybody? So you understand? So the same people that had the benefits, and unfortunately they don't realize it seems, they won't be in charge of that dream or that narrative, I can see. So like, your society is going to cry because the white people are going to fall off. Everyone else scared of their own people. I've noticed something. So like, you're going to have that kind of tension, like people who don't really trust their own people to be in charge of anything financial, social, political. Crazy, but it's true. You got to deal with that. You got to deal with, like, well, if you do a co-op with anything in bricks, no speaking no English. So you understand? And you have people who are going to get together on Saturdays and Sundays and start teaching their kids whatever language that currency belongs to, right? And it's like the same thing for us all over again. The difference is now it's going to hit everybody else. The difference is everybody else who came from somewhere else recently got somewhere else to go to. Everybody else is landlocked. So yeah, man. If there's any other great fires, or if they revolt against DC, if they do anything weird to Texas, you know how these targets are. They'll target these things thinking that's going to fix $38 trillion in debt. It's going to be burnt down. No one want to live there. It's going to be dangerous. You have the poor. You have the crazy. They'll die off eventually from drug overdoses because ain't nothing but fentanyl left. And then you're like, all right, then who's going to clean this shit up? Not niggas. Like, cut it out. Y'all had billions of dollars y'all could have prepared for that, boy. You told us to prepare for a rainy day. Y'all had trillions and billions. Y'all ain't prepared for shit. So we're not prepared for it. Nobody. No color, no gender, no race, nothing. It's not that. It sucks that that's the social reason for it not being noticed quick enough. But it was the bank the whole time that wasn't supposed to be here, that no one voted for, that no one wanted, not even the president that approved it in 1933. What was that, Johnson or somebody? One of them boys. He didn't want it. He the fucking president. We have no choice here but to give it to the people that I warned you about, Congress, for years. But you got your little dollars filled. Because these billion-dollar fake people who stole all the royal crest and jewels of everyone else paid these millionaires off. And then sunk any competition into those two big ships, Olympia and Titanic, or Olympia and Lusitania. So I understand everything. I saw the Federal Reserve did it. Creature Jekyll Island, South Carolina. I see what they did. And obviously everyone in the system does too. And they didn't give a fuck. Because that fucked other people who actually had wealth, who actually earned it. These people got the benefits of them being fucked over. And now they're like, oh well, you know, I wear the suit now, and like now them and their kids are getting fucked. And what do they want to do? Flee the country. I hope they do. Under the contingency that they can never come back for the rest of their natural life. If I was president, I'm like, all right, go ahead and leave. You ain't build anything. So don't bring your ass back when we do. If it were up to me, in a fucking dystopian ideal reality, I say, go ahead and go to your grandma's house or someone else's. And when God turns it around for us, don't bring your ass back. Because I seen you leave us after taking from us for years. There is no second chance in the timeline of humanity. We know what their true colors are. And that ain't gonna play out immediately. That's gonna play out later. Because people are gonna talk about these moments. They're gonna see these videos. We have everything digital now. People are gonna get out of DEI and Jewish propaganda and use their real brains that they inherited from their ancestors and reevaluate things very seriously. And certain shit just ain't gonna fly socially. It'll never happen again. This is like a freak, once-in-a-lifetime occurrence of society falling because people didn't want to call out liars. Because they're too busy getting benefits for themselves. The United States is the most lying-ass nation of people that's ever existed, I think. Per capita, there's more of us in Israel, so they lie worse than the Israelis. Ain't that many Israelis. Everybody in this country a damn lie, saying, boy, especially when it comes to this money game. They lie about everything. They'll lie about the price of things. They'll lie about how they got it. They lie about how they got hired. They lie about everything, boy. You can't be a United States citizen without being a fucking professional liar, it seems. So you have all the professional liars panicking, trying to tell the truth about the system they lied to everyone else that they knew about, that they studied, that they lied about, that works this way, that they lied about because they heard another person lie about it. And then when it don't work, no one knows what happened. But these motherfuckers went to school. Fuck out my face. Last time in human history, Lord willing, boy. Bar another flood or alien reset. Just how humans are going straight. They're not going to be able to stop and look sideways. There's no incentive. Because we saw what democracy does. It leads you to hell every time. You get a bunch of fucking idiots participating in social majorities. When you told me you purposely made everyone stupid through the Board of Education, and then you tell me you take all the worst of other countries to use that angst and weaponize it to a workforce. I get the sociology of why they would, but that's evil. The kids don't have genetic memories of building nations. They didn't bring people who built nations there. They have users, drug abusers, whores, murderers, thieves, and gave them a second chance for Christianity to come here and ruin our shit. And they ruined it. And then the shit that's left, the hybridization of it, is ruined. And then the future, AI, data sets, and all that stuff, is including none of them. And I'm confused. I was like, yo, that's your people. Your people about to leave you behind to figure out how to pay for dinner. But they about to make fucking robots they can fucking have sex with. So, yeah. I don't know how long that version of humanity lasts with the sex bots out here, but, you know. Yo, I have a kid and I have my sex bot raise it. Ass niggas, like, shut up. They're preparing for sex bots. Real life. Amigos, Dios. Just like sports, wrestling is fake, hold the presses. Fake it till you make it on a different level. The path of death is like the Squid Game doll. Oh my God. Over here, 1 million students graduate, but there's only 700,000 new jobs. Alleged. So if Sally had 7 apples and 10 friends, how many apples does Sally have less? This is Monopoly is a scam. It is. It is. Our dear people out there. The whole thing's a scam. Jewish centralized banking is the scam of all generations. And they've been doing this for a long time. Oh, I'm tired. But I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to dwell on it for the rest of my day. I think I've downloaded enough updates to know that the 100 monkey effect is. We're one more bad financial inconvenient headline or occurrence away from people really, because I know they ain't talking like this. I know they don't have a reasonable answer for it either, which just makes a frustrated person evil. And can't no one tell them this either, because they'll get mad at you for telling them the truth. So it's like, all right, you have to figure it out for yourself. They're not gonna be able to, because there's too many people. You can't arrest them all. You can't stop them all either. You can't block all their social media posts if that's the only posts left after a while. Since everything else has been AI generated, I've noticed. Even some of those videos were AI generated with the fake guy talking. That means they don't have real people having these conversations. I hope you notice. All you got is Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. These new cast of characters from other countries on CNN and Fox News, apparently. Everyone had an accent. I don't know if you noticed that. You ain't got no American citizens left to even carry the narrative forward for why we should hoorah, fuck yeah, we're the best. Because the MAGA people put all that into their sigil Trump. And then Trump came out gay and it disappointed them. While they're gay, by the way. That's the weirdest thing about it. The pedophilia wasn't the deal breaker, man. It was the fact that dude's sucking dick out here. That's crazy. He's making other men happy, but not the citizens. That's crazy. That is crazy. The United States actually has a president on record sucking dick. And we get to watch all the people that voted for him talking about everything else. They won't even talk about Trump anymore. They talking about MAGA. MAGA is people. Nah, Trump is sucking dick. What do you think about him? You love Trump so much. You voted for him twice. I saw you. What do you think about your president sucking dick out here? That's a beautiful family. Yeah. A bunch of, a bunch of immigrant wives he got. He got a male inbride, dog. He's sucking dick, dog. No wonder. I get it. They pay for their beards, trophy wives. No wonder why they always be ugly. They don't like women. They don't know what a beautiful woman is. I get it, man. They only know what attraction is in kids. We're going to vote again. We're going to hope they figure it out so they can live. Meanwhile, no one can afford their fucking health care. Good game. GG's. GG's, United States democracy. Good game. So yeah, you have a problem with your democracy soon because they're not going to vote for it. They're going to start leveraging their vote like black people try to do. Well, if they don't do any actionable items for black people, we're going to withhold our vote until the hoes in Atlanta take to go strip to the poll. But that thesis, that function that people invoke, like, well, if you're not going to do nothing for me, I'm not going to vote for you. And that had been beautiful 50 years ago. But these days, they never counted your votes. So what it would do, though, is going to speak to the amount of trust that people have in the federal government, because that's the only people you vote for, it seems. And if the people in the federal government lose trust, yeah, there's no de facto nationality or sovereignty to default to power even. You couldn't coup the United States. Everyone's foreign. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't take like a national movement here. There's no nationals here who are not Indian, like, you know what I'm saying? Like in literal truth and indeed, who have experience of their ancestors being buried beneath their feet. That doesn't exist. So there's no catalyst to fight for it. Principles, nothing. They don't have no principles. They have money, and they don't have money. They have debt, so. Doing principal off of debt leads to more interest on debt. I've noticed something, mortgages. So yeah, I don't know. I can see it. I can see it working out too. I can see it working out for a few people who take this time seriously to pray and get their mind right and to make the right decisions and stay away from the mainstream fish that are obviously going to get slaughtered, like tilapia. They're going to get slaughtered trying to pretend that it's one way and it's the other way. They're going to get slaughtered trying to pretend like it's going to sustain and get better in absence of more information or actions. I already know. That's in every endeavor. Whatever that number looks like, man, you just got to remember that if you survive it, you're going to survive watching them not survive it. And that's traumatic. That's stressful. Fuck a cortisol release. Like, you're walking past people right now who are flunked out and chose drugs and chose homelessness. Then you're going to walk past the kids like that. The United States is really good about hiding all the homeless children. But you saw these single women on here. Negative $1,600 before their paycheck. And she said she got 3 kids. The other one got 2. The other one had 4 dogs. When you start seeing the kids pile up outside, you know the game is over. Orphans and widows. Where the Masons at? Like, you understand? Like, it's about to be very orphan-y and widowy outside. I said outside. They're already here, but outside, like, because there's no man. There's no men being groomed or programmed to even step in and do nothing about that either, by the way. Everyone's very myopic and selfish in this country by default. So, yeah, that's going to be evil. Walking past a bunch of homeless children. Because they're shutting down schools, they don't got enough teachers. You already know the story, dude. Their parents wasn't already doing a good job. So imagine when they have no good job to do. Them kids gonna be out in the street, acting a damn fool, the boys, or the ones who still have testosterone, because they're gonna want to survive. The girls, I don't think sex trafficking is really that high, but HIV's through the sky. And you see what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna create that shit you saw in Pinocchio or fucking Captain Hook and shit, or how shit looks when it's ran by children. And that brings me to the Civil War, since most of those soldiers were children. So yeah, you might have a Gen Z Civil War because they don't know what to do and there's nothing else to do besides be angry at the wrong things, part 2, because they were lied to in school. And then take it out on the people that seem like they got things, and you got the greasers and the socialists, part 2. What happened to Pony Boy? Shout out to the Karate Kid. So yeah. Man, this government ain't shit. Yeah, one job, Craig, to govern people. I don't know why they got that job, but yeah, they're not qualified, it seems, anymore. Or if ever. It sucks. I want to be surprised West Coast Asia going by. They can't hear above 4K no more. This is the furthest from fine. Nothing's fine. And I'm just talking about the United States, and I know Europe is just like us. Walking past their bodies, yeah, man. It's super weird to me that the talking heads are tethers no matter what color, and nobody sees it. Yeah, weird. Well, they do see it. They self-identify as foreign. Beauty's in the eyes of the bubba. That's crazy. He's more DEI than DEI. That's what I'm saying. Their president is the beneficiary of DEI policy because he likes men. These new kids are already being raised by iPads, so a bot is an upgrade to them. Scottish Rite Children's Hospital held a marathon in downtown Dallas as a fundraiser today. Oh shit. The bills are coming in because some insurance policies are getting cut off. So it's not even a Ponzi scheme to act like you give a fuck about kids' health. You're not gonna get no LLC now. They crowdsourcing. The same people that they took an oath to oppress. Good fucking job, Masons. I'm sure Solomon is proud of you. My grandfather doesn't know who the fuck you are. You weren't here when he was here. But yeah, so. Man, I hate it. I hate that it's so pissy and negative too. Because that Scorpio in me going to find it. But whatever, man. Just a friendly reminder. Love those who love you. Do your best part too. And pray. Pray for guidance. Lord knows I have to. I'm going find me in Arizona in my honey bun and mind my business. But yeah, man. Like, comment, subscribe, support the sport. I pray we get a turnaround moment sometime before Christmas or, before the year's over, because I don't want to commit to that shit. Like, nah, it's got to be waiting till the last minute to pull the fucking trick door and everything turns around. They better be holding out. Because if they have nothing left, guys, we really are going to have to leave this country. Like, those who want to survive that chaos, that is. Like, as an agenda, period. Not even if. Even if you can't leave this country, the mind is going to be to get away from the people. It's going to be unbearable. It already is. So, I just pray that the people that I know and know me are protected and provided for, at the very least. Man. Old folks going to donate anyway. They got it, apparently. So yeah, it's your boy, Dason, aka MG, John Smith 13. Until next time, peace.